St. Johns County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, let's go on the record in case 21 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. Who do I have appearing on behalf of the State of Florida?
Jeffrey Dutton.
Mark Johnson.
And on behalf of the defense.
Rosemary Peoples.
And Mr. Fucci is also present. All right, we are ready to resume our sentencing hearing that we began yesterday. Are there any matters we need to address this morning before we move into the remainder of the victim impact statements? Anything from the state? Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, just a continuing standing objection based on the motion filed yesterday is all we would ask for.
As far as to what?
The victim impact in the letters, but nothing new.
All right, that is denied as well. All right, State, you may call your next victim impact statement.
State calls Alexis Bailey.
Alexis Bailey.
Good morning.
Alexis, before you begin, if you would just state your name and your relationship to Tristyn and within the family.
Perfect. My name's Alexis Bailey. I'm Tristyn's second oldest sister.
And just so the court's aware, if you would just tell the court the order of the siblings.
So my oldest sister is Brittany Bailey. Again, I'm Alexis Bailey. I'm the second oldest sister, followed by my brother TEEGAN Bailey, Sophia Bailey, and then Tristyn was the youngest of the family.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
$114. Of course. This jar now holds 114 stones, one for each of the 114 stab wounds that my sister had to endure. It was 1 hour and 42 minutes between when my sister was last seen and when Aiden Fucci was next seen, running out of the woods holding his shoes because his feet hurt. It's funny that such a simple statement can bring such anger. Aiden Fucci could show compassion for his sore feet, yet had nothing to leave for my beautiful sister. The number of questions I have for Aiden Fucci surrounding that night plague my mind. Did she see you coming at her with the knife? Or did you stab her while she wasn't paying attention? Did she scream out for help? Or was she paralyzed with agony? Did she cry for my mother? Did she beg you to stop? Did you hear her lungs gargling with blood? Or did you see it in her face when she realized she could no longer breathe due to her collapsed lungs? What were her last words? Did you stay to watch her die? Or did you leave her there in agonizing pain as you ran away? How long did she suffer? Did you watch the life leave her eyes? Do you know the answer to any of these questions? Or were you too caught up in the thrill of the kill? The last time I heard my sister's voice was May 8th, 2021. I have racked my brains trying to remember the last words she said to me. Was it I love you? Was it goodbye? Or did we say nothing at all? What I do remember is her walking out that door. I have nightmares about that moment. In my dreams, I try to reach out and grab her, beg her to spend the night, anything to prevent what happened just hours later, yet every time the door closes before I can get to her. The memories of May 9th will forever be ingrained in my mind, body, and soul. To know I was awake and only 11 minutes away from my sister as she was being brutally murdered. Could I have saved her? I remember the vivid feelings of my body collapsing on the ground as the police informed us that they had found a body. Then, finding out hours later it was Tristyn's body, I remember becoming physically ill and having a detective grip my hair as my body uncontrollably expelled everything from my stomach between my sobs. The pain I felt in every nerve as I watched my dad lying on the floor, screaming in a way no human should ever be able to produce. Our family broke that day, and I don't recognize any of us anymore. I have watched my parents going from believing that they were good parents to believing they were failures. I have listened to my parents question, what did we do wrong? What kind of mother or father was I not to protect my child? I have watched them overanalyze every conversation, every action, trying to figure out what they could have done differently. I've watched my older sister, Brittany, become unrecognizable with anger. I've watched my brother, TEEGAN, emotionally shut down and avoid the family due to the pain being home causes. I've watched my younger sister, Sophia, completely lose her childhood and be cast into the role of being a parent and being the resident therapist for my mother. I've seen the changes in myself, the responsibilities and burden that I have had to undertake because of the actions of Aiden Fucci. I am the one who had the responsibility of speaking with the funeral home and forcing my parents to decide which urn to put what remained of Tristyn in. I was the one who had to pick her up from the funeral home and make that long drive home with her ashes. I have what remains of her beautiful blonde hair, now stained red, sitting in my house haunting me daily. I have had to become the safe place for my parents and hold space for their feelings. I have had to commit every detail of Tristyn's murder to memory so that whenever someone has a question, they need only ask and not be burdened with looking up the answers themselves through the hundreds of pages of court documents and police records. I bear the thoughts that one day the trauma we have all been through because of the actions of Aiden Fucci will cost the lives of my other family members. I have been diagnosed with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder. I have been unable to work at times during this process due to the trauma and PTSD attacks triggered by knives, blood, and open wounds. My relationships have suffered. My physical and mental health has diminished, and my goals for the future have seemingly disappeared. Aiden Fucci didn't just take Tristyn's life that day. He took everything from us. Our family, sense of security, laughs, health, and potential. For us, justice does not exist in this case, and closure does not exist in this case. Peace, understanding, and forgiveness will never come. The duty of this court today is to determine and weigh all the factors in this case, to decide the just sentence for the crimes Aiden Fucci committed, with retribution and potential rehabilitation sadly being considered. The only justifiable sentence in this case is a full life sentence. Anything short of that would be an insult to not only our justice system and community, but to our family and Tristyn's legacy. Lastly, I would like to add my own stone to the 114 that I added for Tristyn. This white stone represents my trust in people, which died the day that Aiden Fucci chose to kill my sister. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexis. State would call TEEGAN Bailey. That was excellent. You can start whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, on Saturday, May 8th, 2021, I came home to spend time with family and to celebrate Mother's Day the following day. When I arrived home that afternoon, we quickly made plans to go to dinner. My dad, mom, Sophia, Tristyn, my niece, and I went to dinner. There wasn't a single sign that this would be our last night together, and what I believe was Tristyn's last meal. Shy of my older sisters, Brittany and Alexis, being present, the dinner was perfect. My niece was playing with her food, trying to crawl under the table. We talked about when we lived in Singapore. My dad supplied ample comedy and smiles in a way that only siblings can. Tristyn and I silently made a pact and messed with Sophia during dinner, the way only siblings know how to do. It was perfectly imperfect. I would give anything to either stay at the table a few minutes longer or to have had Brittany and Alexis there as well. Following dinner, we visited Alexis and then went home. I went on a late walk with Sophia to reach my exercise goal for the day, which I talked with Tristyn about when we got back. Finally, Sophia, Tristyn, and I started to watch TV. I began to fall asleep on the couch until I finally excused myself to go to bed. Every single day, I can't help but wonder what would have happened had I slept on that couch instead, or if I had stayed up later. Tristyn was a 13-year-old. She had a personality brighter than fireworks, and she was being a teenager. But had I slept on that couch that was within earshot of our front door, there's a possibility my little sister could still be alive today. I have lived with that question, that weight, and that guilt since I went to wake up Tristyn on Mother's Day and found her room empty. The day we lost Tristyn, I began running mentally and emotionally to try to cope and survive. Anytime I slow down, every detail of that day, this court process, and the memories of Tristyn flood my mind and threaten to cripple me. So mentally, I put this all into a box and I run from it. I will run to school, to work, to friends, and at times I ran to alcohol. I was desperate for anything that would numb and convince me that this is not real life, rather a sick and cruel nightmare I can't seem to wake up from. This is real though. My baby sister, who always had a sassy reply ready and a heart filled with kindness, is gone. The depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder is real. The weekly therapy sessions to learn how to cope and make it this far is real. The waves of anxiety I experience when I walk around Durban Crossing at night are real. Every time I see or use a knife, the intrusive thoughts of the damage that they can inflict is real. The nights where sleep is replaced with the heinous details of what Tristyn suffered are real. The nights where I drank to black out and put myself in danger are real. The week-long depressive episodes where I break down and struggle to leave my bed are real. The classes I withdrew from because grieving and being a student was too much are real. The breakdowns that erupt from songs that remind me of Tristyn are real. Even things as small as a red cardinal bird will bring my day to a stop. There's an old wives' tale that when you see a red cardinal, it is someone from heaven checking on you. I can only hope that each one is a sign from Tristyn telling me she's still cheering me on. Yet they are each a painful reminder of what I have lost. They are each a reminder of how I failed Tristyn. Despite countless reassurances, I continually weather by sleeping on that couch, being at home more, reaching out more, or a million other things if I may have been able to prevent her death. But no matter how much I may try to run, distract, or numb myself, this is my reality. Reality where Aqua and Teal fill me with pride, love, and pain. Reality where I am terrified and furious at other teenage boys because a single 14-year-old broke my family. Reality where instead of a cheer trophy, a family portrait, or a million other things, my sister's remains sit on a shelf at home in an aqua urn that glimmers brighter than a star. A reality that is so painful to live in, I continue to run and numb myself to it, trying to escape the pain and reminders of what I have lost. In the process of trying to numb myself and outrun this, I cause myself to lose even more. By not handling my grief head on, academically, I sacrificed a multitude of opportunities within my courses and with professors. Socially, I was alone. While I have an astounding support system where I live in Gainesville, Tristyn's story and her spirit are not as well known there as they are in St. John's. Few are able to understand the hardship of losing a family member, much less losing them to a gruesome homicide. I felt that I became a burden and disconnected from a multitude of people that I once treasured. Despite the fact that these were the very people trying to support me, emotionally, I shut down every time I was asked, "How are you doing?" As there are no words to convey the misery that was born from my grief and my sense of isolation. I would like to address Mr. Aiden Fucci. Today I want to take the time to address whatever humanity you still possess. Since learning of your existence and the agony inflicted upon my family, I have convinced myself you are something other than human. I refuse to use your name, to believe that you are a regular person. To believe that you were human would be to accept that the darkness that has marked my family could come from ordinary people, something which causes me to lose all hope. So I convince myself you must be something less than human and that people can still be good. But you are human. Between investigative evidence and individuals in the St. John's community, my family and I have learned more about your life than we ever cared to know. Part of this included learning that you have siblings and a younger sister at that. I'm sorry, I lost my place. I have 4 sisters, 2 older and 2 younger sisters, including Tristyn. While you may have siblings, I don't believe you know what it means to be a brother. Having siblings is a job, a responsibility, and a privilege. Being a brother to sisters means being there to support them, to listen, to celebrate them, and to be there for them when they are in need, and so much more. You took one of my sisters away from me. I will not get to drive her to cheer, listen to her spill the tea, celebrate her achievements, or spoil her with trips to Starbucks for a double chocolate chip grande frappuccino. If I ever have children, none of them will ever get to meet their aunt. I will never get to brag to others about Tristyn's determination and her persistence in pursuing her goals. Because when Tristyn had a goal, she accomplished her goal. Because of your actions, I cannot fulfill my role as Tristyn's big brother. While I am so fortunate to be blessed with 3 other amazing and unique sisters who inspire me and remind me of what life has to offer, you took away my baby sister. I want you to think of your own siblings, your own sister. Just as I have lost my sister, they have lost their brother. At the end of this, you will be in prison. They will not get to lean on you for support. You won't be able to celebrate with them or grow old with them. They have lost their brother. You have lost your siblings. You have failed as a brother. My siblings and I didn't just lose a sister. My parents lost a daughter. Tristyn's friends lost a goofball who brought a smile by walking into the room. The cheer community lost a teammate who was an unwavering pillar of spirit and perseverance. The world lost a young woman who, after binge-watching Grey's Anatomy, became inspired to become a doctor. We lost the chance to see Tristyn graduate high school. We lost the chance to see Tristyn attend and graduate college. We lost the chance to see Tristyn find love and have her own family. Not only do we have to grieve Tristyn and her past, we have to grieve the person she did not have a chance to become and everything she never got to do or achieve. Since losing Tristyn, I've heard through countless conversations what can happen to her murderer. This court is able to impose between a 40-year sentence up to a life sentence. Several weeks ago, we sat in this building as the court reviewed a motion to limit autopsy photos to be shown during the trial, a trial which we fortunately did not have to go through. Among several things that came out during that hearing, I recall that there were 6 wounds that had been considered fatal. However, even in shy of these 6 wounds that my sister suffered, no one would have been able to survive the cumulative 108 other wounds. My sister was stabbed 114 times. 49 of those wounds were defensive. While some may view these as simple facts of the case, these are the thoughts that will plague the mind of Tristyn's community, friends, family, and myself for the rest of our lives. Tristyn's fought for her life, and my mind has tormented me since with all of the details of what she went through and what she must have felt. This is a burden we collectively have to carry for decades to come. In light of this, a life sentence for her murderer seems nearly merciful. His wrongdoings reaped not only the remainder of Tristyn's life, but cursed the lives of countless others. Why should he be allowed to serve a single sentence while so many others must serve our own sentences because of their choices? If it were possible, I would plead the court to give a harsher sentence than life. But in the light of the current state of the law, I can only hope that he will be given the maximum sentence. I add this stone for the hope and belief I had in people being good that died the day that Aiden Fucci murdered my sister.
State calls Brittany Bailey.
Your Honor, my name is Brittany Bailey Russell, and I am Tristyn's oldest sibling. When I was told we had the opportunity to write an impact statement, I immediately got to work. Writing comes natural to me, but I knew the importance this statement would hold, and I knew I needed more time than any piece I had written in the past. For months, I have attempted to put pen to paper to express the magnitude of this catastrophe we face every second of every day. Yet every time I'm met with complete writer's block. Not the kind of writer's block where you have nothing to say, but the kind of writer's block where you cannot find words impactful enough to describe the devastation this has caused on my family. Your Honor, I could stand up here today and tell you what little I can remember from May 9th, 2021, how I was on day 1 of my honeymoon with my husband and woke up to an alarming call from my sister Alexis saying, "Brace yourself. We can't find Tristyn. We're about to post it on social media." I could express the sense of darkness and terror I felt just being over 1,900 miles away from my panic-struck family, feeling absolutely helpless that I could not search, comfort, or engage with my squad, as Tristyn would put it. I could even go into great detail about the blood-curdling and excruciating screams that ejected from my dad's lungs, the bottom of his lungs, while my husband and I sat on the other end of that FaceTime call, crumbling to the MGM hotel room floor, sobbing our eyes out, praying to God the news of where Tristyn wasn't our biggest fear. And if the court really wants to hear the most graphic of it all, I could tell you about the days to follow when I heard the fatal wail that bursted from my mom in the other room when Detective Hannon delivered the news to just my parents on how Tristyn died that Mother's Day. I wasn't even privy to the no at that point, but the crippling sound that my mom let out, I knew it was something unimaginable. I remember this torturous feeling that took over my body as I ran to the bathroom, slamming the door, banging both hands on the wall, screaming, "Why? How? How is this happening?" I didn't stop until my dad ran in, grabbed me, hugged me, and kept telling me, "Be brave for your mom. Do it for your mom." As later we learned, that friend Tristyn thought she had ambushed our youngest Bailey by stabbing her 114 times, over and over and over, to the point where we all know, she fought her fight and had nothing left in her body to give. And yet he continued, like an absolute coward. You, Aiden Fucci, decided to overpower a 5'3" innocent 13-year-old girl. How much more of a coward could you possibly be? Those feelings that took over my body that day, I could go my whole life without feeling again. I can promise you one thing, I do not ever want to be that brave in my lifetime yet. Here I am, standing in front of this courtroom, exposing my vulnerability, peeling back layers of my PTSD in this unsafe and very overwhelming environment. While I sit here publicly reliving tad bits of our worst nightmare, I recognize that none of these horrific memories will bring Tristyn back. It truly just pains me more to have to relive them, to talk about it, to feel those feelings all over again like it happened yesterday. What I can confidently express to the court is, since my sister's murder, I agonize at the thought of leaving Florida for travel, something that was once engraved in my DNA. I lack prioritizing my husband, and I carelessly watch my marriage crumble before my eyes. I now carry emergency medication to control the unexpected tightening of the chest and inability to breathe, something doctors call post-traumatic stress disorder. I spend 2 hours every Sunday morning with my family therapist, a day that used to be Bailey Family Fun Day on Sunday. I struggle with mental health expenses and impulse buying in hopes to find control, something my husband and I were not financially prepared for. I've lost clients due to the inability to work. I rely on my vehicle as a safe place to release the uncontrollable rage that takes over my body. I fight my emotions in my own household in hopes my 4-year-old daughter doesn't try to console me, her mother, something no toddler should ever feel compelled to do. I find my husband more times than not peeling me up off our closet floor, drenched in my own tears. I've lost count of how many glasses I've shattered over the anger that's unbearable. I look at myself in the mirror and I don't recognize the person I am anymore. My weight, my happiness, my skin, my personality, my love for life, all gone. Relying on each other as best friends because we only had each other during all of those moves. Meeting friends who became family across the globe, and having the most loving and supporting parents you could ever ask for. Just for perspective, I'm a hairstylist, and my parents opened a salon in St. Johns County. Alexis has a passion for animals, and my parents openly allowed her zoo to live under their roof. Tegan's draw to coffee and books at University of Florida enticed him to continue on to grad school, which my parents could not be more proud of. Sophia, our lacrosse all-star, was just accepted to Colorado Mesa University to play goalie, and once again, my parents could not be more on board, even though this means there are 2 flights between their child and them. And as for Tristyn, cheerleading was her life, and because it was her life, it was my mom's life too. My parents have sacrificed their needs and wants for their children for 30 years. I've never met such selfless people. And to think one of the 5 of us won't get to see that fully through, Your Honor, I can't put a word to it. Agony isn't painful enough. Shattered to the core doesn't crumble like how I feel. Infuriated doesn't even come close to touching the amount of rage I find myself trapped in. And let me tell you, justice is just a word for comfort. It doesn't bring her back. It doesn't allow her to see if she would have made worlds or become a college cheerleader. It does nothing but put this inhumane, cold-blooded killer away for good. I ask you to remember how much my sister lost and will continue to lose as the years pass by because of one vile decision this ruthless, unremorseful villain made. His apology was a waste of oxygen and meant nothing. It was cold, it was callous, and it was disheartening, and it left my family feeling absolutely tormented. Once again, a word not pungent enough to express the degree of what we felt, but it's the best the dictionary could offer. In Tristyn's name, I will fight till the end to make sure my children, my siblings, my family, and our community will never see Aiden Fucci in society again. I respectfully ask for you to do the same. This white stone represents my loss in faith in our school systems to keep violent children away from the innocent. We are forever Tristyn Bailey strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Next, we would call Miss Jean Sheffield. State your name and then just tell the judge real quick your relationship to the family.
My name is Jean Sheffield. And Your Honor, before I read my statement, I would like to read this excerpt from Lorraine and Glenn Bailey, the other grandparents in this case who could not be here. Your Honor, I know his sentencing hearing is for the charge of murder. Consideration should be for the younger, lovely, good young victim, our 13-year-old granddaughter, Tristyn. Glenn and I are family, friends, and the incredible number of good people in this world who know her story are outraged at his viciousness and need to know he will be put behind bars for the rest of his life so he can never hurt another innocent person and inflict pain of loss on that person's family and loved ones. And if there is the possibility that this letter will be considered by future parole boards, even if he shows signs of remorse, the rate of repeat offenders by freed parolees is too much of a chance that he will return to his wicked ways. Caring, good-intentioned people tell us that sentencing will give us closure. That word implies finality and a possible end to the pain of living without her and dealing with our memories. Rubbish. There's not a day or night we won't live with the awareness of her physical absence, nor do we want that. What we do want and what Tristyn deserves is justice. The justice of knowing he will spend the rest of his life behind bars, reminding him of the heinous crime he committed and that he will never have the opportunity to hurt another innocent being. May I ask your awareness of another crime that he caused is still occurring and will follow us for the rest of our lives. When you commit a murder, you are also guilty of stealing their future. He is a thief. My husband's life and mine, my family, their cheer family she adopted and adopted her, and the countless people who have come to know her through Stacy's weekly Facebook messages, our lives will never be the same. He has stolen the joy of everyday life with her, her enthusiasm, her insistence on being included for any family event, her wordy description of the day's happenings, especially to whomever the chauffeur of the day was, her anticipation of being together with her friends and whole family on Sunday, or as it was known, Bailey Family Fun Day, and her interaction with each of us in a different, special way. He has stolen some of the family dynamic, and we all have to find a new sense of normalcy. There is another unknown loss he caused, the tremendous amount of good she gave to the world in her short life, the awareness of her story on the importance of kindness and caring to others, and her signs from heaven, all extraordinary. We don't know what career path she would have chosen in life, but if she did all of this in her 13 years on this earth, imagine what she could have done in adulthood. Your Honor, at 86, I know my time is limited in living with her loss, but please consider how her murder impacted my life and the lives of so many. Justice demands that you take away his freedom. Thank you for your time and any consideration you may give to my impact statement. That would be Lorraine and Glenn Bailey.
And those are the parents of four.
Four parents, correct.
Ms. Sheffield, you are Stacy Bailey's mother.
I am Stacy. Thank you for allowing me to tell this defendant how he destroyed my life. While I choose to not speak his name, please know that this impact statement is directed to the defendant in this case. My name is Jean Sheffield. I am Tristyn Bailey's maternal grandmother. I flew to Singapore, where Tristyn was born, in January 2008 and held her for the very first time. In 2017, I moved from Denver, Colorado, in order to spend as much time as possible with my daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren. Had I even dreamed you would cut my time with Tristyn so short, I would have never left her side. I am very grateful for the years I had with her here in Florida, but it wasn't enough. You stole from me the lifetime I was supposed to have with her. You stole that from all of us. Because of you, life for my family and me has been a living hell since Mother's Day of 2021. From the moment my daughter called me that morning stating that they couldn't find Tristyn, that she was not in her bedroom and was missing, my reality and the reality for all of us has shifted on its axis. Life has become a nonstop nightmare because of you. In the hour it took me to drive to Tristyn's home, I had convinced myself I would arrive to see her being lectured by her parents. Instead, I arrived to a war zone. Police cars, a helicopter circling overhead, bloodhounds searching, and dozens of people from the community trying to find Tristyn. It was chaos. It was insanity, and it made no sense. None of this has made any sense. You made the deliberate decision to destroy our lives. Why and to what end? As a mother and a grandmother, my only desire has been to take this pain away from my family. I've watched every member of my family literally drop to their knees in utter despair, and I can't fix it. I can't do anything to help them, and they can't do anything to help me. You are the one that did this to our family. I literally can't comprehend the evil in you. You have completely destroyed not only my life, but also the lives of Tristyn's mom and dad, her siblings, her paternal grandparents. You have irreparably damaged Tristyn's friends, her cheer family, and even the people who have never had the opportunity to have her incredible spirit in their lives. Tristyn will never get to experience going to high school, prom, learning to drive, graduating, going to college, having a boyfriend, husband, or children of her own. She will never get the opportunity to guide her niece into the world of cheer, the world that Tristyn loves so much. We will never get to experience Tristyn's excitement and watch her meet those milestones. You stole that from us. The first thought I have upon waking each and every day is that Tristyn isn't here, that she isn't coming down the stairs or coming through that front door. Not only is she not here, she was ripped from us with utter malice and evil in the most hideous way possible. I don't possess the words to tell you how we all miss her amazing smile, her laugh, her bubbly personality, her enthusiasm, her determination, and even her sassiness. Oh, what any of us would give to hear a little sass from her at this moment. Holidays will never be the same for our family. Our lives will never be the same again. Every night when it's dark outside, the anxiety of imagining the fear she must have felt with each stab of your knife is too much to bear. I sleep usually no more than 2 hours at any given time, and I almost always wake up in a panic attack. You have impacted not only my physical health and mental health, but my family's as well. The pain, grief, and sadness you have inflicted upon our family and friends, as well as the entire community, is incomprehensible. And you chose this. You chose this. How dare you? And yet, you get the freedom to still be alive. You ripped that same freedom away from Tristyn that early morning of May 9, 2021. You did it deliberately and with unspeakable malice. You planned this. You put forethought and effort into it. You went out of your way to spread this evil into our lives. Your actions are beyond senseless and horrific. The only thing that even approaches justice is that you go to prison for life and that you will not be able to hurt anyone else or destroy any more lives. No, I do not forgive you, and I don't accept any pathetic apology you might offer. In my opinion, you apologized only when it became abundantly clear that the consequences of your actions were imminent. I hope these consequences truly are inescapable and that you are sentenced to life in prison. In 25 years, when your case is reviewed, I pray that people looking at it realize there is literally no other justice than to keep you behind bars until the end of your life. This is the least of what you deserve. This white stone represents the loss and happiness and emotional stability for me and my family, which died on the day this defendant chose to murder our granddaughter. Thank you.
State's gonna call next Gia Bauer. If you could maybe pull that microphone down a little bit. Tell us your name and your age, and then you can read your letter, okay?
My name is Gia Bauer, and I'm 15 years old. Tristyn Bailey was my best friend. She's the person I'd call when I had a bad day or had something exciting to share. Tristyn was born in Singapore, and since I'm from Korea, we bonded over being Asian sisters. We took care of hairless cats all summer, watched movies, and made TikToks. We loved to listen to music. We shared the love of cheer. We traveled together and had countless sleepovers, and when we were not able to go to each other's homes, we would FaceTime all night and have virtual sleepovers. Her family called me their bonus child. We went to our first concert together, and she's also the one who gave me my first concussion doing unauthorized cheer stunts. I talked to Tristyn every day. We had a connection that cannot be explained. We were always on the same page. She was my person, and Aiden Fucci took her from me. Since May 9th, 2021, I have carried a sadness that never goes away. I've been lost. There's not just one part that is sad, but all of me. I no longer have my best friend. She won't be able to experience life. We won't be able to go to dances together. We won't be able to be bridesmaids at each other's weddings, and we won't be there to experience having children together. Initially, it was a surreal feeling, and I could not believe she was no longer here. The person I needed to get through such a tragedy with was not here. I would think about texting her for comfort and remember I would never receive any words back from her. Losing Tristyn has changed the way I see the world. I once believed people were good and that the world was a happy and safe place. Now I struggle to see the good in the world. A sense of security has been taken. I no longer trust the way I once did, and a sense of joy is missing. I fight not to be a negative or bitter person. I used to love cheer, and now without her here, it will never be the same. I changed my Starbucks order because I could not bear to get the double chocolate chip frappuccino we used to drink together. We had a playlist called Rock and Roll, and I've not been able to listen to it since she was taken. I avoid so much now, even people. I used to be known as Tristyn's best friend, and now my identity has changed. It's hard to be in public because people come up to me and want to talk to me about tea. It is always with kindness, and people have the best intentions, but for me, it's just another reminder. She is no longer here, and she never will be. Aiden, you ruined so many lives. You took away my beautiful, joyful, loving friend. She is never coming back, and the pain you caused so many will last the rest of our lives. You still get to live, she doesn't. I ask the court that you spend the rest of your life in prison so you never have the opportunity to hurt another person and cause this much pain to anyone else. This white stone represents my innocence, which died the day Aiden Fucci chose to murder my best friend.
You okay to keep going, or, okay. Here I would call STACY Bailey. Whenever you're ready, Miss Bailey.
Your Honor, I am Stacey Bailey. I am Tristyn Bailey's mother, or as her friends called her, T. Not many know what Forrest and I faced during our pregnancy with Tristyn. We were moving to another country, Singapore, when I found out I was expecting another child. To say the least, it was a surprise as we thought we were done after having 4 children. I was terrified to be pregnant in a foreign country, but soon found myself with amazing medical care. I was put into a high-risk category, and I had a high-risk doctor because we were told that Tristyn potentially had Down syndrome. And then it got worse from there as they found a spot or potentially a hole in her heart. We faced every day wondering if she would be okay. The fear was constant, which was incredibly difficult on my family. We prayed every day that she would be okay. But never once did we ever question that she was wanted and loved no matter what. Our prayers were answered when she came into this world with no signs of a spot on her heart, and she did not have Down syndrome. In time, we learned that Tristyn's heart was stronger than most, and it would be a gift that she would share with the world. We soon learned that she was a child that needed to be front and center from day one. Tristyn had she was incredibly loud from the get-go. She never really cried. It was more like a scream, ear-piercing at times. Growing up in Singapore for the first 4 years of her life was amazing. Her siblings and her had an incredibly close bond. But she had a bond with me that was unbreakable. Forrest used to say, "Nobody else seems to matter except for you, Stacey." She was always a very social child, always striving to do the best in every aspect of her life. She joined the cheer world at a very young age and pushed herself to be the best that she could be while always encouraging others. At school, she had excellent grades and had many friends. One of the things that stood out to me the most was how she fiercely protected others from being bullied. Tristyn truly had a heart of gold. For me, I have always loved being a mother and vowed endlessly to love, teach, and protect my children. I spent so many weeks traveling with Tristyn for cheer over the years. I was lucky enough to have a lot of one-on-one time with her. During these times, we would have conversations about friends, school, the good, the bad. I will never forget conversations about one boy in particular who was always getting in trouble in her class for years. I always ended the conversation with, "Just be kind to him. He probably needs friends. He probably doesn't have many." Little did I know that she did that over the years. At Tristyn's celebration of life, a boy waited in a long line of people to speak with me. To be honest with you, he's the only thing I really remember from that day. Everything else are just brief flashes of memories. He waited for so long to speak with me, and the tears poured out of his face. His words still resonate with me to today. He said, "She was my best friend. She was my only friend." I spent more than a month trying to figure out who this boy was. It turned out to be the same boy that we had talked about so often. At that moment, I knew just how extra special my daughter was and how she truly learned a valuable lesson of just be kind. I will treasure these moments and lessons taught for the rest of my life. I, however, failed in one lesson. I did not know that I needed to teach Tristyn to be afraid of the evil in her own school, to be cautious and fearful of the people you think are your friends. Aiden Fucci, you betrayed us all. I have seen the traumatic impact of Aiden's horrific actions and how they have affected all that knew and loved Tristyn. I have watched her friends become afraid to go to school and fearful of who they could and could not trust. I have watched the depression, the PTSD, the anxiety take over so many. Worse than anything, some of these feelings go so deep that several kids have tried to take their own lives from this incident. I carry the weight of this on my shoulders every single day. The guilt eats away at me. While I know it is not my weight to bear, it doesn't change the fact that I feel this. I feel that I have to protect and be there for each of her friends to let them know how much they mean to me. Aiden Fucci has destroyed so many lives by his vicious choice to take my child's life. I want to bring you to the weekend of Mother's Day, May 9th, 2021. It was Friday night, and we were preparing for an event at our business. Tristyn came to me asking me if she could go to Food Truck Friday because all of her friends were going from school. I immediately said no because of our work event, and I could not go with her. You see, she had only gone one other time, and I was not willing to let her go without supervision. She begged to go with one of her friends that I had not met, but said that I could meet her parents as they would be watching over her. I agreed that if I met the parents and felt comfortable, I would consider letting her go. I drove to her friend's house, I met the mom, and we agreed that the girls could go as the dad would be taking them and bringing Tristyn home too. It was reassuring to meet another family who had the same parenting style as us. This night is where the weekend starts to crumble in hindsight. You see, Your Honor, Many kids that night planned to sneak out, not thinking anything could go wrong. They just thought they were going to be having fun and hanging out together. Saturday night arrives. It was just a normal day around our house. I can remember Sophia and Tristyn planning what they were going to be making me for a surprise breakfast that next day, Mother's Day. They asked me to stay in my room until it was ready. Later that day, we went to dinner, and then we went to see our daughter Alexis and her new litter of Sphinx kittens. We didn't stay long because we were all tired. How I wish I had never gone to bed and stayed up longer. The next morning, Sophia prepared breakfast by herself, as Tristyn never came down to help. Needless to say, my Mother's Day morning was soon filled with panic as my son informed us that Tristyn was not in her room as he went to tell her it was time for breakfast. I thought to myself, this can't be. She must be in the bathroom or her sister's room. I immediately ran upstairs to indeed find she was gone. We all frantically were yelling for her and running through the house with no reply from our precious daughter. Forrest yelled for me to call the police, and this is where our nightmare went into full force. My heart was pounding with every second that passed, pleading with the police to help me. We soon found ourselves calling our friends on the phone, using social media, and yelling in the streets for anyone to help us. How could this be? This crazy thing of social media is there is always a trail, and we knew within an hour who Tristyn was last with. I thank God for that trail, even though I find some of social media to be the bane of my existence. The minutes turned into hours of not knowing where our daughter was. I called her phone, as so many did, for it just to go to voicemail. Everything that happened that day is a blur. I do know that there were so many people trying to help find our daughter. Our community was there for us and completely put their Mother's Day plans aside. At some point around 2 o'clock in the afternoon is when my mother saw a dragonfly. And she said to me, "Stacy, look, it's good luck. They're gonna find her." Unfortunately, I shoved my mother as hard as I could and started yelling at her. Because in that moment, I knew my child was not coming home. I tried desperately to apologize for pushing her, but it was such an uncontrollable moment. You see, when my father passed away, I was surrounded by dragonflies, and it has soon become a symbol of my guardian angel. 4 more agonizing hours passed before I found myself sitting in our home with family and several detectives. We waited for the news that we could have never been prepared for, pleading to God to not let this happen to my family and to not take our baby girl away from us. I cannot tell you all the details of what happened when we went inside, as my brain has hidden them in my memory somewhere deep inside. I have very few memories of that day. Your Honor, what I'd like to do is share one night from a recent journal of mine this past month. It's 1:05 a.m. My eyes pop open in fear, and I try to orient myself as to where I am or if I am safe. I walk myself from the couch to my bedroom and try to get some more sleep. It's 2:05 a.m. Again, startled awake. It's 3 a.m. I'm startled awake again, as I am every night, multiple times a night. My head is pounding in pain. My thoughts are racing. My anxiety is high. My chest is tight. The thoughts immediately start. The time tells me that it's over. Tristyn lost her life by now. Visions flood my head, how terrified she must have been. What went wrong in that moment of betrayal from someone she thought was her friend? Did she know it was coming? Did you wait for her back to be turned? The first strike of the knife, the fearful shock she must have had. The second strike, what is happening? I can only imagine she tries desperately to fight him off. Why is this happening? He continues to strike over and over and over as she continues to fight. My chest pain grows tighter, and the tears are now flowing. Was she screaming for help? Did she try to reach for her phone to call for help? Tristyn's desperation to live and get away from him continues until he overpowers my child. He continues stabbing her even when there is no fight left. These visions are embedded in my mind. Her beautiful blonde hair, her smile, her irresistible laughter have all been snuffed out. The guilt I have that I was not there to protect Tristyn plagues me. My thoughts continue and I cannot get it out of my head about the pain Tristyn felt. I think about how one small slip of a knife I cut my finger while cutting fruit, and it hurt so much that I almost fainted. I pray she passed out. But honestly, with the amount of defense wounds, I know she did not. She fought, and our beautiful daughter suffered for so long as he took no mercy in the 114 times you stabbed her. My heart is pounding so hard now, I think it could come out of my chest. Oh my God, please tell me this is a bad dream. Tell me that I will wake up from this horrific nightmare. The pins and needles have started in my head. The trauma migraine is here. They always come. I beg and plead with myself to just stop thinking for 5 minutes so that the pain goes away. It only increases until sharp stabbing pains take over my head, which can bring me to my knees and screaming in pain. This is my new normal, every day, all day. My new life, sentenced to the torture of my child being murdered. Please stop thinking, just go to bed, just for a few moments to relieve the pain. It's now 3:46. I try to close my eyes, but it only lasts for a brief moment as the fear is overwhelming. The darkness scares me. What is waiting to harm me out there? Will I ever have peace? No. How can I without Tristyn? It's 4:15 a.m. Sirens are going off that send me running to the living room only to find out it was on the TV. The panic is now starting to elevate to the point I can't control my anxiety. Images race through my mind of the helicopters, the police sirens, the bloodhounds, and worst of all, the police asking me to come in my house. I remember falling to my knees, begging them not to make me go inside. I knew that meant she was never coming home at that horrific moment. The darkness of the night surrounds me, and I live in constant fear of what might harm the rest of my family. A memory flashes and enters my mind as Detective Hannah knocked on my door at 3:40 in the morning that night to let us know that an arrest had been made. God, please make this stop. Wake me up from this nightmare. I want to run and find Tristyn, but then I am met with the reality she is gone. Am I losing my mind? This cannot be real. I question God. Why, oh why, did you not protect her? How could you let evil touch her? Why, God, why? This is my sleep pattern every single night for 97 weeks. Sleep deprivation at its finest. The sleep deprivation is taking a toll on me mentally and physically. I do not recognize the person looking at me in the mirror. How I wish it was someone else. The sleepless nights bring black circles under my eyes, and the swelling from the constant tear and the stress have aged me beyond my years. I have memory loss, and I live in constant brain fog. Trying to put complete thoughts together can be very challenging. I now suffer from pins and needles in my head many times a day, along with chronic migraines. My hair is breaking and falling out due to all of the stress and anxiety. The PTSD from Mother's Day has had many impacts.
I run into my house at the first sign of a helicopter or sirens, and I now have a genuine fear of being outside in the dark. I check my children's location multiple times a day just to know that they are where they are in case something happens to them. Seeing police cars can send me into a panic, thinking that something is terribly wrong. The depression can be debilitating at times, and I feel like my life has spun out of control. My home, which was once where we all gathered in comfort, is now a place of hurt that Tristyn is no longer there. The door to her room remains closed. It is exactly as she left it. Her bed is unmade. Her bath towel she used on May 8th is at the foot of her bed. The suitcase is still packed from the weekend before when we attended Summit with Infinity All-Star Cheer. I can't bear to change one thing, not even washing her clothes in the hamper, as it would wash away the scent of her. Many times I find our cat, who knows how to open Tristyn's door, in her room as if she's just waiting for her to return. I do not know if we will ever have comfort in our home again. My children were once full of life and laughter, and now they are full of despair, anger, depression, PTSD, and anxiety. Bailey Family Fun Day was every Sunday in our home, a day where we would all come together and have a meal and spend time together. Sunday will never be the same for us as we have a missing link in our family. The Sunday of May 9th, 2021 has made us dread every Sunday. How will it ever be whole again? Aiden Fucci, you have destroyed me. You have destroyed my family. You have destroyed Tristyn's friends. You have destroyed the community that we live in. You have caused a divide amongst friends and neighbors that should have never been. You have taken away my baby girl, my past, my present, my future, by your calculated, vile actions. I will never be able to watch her perform on stage with her cheer team. I will never see her win Summit or Worlds. I will never have our special weekends away, just the two of us. She will not be able to graduate high school or college. And her father will never be able to walk her down the aisle at her wedding. You have taken this all away from us. I will never understand the heinous choice you made that day or why my kind daughter was the one that you chose. I will spend the rest of my life grieving our beautiful daughter, longing to hear her voice and hold her in my arms. Aiden Fucci, your deplorable actions are unforgivable, and I will pray every day that you stay in prison for the rest of your life and never be able to harm anyone else in this world again. Your Honor, I plead with you. Please consider everything that he has done to our daughter and to our family. Aiden Fucci made a heinous decision on May 9th, 2021, and took the very life that I brought into this world. Please do not for 1 second think that he could be rehabilitated at any point. He is beyond saving. He should have to pay for his crime against my daughter. Justice is an empty word for our family, as it can never bring Tristyn back, but justice is for society. And he should have life without parole. Thank you for everything that you've done in this case, and I know that you have really hard choices in front of you. I'm going to be placing 2 rocks into this. This rock, this white stone, is for her sister, Sophia, who will never have the opportunity to be a big sister again, and you stole that from her. This last one is for me. And it represents everything that you have stolen from me. My words, my joy, my hope, my future, and my beautiful daughter.
We would call Forrest Bailey.
Good morning.
I know you have a letter to read.
And we've heard a lot about the family impact this morning. If you would, just before you start your letter, kind of talk to the court about some of the acts of kindness and things that the community has done, in reaction to the loss and the sympathy that everybody feels for your family. Just, if you could summarize just some of the wonderful things that have been done.
Yeah, no, certainly. And thank you for the chance to do so. It's every day. I was out walking the dog this morning, and a neighbor driving out of the neighborhood stopped and let me know that they were praying for us. And that's the type of community we live in St. John's. I think it was immediate. As was shared, we put out the notice. It was on social media. And, Mother's Day, there were families all over the place that dropped all of their plans, and they went out and they were looking, and you heard in some of the statements, immediately after that week, there was a huge vigil in Durbin Crossing the next day. The cheer gyms that she had participated in held vigils. There was a vigil, a year after. A number of different sports programs have actually created awards to recognize the type of teammate that she was. The businesses in the area have been phenomenal. They've, provided my family with a safe place to go after we had funerals, the celebration of life. And the way that Celebration Church gave us that, and even local media, in the way that they streamed it, because there were so many people that wanted to go, and giving space for really the teammates and the community to be there. So, those things have happened, and those are the big events. I think the smaller things are the day-to-day. There's a lot of people that still have bows on their homes to represent their support silently. We have people that have, painted rocks, put rocks all over the world. There's just so much really good things that the community has done to keep her name and to make sure she's not forgotten.
I appreciate that. You have a letter today as well?
I actually have two. The first is, to Mr. Fucci. February 6th, you finally admitted to your guilt in murdering my daughter, Tristyn, after you clearly sat in this room and agreed to all of the questions and statements that were read by the judge and admitted that you knew what you were pleading to. At the end of that, you turned around, or you didn't even turn around, you made an apology. I want to be clear, saying that your insincere apology is not accepted. In no part did I sense any glimmer of any true remorse felt in your apology. Without question, I know that statement was for some self-serving purpose that you have. During all of the proceedings in which we've been present, including these past couple days, at no point in time have I seen anything from you that is any type of remorse. I loathe your very existence and know that there is nothing within you that reflects the smallest amount of goodness or human decency. Your Honor, Judge Smith, I know there's a lot of us, and I know you've had to listen to quite a bit. Foremost, I would like to appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to let us all speak, as well as the time that you're taking in reviewing the statements. The other thing is, I understand that defendants have a right to waive a speedy trial, but I appreciate the fact that you've tried to keep this trial moving, because this is a necessary step for us to get through so that we can move on as a family as well. I like to think that for each of us that have presented or submitted impact statements to you, that's going to give us strength in the days to come as we continue to deal with the loss. I think that you've also heard many different aspects of Tristyn when she was 13. Hearing from Bree yesterday, you recognize hopefully the type of teammate and the impact that she had and what she did with others. I'm sure that from Susan's comments, you can tell that she was the type of classmate and had an impact and, help people that needed that help. And those difficult middle school hallways was a smiling and welcoming face. What likely resounded with you even more were the impacts from Tristyn's friends, both the adults and her contemporaries. She was an incredible person who was comfortable in her own skin and helped people find comfort within their own. The world is in short supply of people like that, and Tristyn was needed. I want to step back and talk to you from the family's perspective once again. A little background on me: I am very proud to be the son of Glenn and Lorraine Bailey. My aunts and uncles and cousins created such an incredible experience in my growing up. My dad was the fifth of 8 children, and seeing the dynamic they had, I knew that was something I hoped for in my life, a large family. When Stacy and I met, she likely had no idea what she was getting into as an only child, yet no one could have been better as the role model of being a phenomenal mother to a large family. We were sure to tell each of our kids that a sibling can be a gift like none other. The relationship is so incredibly unique. I am so blessed to have children that treasure one another as well as mine do. I know you heard this from each of them that spoke today. Yet my daughter Sophia was not ready to do so, which I completely understand. It is an impossible task to ask her to summarize the loss of her sister. They had the most unique relationship. While so much has been shared on how Tristyn encouraged others, Sophia likely was Tristyn's biggest supporter and fueled her confidence. Sophia was always looking and taking care of Tristyn. Sophia's biggest impact of losing Tristyn will lie in the days and years to come. Sadly, I know the tremendous loss that they will have to bear in losing a sibling, as I lost my brother January 13th, 2001. He is with me constantly in the regret and unfulfilled plans we had together. Since Tristyn was taken with us, I have not been able to look in on my parents as I should, just as it haunts me what my children are going to endure with the loss of their sister. So often our calls with my parents end with them trying to figure out any way that they can help, anything that they can do, yet they know that from the loss of my brother, I will carry Tristyn's loss with me always. Within our family, Stacy does an impeccable job of dealing with the critical items that come in on the day-to-day. Oftentimes I'm brought in to deal with some of the bigger problems and find our path forward. I've always been able to fulfill that role until now. There are no solutions. There's just trying to move forward and carry her with us. During so many hard times, the advice to just breathe or realize that this too shall pass is appropriate. This will not pass. I can't even answer with certainty on how we'll continue to handle all the counseling and related bills that are some of the concerns, as we've had well in excess of $36,000 just in counseling related bills. You heard from one of her friends who keeps texting her cell phone. We still pay her cell phone every month because she has a lot of friends that are still sending messages to her. Throughout our married life, I've been able to look Stacy in the eye and assure her through any difficult time that everything will be all right, and it has. With respect to Tristyn, I can't do that. It is all well known within my family that Stacy loves the early years with the kids. For me, it's always been that the older they get, the more they come to me. Yes, I love teenagers. Tristyn and I would have some of the best conversations on the ride home from practice. Her view of the world was fascinating. She had such a keen focus on seeing the best within people. She also appreciated the importance of everything you have to invest on the path to your goals. You see, it wasn't just about the competitions. She loved practice. While she talked to being a doctor, the concepts she was learning were more important in our talks than the grades. The continued expansion of our relationship with our time together has been obliterated. Stacy and I feel directionless. We are so far behind on so many things in life, from the trivial to the important. Even our life path, such as when I will retire, is in complete disarray when the baby is taken from the family. I always figured when she graduated from college, Stacy and I could enjoy travels and looking in on our family wherever life took them. Now I just don't know. Just don't know about so many things. I've lost my sense of self. A good friend of mine who lost their son described feeling like a zombie. It is a description that has stuck with me, as that is what I feel like. Going through the motions, hoping that you get everything right. Even when you get assurances that you are, you just doubt it. Despite what anyone says, when you lose a child, your life becomes ongoing questions of doubt. The grief will not go away. Tristyn's birthday every January 18th is going to hurt. Every Mother's Day, that sacred family day, will have its painful moments. Every May 9th will hurt to remember what happened to our Tristyn. The anniversary dates are always difficult. As you know from the way too many parents that you've spoke to in your courtroom, the pain and triggers happen every day. Every day upon waking up is a cruel reminder that she is gone. Within our family, we had our tradition of Bailey Family Fun Day. No event in the world, it was as dear to me as our family dinners, and everyone would make it there on Sunday. Every Sunday is filled with hurt as the day she was ripped from us. It hurts us to the core to sit in my chair at the head of the table and have our baby not in her chair, but in an urn sitting on a shelf in front of me. My dreams of enjoying the big family reunions similar to those I grew up with have been stolen from us. As I said before, every family holiday we know, Tristyn should be there with us. Everything has that cast of what if over it. I am so proud of the resiliency and strength that my children have had since that day. Each of them have managed to have incredible accomplishments while going through this grieving process. It's difficult because it hurts to feel good without her here. And they have just been so incredible in continuing to move forward and carrying her with them. It's emotionally exhaustive to not allow the grief to overcome the positive. Your Honor, I'm hoping that you can see that he impacted all 7 of us for life. I would also remind you of the testimony from the medical examiner that he essentially killed Tristyn 7 times. 6 stabs that in and of themselves were lethal. The other 108 cumulative would have been lethal. From what Alexis and Stacy shared, you can only begin to imagine how the pain he put her through stays with us. Your Honor, we cannot turn back the hands of time so that we can have a different outcome. We cannot bring my Tristyn back. We cannot even be certain that the sentence you give on Friday will not be impacted as part of the 25-year review process. Yet you can deliver justice for our community. He took Tristyn's life. He impacted all Tristyn's family for life. You've heard how he shattered the innocence of childhood so many in our wonderful community for their life and the lives of their children. He even damaged the sanctity of Mother's Day for so many for their lives. Please, Your Honor, take this into consideration when you have to make your decision. Lastly, I want to place this rock, and this rock represents the loss to our family and the world for all of the good Tristyn would have done. Thank you for your time.
Your Honor, that's all of the statements to be read to the court. We'll submit a few more letters at some point throughout the day for the file.
All right, it's now 10:30. Why don't we take a 15-minute recess, and then the defense will begin. All right.
St. Johns County Circuit Court will return to order.
You could all be seated, thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach that one?
Sure. Do you need the court reporter?
BANASCO?
Before we get started. The issue of any objections or exceptions to the pre-sentence investigation and the DJJ reports, I wanted to address that with you before we begin. So as to the pre-sentence investigation report, I know that the state had no objections or exceptions. Does the defense have any objections or exceptions to anything contained on this report?
No, Your Honor. The only addition or the only issue with both of them is that the defendant had prepared a letter. There was just an issue because of his housing that things were moved and getting the letter. We do have the letter and we'll submit it today.
Okay. And how about the adult sentencing summary report from DJJ? Any objections or exceptions to anything contained on that document?
Exception being regarding his statement. We do have that and we'll provide it to the court today.
All right, very well. Thank you. All right, and you said you have your first witness. I'm sorry, what was the name?
RAUL BANASCO.
All right, RAUL BANASCO. Sir, if you'll approach this railing in front of me and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, sir, if you'll come on around here and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable. You may adjust that microphone.
This should work.
All right. Sir, please state your name.
Raul S. Banasco, RAUL SBANASCO.
And how are you employed?
I am a prison consultant as well as a jail administrator.
And can you please give a brief summary of where you've worked in the past?
Started my career in the state of New York with juvenile justice system, and in 1988 joined the Florida State Department of Corrections as a corrections officer, in which I served that agency for 20 years in a variety of capacities. I was a classification officer, moved up the ranks as a classification supervisor, worked a variety of facilities, starting at Lake Correctional Institution, Maximum Security Prison, Central Florida Reception Center, and then got promoted to PSYCHOLOGIST as a senior supervisor and served the next 7 years as an assistant warden down south at Martin CI, Tomoka Correctional Institution outside of Daytona Beach, and then got promoted to Hernando CI as a warden and served in the capacity as director of staff development for the whole prison system for about 2 years, and then transitioned over to Orlando's County Jail and Osceola County Jail as well.
All right. And do you have any certifications?
Yes, I'm a certified jail administrator through the AJA Commission, as well as a certified corrections executive through ACA.
And what's your education?
My education background, my undergraduate degree is in psychology, as well as my master's in public administration to Florida Atlantic University.
And I heard your employment summary, but when was the last time you worked for the Florida Department of Corrections?
2006.
And from the time that you worked at the Florida Department of Corrections, are you familiar with the department's policies and procedures?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you also worked in the county jail of Orange County and Osceola County?
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with the policy and procedures with both the jails and the prisons in Florida?
Yes.
And have you been working as a consultant and an expert witness?
Yes.
How much do you charge?
$200 an hour.
And have you previously testified in court proceedings?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 27 times.
Okay. And have you previously testified as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd offer Raul BANASCO as an expert in corrections policy. And
No objection.
All right, we may ask any further questions.
how did you first get involved in Aiden's case?
Yeah, I was contacted on March 7th, 2023 by yourself, Rosemary Peoples.
All right. And in the Florida Department of Corrections, how are juveniles held or housed?
The way juveniles are held, depending on how they're classified, juveniles can be sentenced up to the age of 21 by the courts as a youthful offender, or the department can classify them or categorize them up to the age of 24, in which they will go through the reception process, either Central Florida Reception Center in this case, and they will be sent to a prison based on their custody and their risk assessment and their behavior while in the county jail, as well as when they enter into the prison system.
All right. Now, do inmates have to work in prison?
I'm sorry?
Do inmates have to work in prison?
Yes, they do.
And does that include inmates that are sentenced to a term of years or life?
Yes, both.
Okay. What if they're disabled? Do they still have to work?
They still have to work.
And what happens if they refuse to work?
They will be put in confinement, as we often call it, the hole. If they fail to work, they will be given a rule infraction, which is known as a disciplinary report. They will go through their administrative process and spend the sanction of their time in disciplinary confinement with no privileges, just the basic day-to-day living environment that we're providing to them.
All right. Now, how much of the work inside the prison is actually done by the inmates?
Approximately 80 to 85% of the prison system is sustained by the inmate labor that we housed.
And inmates that are, what incentives are there for inmates that have a term of years versus a life sentence?
Well, for the most part, they're both the same. The incentives are you can have commissary opportunities, visitations with your family and friends, phone calls, and recreation. All those things are just incentives, but at the end of the day, if you're not working, all those privileges will be taken away from you.
All right. So then, if someone's in prison and they're not following the rules, what would happen?
They will spend as much time in disciplinary confinement, and if they continue to behave in that fashion, the next level will be either send them to a facility known as close management, where we send the most egregious inmates who cannot function in the general population or can do harm to themselves, other inmates, or the staff. So we will place them in close management, and we have designated prisons throughout the state that would deal with that population.
What's a disciplinary referral?
A disciplinary referral is pretty much a rule infraction. The Department of Corrections has a variety of rule infractions, either from a minor disciplinary report to a major, and each of those carry an infraction of either loss of gain time or placement in disciplinary confinement for an extended period of time.
And it sounds like then there's different levels of disciplinary reports?
Correct. There's minor disciplinary reports. For example, minor disciplinary report might be disobeying a verbal order or written order or tattooing, which might give you privileges taken away or even maybe put you on probation, while anyone who assaults an officer, assaults an inmate, or basically has any kind of physical activity or might be a danger to the population can be placed in disciplinary confinement. That's a major disciplinary report. Then are the disciplinary reports, are they handled differently with a county jail versus prison? Well, county jails have a sort of different process. County jails, for the most part, because they're short-term type of inmates for the most part, they have their own disciplinary processes, but they pretty much mirror themselves. they have identified certain charges that are minor, as well as those major disciplinary reports that are for major rule infractions. So they have a different system, but it sort of mirrors itself.
Now, looking at, again, turning to prisons, Florida Department of Corrections, what programs are available to juveniles or younger offenders?
Well, it depends. When they come to the reception process, one of the things we have to do is look at them at their sentence structure, look at their release date, if they're serving a life sentence, also the medical grade, mental health grade, and then we do an assessment and we determine what is the prison that will best fit this individual, and more important, keeping public safety paramount. And in this particular case, with the Department of Corrections, there's only 2 facilities at this time due to closures that can house an individual like this, and that is either Suwannee Correctional Institution, where we send all the maximum security male youthful offenders, or Lake City Correctional Institution, which is another facility we contract with. I say we, the Department of Corrections contracts with, that we send the 2 type of male youthful offenders. The women go to Lowell CI, where they have about 5,000 women housed at that facility.
So it sounds like the youthful or the juveniles under 21 then are sent to Lake City or the other place you just mentioned.
In both climates are different. So for the most part, those who are following the rules and don't have a lot of behavior issues will most likely end up at Suwannee Correctional Institution. We send more of the most challenging population of youth over to Lake City Correctional Institution, where they deal with more of the behavior and aggressive behavior that comes with youthful offenders.
And you said why is there more aggressive behavior with youthful offenders?
In my years of experience running a youthful offender camp, what you see is individuals who are between the age of 13, I've seen them come into the prison system, to the age of 24, which they still haven't developed a lot of their social skills. And also there's a lot of territorial, I say turfs, in which they have to prove themselves. So they tend to be very aggressive or have to do give the perception that they're strong, and they get into a lot of behavioral challenges, which they find themselves fighting a lot and getting themselves in a lot of trouble, in which that population is very challenging to manage as an administrator.
Now, in terms of, I was asking about programs earlier. Has there been a change over the years in the programs available to the youth in the Department of Corrections?
Yes, most recently they have this new program called SHEFFIELD, which is now an integrated risk assessment program that they just rolled out, which happens at the reception center. So to paint the picture, there's 3 reception centers in the state of Florida, South Florida, North Florida, and Central Florida for males, in which at the reception center now we have technology, we have tablets, in which the inmates have to answer a variety of questionnaires. That is all tabulated, and it is assessed in this new component of risk assessment and determine what will meet their risk assessment, because the goal is to deal from community to prison. So these are individuals that they're trying to identify so we can give them the resources the agency can. So hopefully when they get released, they don't get reoffended and come back into the system. The challenge that the current system has, like most historically also, is that those inmates who are sentenced to death or life sentence or have a severe mental health issue are excluded from this new risk assessment program. That's something that will be considered much later down the road, because they're trying to capture the population that has at least 36 months from release, to capture that population, to provide them with services in the efforts of hopefully them not reoffending.
All right, so with a life sentence, there's some programs may be available. Is it fair to describe that a juvenile with a life sentence would be a bottom of the priority list to access these programs? Yes,
youthful offenders will never be denied program opportunities, but they were not on the priority list. They're not on the spectrum. The goal is to eventually give them an opportunity, but looking at the population that's going to be released in hopes that they will benefit more effectively with the programs offered.
In prison, what's the typical day for an inmate?
Typical day for an individual in prison, basically at 4:30 in the morning, you're woken up, you have to go to count. Then we march you down to the child hall. You have up to 10 minutes in which you have to eat your meal. You don't get the opportunity to sit next to your friend. The goal is get in, get out. You go back to your housing unit. You go through another count. You go through various counts throughout the 24-hour cycle. You get back to your dormitory, and then you have either your work assignment or your program assignment in which you have to be where you need to be. If you have any kind of medical appointments, you have to follow those as well. And basically, throughout the entire day, it's it's regimented. You're told what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and the expectation that you follow the rules of the Department of Corrections.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to post an objection. I'm not sure what relevance the day-to-day life someone might have in prison is relevant to the sentencing factors in this particular case.
Overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then, in terms of looking specifically to this case, you received some materials that you were able to review?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in review of those materials from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, what information were you able to glean from that?
What I was able to receive from the Jacksonville was several informational sheets, incident reports of his involvement in an altercation or a group situation with other inmates, as well as his confinement records, where he was either in general population or in isolation for self-harm or for protection as well.
All right. And in terms of his confinement in Duval, there's that incident report. What was the resolution for that?
On one of the reports on December 25th, he checked himself in because he was in fear of his life, because he stated in his statement that he was being harassed or bullied over his commissary. Coincidentally, that same day, from December 25th to January 25th, Sergeant Cox was assigned to investigate a variety of allegations made by other inmates in his housing environment he was at the time, I think, 15, and the other inmates were 17, and basically there was some concerning behavior that the officer had observed, that he had made some threats to another inmate, as well as there were some other hearsay conversations, but at the end was not clear on what came out of that circumstance. Just basically the incident report was provided to me, and that was the only information I was provided by the Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office.
Right. Then, looking to what you had said earlier about that juvenile population having behavioral issues, was that uncommon what you read in that report, seeing that other juveniles were fighting with each other, having behavioral issues with each other?
Dealing with this population, it's not uncommon. They are going to get into a variety of fights and steal from each other. That's just the juvenile behavior that happens. And that's sort of what we deal with in the corrections environment. And I think in also referencing Sergeant Cox, I know in his deposition, he is familiar with that as well. It sort of happens in county jails as well as prisons. That's just a very challenging population.
Now, did you speak with any of Aiden's family members?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
His mother, Crystal Smith.
And what did you learn in that conversation?
In the short period of time I spoke with her, what I learned was that he was in 8th grade at the time of the crime that was committed, and that he had some sort of learning challenge in which she provided tutoring lessons after class, and that he was raised in a Christian faith family.
Were you able to speak to anyone from the Jacksonville or the Duval jail?
No, ma'am. I made an attempt to speak to Chief Calloway, who's the jail administrator for Duval County. He was on vacation, and as recent as yesterday, he reached out to me, and I reached out to him, but we never had an opportunity to communicate and talk.
All right. So Aiden's been in custody since May 9th, and he's moved around a bit, meaning there was a short period where he was in Volusia, and the majority of time, is it fair to say he's been in Duval?
Correct.
All right. How long has he been in custody overall?
He's been in custody over 22 months. He came into St. John's on May 9th, and on May 10th, he was a direct file in which they moved him over to the juvenile detention Volusia Regional Facility over in Daytona Beach for about 18 days. And then on May 28th, he was transferred over to Duval County, Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office.
Right. And in his time, you mentioned it earlier, but so he's been in protective custody, or if you can explain the difference.
Of the 22 months he's been in Duval, pretty much he's been in some form of self-harm or protective custody for about 17 months. He's only remained in different stints of time, 5 months in general population.
And is it common for a juvenile that's direct filed with adult charges for that child to be in this form of protective custody?
Case by case. Sometimes what you do have is some of the younger population that, depending on the size, maybe their lack of exposure to the criminal justice system, they will utilize the opportunity to go into self-harm or might have a mental health crisis or even for protection from other circumstances, that they will utilize that as an option to get out of their circumstances. So it does happen from time to time, but it's case by case.
Okay. Now, in terms of Aiden's family, were they able to discuss their ability to contact him or financially support him?
Yes, his mother shared with me. She communicates with him weekly, as well as she provides as much as she can to his commissary account, so he has some way to sustain himself for items that he wants to purchase.
All right. Does Aiden have a work history?
No, he was 14 at the time of his arrest, and from my records, he was not employed or had that opportunity due to his age.
So what special skills does he have, if any?
He has none.
In terms of, because you did do some classification work in your years at DOC? Or
Approximately about
Department
7 years, yes, ma'am.
All right. With what you know of the charge or what he's pending sentencing on, how would he be classified, meaning Aiden?
He will be classified as close custody given the due to the crime that was committed, as well as most likely his sentence. But because of the crime, he would be close custody throughout the Department of Corrections.
And based on your experience then, how would a term of years versus a life sentence change Aiden's classification, if any?
The difference would be a term of years would give him an opportunity for a judge to review his sentence at a later date, and also give him perhaps the opportunity to get, I could say, placed on a priority list or a little higher level to be considered for some kind of vocational programming or cognitive development courses, anger management, those things that might be suitable based on his risk assessment outcome.
So the programs that are there, he would have some priority if he had a term of years versus a life sentence?
Given the Department of Corrections challenges, if those who have a lesser sentence or have an opportunity to be reviewed at a later date will most likely be moved up on the list.
All right. And then, but the classification wouldn't change if it's a life sentence or a term of years?
Absolutely not. He will remain close custody based on my years of experience.
All right. Now, Aiden can read, so what opportunities would he have, for example, a GED program?
That would be something that the Department of Corrections Education Department would have to do based on the risk assessment, have him go through a TAB test and look at the opportunity when his role would come and if they have a slot for him to be enrolled in the GED program, given the circumstances of only 2 prisons at this time designated for youthful offenders, which is where the department is challenged with a big population and very few prisons to house them.
All right. At what point, with a term of years then, because the minimum that Aiden would be eligible for is 40, at what point would he be moved, or would he be moved after the age of 25?
Well, he's subject to be moved at any time. It depends on his institutional adjustment. So regardless of what prison he gets sent to, he can turn 18, and if he's not functioning well in a youthful offender camp or we can send him to an adult prison throughout the state of Florida.
All right. And is it fair to describe then that based on your experience, well, let me ask, based on your experience, what would you anticipate placement then specific for Aiden?
Most likely, he would probably be placed at Suwannee Correctional Institution, which, based on his age, he's a lot younger than those that they send over the Lake City Correctional Institution, but most likely, he would be sent to Suwannee Correctional Institution to see how he does in adjustment at that facility.
All right. And I understand your answer earlier, but just to clarify, so in either instance, whether it's a term of years of life, he would be eligible for programs. Is that fair?
Yes, he would.
But with a life sentence, then the priority or his access to those programs would be diminished.
Correct.
Fair to say that with a life sentence, he'd be at the bottom of any list because the priority would be for the individuals or the juveniles with 36 months or less.
Yes.
And it wasn't always like that, is that fair to say, because the resources have now been reduced?
Yeah, a lot has changed in the last few years, particularly with COVID, but I left the system in 2006, and years ago there was a lot of opportunity for rehabilitative programs. At the end of the day, resources were different. The economy was in a different place, and we all in the corrections profession, not only just in prison systems, but in county jails, a lot of our educational cognitive development courses are sort of not as available because the resources not out there and the employment and the workforce is a challenge to get those folks in. That's why we're doing all type of interesting things with technology, with tablets, trying to provide as many program services as possible in a corrections environment.
And based on your experience, do you believe that Aiden could contribute to the prison system if he was sentenced to a term of years instead of a life sentence?
Well, if he's sentenced to a term of years, the opportunity to get involved in some kind of vocational program would benefit the Department of Corrections, so he can learn some kind of trade and put that trade to work to benefit the taxpayers of the state of Florida by putting him to help maintain the facilities that we have to maintain throughout the state.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. BANASCO.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
You do almost all of your work as a private consultant is criminal, correct?
Correct.
90% of your work is in the criminal realm.
Correct.
80% of that work that you've done is for the defense, is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you've never been retained as an expert in your field by any state agency in the state of Florida, correct?
No.
And you said you were contacted about this case on March the 7th, which is like 12 days ago?
Yes.
2 weeks ago? And in that time, you have reviewed records to come to court today and to testify about what you think is best for the defendant, in this case, Aiden Fucci, is that right?
Based on my years of experience on the information, yes.
Okay. Have you ever met with Aiden Fucci?
No.
Why not?
Never had the opportunity because of the time constraints and because where he was placed, my understanding, in Duval County, it was very restrictive in having access to him.
You live here in the state of Florida, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that did anybody at the Duval County Jail tell you that you could not meet with Mr. Fucci?
No, sir.
Did anybody else tell you that you would not be permitted to speak with Mr. Fucci?
No, sir.
So why didn't you meet with Mr. Fucci?
When I spoke to the Public Defender's Office, the time constraints were very tight, and actually reaching out to Chief Galloway, those were one of the things I know I was hoping to maybe get an opportunity to speak with him in person, but it just never came to fruition.
You were contacted 2 weeks ago, and you don't think that you had enough time to meet with Mr. Fucci within that 2 weeks?
In talking with the Public Defender's Office and where he was housed, it was my understanding that would have been a challenge at the time.
I see. So the Public Defender's Office told you that you could not meet with Mr. Fucci?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
They did not give you the opportunity to meet with him, correct?
Yes.
Would you have liked to have met with him?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
If the opportunity was afforded to me, yes.
And why is that?
It's always a good opportunity. If the opportunity is provided, it's always good to have a good conversation to know face-to-face where that individual is, based just having a report on records.
Now, you mentioned, you discussed some altercations that Mr. Fucci had gotten into, some records that you reviewed on that, is that right?
Yes.
And to kind of start off this conversation, you'd indicated that, I think you were pointing out that he has basically been sort of in a confinement status at the Duval County Jail for all but, I think you said 5 days, is that right?
No, he's been in general population approximately 5 months.
Okay.
And 17 have been, as they categorize it, isolation cell, either for mental health or for self-harm or for protection.
Okay. And I wanted to talk about that. You had indicated that he was in that confinement situation because of, I guess, some indications of self-harm. Did you read in any of the records where Mr. Fucci actually committed acts of self-harm at all?
No.
Did you review, did you see any medical records where he had injured himself in any way?
No.
Isn't it true, Mr. BANASCO, that sometimes that those records, when they say self-harm, he may be placed in that status as a precautionary measure.
Yes.
Is there any indication whatsoever that it was anything more than simply precautionary?
In some instances, this often happens because of the notoriety of the case. They place them in that status as well. And I think in one of the documents it was sort of referenced because someone might have heard about his case. It was in the news or something.
Isn't it also correct that someone can be placed in confinement status for disciplinary reasons?
Yes.
And in fact, in one of the stretches where he was in confinement, the date that he was placed in confinement coincided with a report where he had threatened another inmate.
Correct. He had checked himself in on December 25th, and that's when Sergeant Cox reports referenced December 25th to January 25th, the period of time in which there was a...
Let's talk a little bit about that. What was the date that he had self-reported?
December 25th, 21.
Of 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had kind of indicated that was the same date that the report had issued that he had threatened someone, right?
Yes, the report that was written by Sergeant Cox covers the period of December 25th, of 2021 to January 25th of 2021, in which he completed on the January 27th of 2021.
Isn't it true, sir, that that report was dated January the 25th of 2022?
The signature is the 22, correct.
Okay.
But on the front of the report, it started December 25th, 21, to January 25th, 22.
The report, though, indicates that the threat occurred on January the 25th of 2022. That's when it was reported, correct?
That's when it was reported.
Right. That's a year
Later.
That's a year later, right? So those two things don't necessarily coincide.
Well, I would bear to differ. The incident that he checked himself in was December 25th, 21, according to the report.
Right.
And the report by Sergeant Cox covers a span of December 25th, 21 to January 25th, 2022.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're trying to convey that he was placed in confinement because he was in fear of his life. And you're trying to coincide that event with this other incident that occurred where he threatened an inmate, right?
No, what I'm trying to state is he checked himself in on the 21st, December 25th of 2021. And in the synopsis report that covers December 25th, 21 to January 25th, 22, in the report from Sergeant Cox, it makes reference to a variety of allegations from other inmates, as well as an officer observing some behavior by him. So it sort of butt ups against the report. He checks himself in, and when they reviewed that period of time, it backs up into the date he checked himself in for self-harm.
But my original question, though, was one of the stretches that he spent in confinement, the date of that, the beginning of his confinement period, coincided with the date that it was reported that he had threatened another inmate.
That's correct.
And he threatened another inmate by saying he was going to stab him, correct?
That's what's stated in the report. Yes, sir.
Now, you had indicated earlier that it was not clear how that sort of investigation turned out.
Correct. I was requesting hopefully additional more information to find out what resulted from that.
So you didn't review any disciplinary reports?
I was not furnished that information, sir.
want to talk to you a little bit about your testimony concerning some of the things you said about the difference between a term of years sentence versus a life sentence. You had indicated that it was your understanding that it was only under a term of years sentence that Mr. Fucci would receive some type of review. Did I understand you correctly?
No, because they're youthful offenders, they are going to get a period of review where the judge can look at possibly modifying their sentence.
Okay. So you understand that whether he gets a term of years sentence or whether he gets a life sentence, he's going to still have a review.
Correct.
And so for juveniles, a person who's been sentenced to a crime that committed while he was a juvenile, there's, regardless of what the sentence is going to be, there's a possibility he could get out one day.
That's correct.
And the Department of Corrections understands this.
That's correct.
And so there are programs that would be available to him. Is that right?
Programs are always going to be available. It's just a priority.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Eddie, redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. BANASCO.
Good morning.
2 weeks ago, basically, when I'd sent you the paperwork available, I'd indicated these are the DRs that I'm aware of. And on review, you explained to me that they were not DRs.
That's correct.
And that's when we started the ball rolling, so to speak, to see if you could speak to Captain Calloway in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Chief Calloway, yes.
Chief Calloway, I apologize. So on your review again of what I presume was a DR, what was the result of that incident?
It was very unclear. Basically, there were some allegations made. The officer did witness the individual, Fucci, make a threat against another inmate, and there was an extensive assessment of several inmates and witnesses of complaints, as well as his statement as well.
All right.
That's all I could gather from the information.
And then looking to the population, because they're all juveniles there, and they're all juveniles with serious charges in Jacksonville. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, there's most youthful offenders who are in that environment usually have some very, very heinous crimes they were committed. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And is it uncommon, or let me backstep it a bit, is it uncommon for different groups to form within jails?
No.
Okay. And if an individual enters a jail and doesn't have any association with any of those groups, is his time in jail more difficult?
Most likely, with my years of experience, they have to identify with a group, or they will be often preyed on, unless depending on their demeanor and their response to certain kind of jailhouse or prison house environment, they either survive, flight, or fight.
All right. So part of the behavior issues that come out with juveniles, is that born out of this issue of they need to defend themselves against the other juveniles that are there?
Well, in my years of experience, and particularly with juveniles in the adult prison system, that is their defense mechanism for the most part, unless they're individuals who know people in prison or have gang affiliations. But unless they're not really connected, they sort of have to find their way, navigate the environment, and sort of attach themselves with somebody in order to most likely not be part of the overall management challenges that administrators have to deal with.
And for the juvenile that has no one to attach to, solitary would be a safe place. Is that fair?
It's common that they would check themselves in for their own safety or a variety of other reasons, but that is usually the go-to to sort of check out of your housing environment.
All right. And that's similar to what we see with Aiden Fucci in the county jail records?
From my records, he has spent the majority of his time in protective custody or some form of isolation, which he has not really functioned much in general population, so that is correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Can I ask a few more questions? Mr. BANASCO, I want to ask you about the confinement situation. Did you ever go to the Duval County Jail to see kind of what the setup was?
No, sir.
Did you ever review the deposition of Officer Cox?
Sergeant Cox, yes, sir.
You did review his deposition. So you saw that in his deposition, he indicated that the juveniles that are placed in confinement are not there by themselves. They're actually there with other juveniles.
Sometimes at 2 or 3. I read that.
So he's not there in isolation completely alone.
No, but for the most part, not in general population, but it's their form of isolation as they classify it.
I think in one circumstance he indicated there was, could be as many as 10 juveniles in that area, correct?
I did read that as well.
Nothing further.
All right. Excused. All right. One more follow-up.
Just one more follow-up, Your Honor. You have the inmate housing location records?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The inmate housing location records?
Yes, I do.
All right. So there are instances where he has another bunkie, so to speak, for a short period of time, but it's still fair to describe him as in isolation or housed alone for the majority of the time?
Let me make reference to that again. There was some instances where I remember where sometimes he had one bunkie, sometimes he had no bunkie, sometimes he had 2 or 3 in his room.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Winsky, excused.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're free to go. Thank you. Call another witness.
DEWAYNE Barton.
DEWAYNE Barton. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You can come on up here. If you will pause right there, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, sir. If you'll come on around and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable, and you may adjust that microphone. Counsel, your witness.
Please state your name.
DEWAYNE Barton.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Sorry. And how long have you been employed with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
Since December 2002.
All right. And so that's 20 years roughly with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How far did you go with your education?
Bachelor's degree.
Okay. And what job titles have you held over the years with the Department of Juvenile Justice?
Juvenile probation officer, supervised release tracker, alternative to secure detention officer.
All right. Now, turning specifically to this case, how did you become involved with Aiden Fucci?
Circuit 7, St. Johns County, requested that Duval County provide courtesy supervision / wellness checks on Aiden.
All right. And in terms of your wellness checks, what did that mean? What exactly were you doing?
Basically just checking to see if he was being abused, if he had any bruises, marks. He was being involved in fights with staff or with his peers.
All right. So how often would you see Aiden?
Once a month or every other month.
And how did he appear to you the first time you saw him?
The first initial visit, he appeared very anxious. He paced back and forth in the interview room, and he indicated he was hearing voices.
Was you said he was pacing back and forth. Did he make any eye contact with you?
Very little.
All right. And did you see any marks on his arms?
He did have some what appeared to be old marks. I'm not sure how he got those, but they didn't appear to be deep marks. It was just like scratches.
All right. And did he indicate any issues? Well, you said hearing voices. Did he indicate anything else?
No, not that
All right.
I recall.
And you continue to see him each month, every other month roughly?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the purpose of that, when you say wellness check, what exactly are you checking on?
Again, just checking to see if he was, being involved in fights, if he had any bruises, just make sure he wasn't being abused.
Okay. Did his demeanor with you change over time?
It appeared that he got, a little more comfortable with me because I was seeing him more frequent.
Did he start to make eye contact with you?
Yes.
So over time, the two of you are actually having conversations without him pacing?
Yes.
Right. How many visits in total do you think you've made with Aiden over the years?
I believe it was like 9.
Okay. And at times, were you encouraging Aiden to work with the mental health staff?
I was.
All right. Did you have? Go ahead.
Almost each time I would tell him to, if he was having any issues, to reach out to the mental health staff at the jail.
But you specifically weren't having any conversations with them?
No.
All right. So you're encouraging to meet with mental health staff?
Yes.
Okay. Did he follow your advice?
I'm not certain. I do know that he did indicate that he had previously put in a sick call request for some medication for an acne.
Okay. And then in terms of the voices, is that something that continued on for a period of time? Meaning his reporting it to you?
It was reported each time.
And he also indicated to you that he was taking certain medications?
Yes, initially he said he was taking lithium, but it also changed. He was taking Remron and Zoloft, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Now, you've indicated that you've worked with DJJ for about 20 years?
Yes.
Okay. And over your 20 years, well, let me ask you, how many juveniles have you supervised on average per year?
I couldn't answer that.
All right, so over the 20 years, you wouldn't have an answer of how many juveniles you've worked with?
No.
All right. Fair to say almost countless?
Countless, yes.
All right. Then, and in terms of you actually going into the jails and having wellness visits, Aiden's not the first kid you've done this with?
To this extent, yes.
Go ahead.
I have gone in and checked on other kids, but it wasn't not that often.
All right. And then in terms of children reporting, whether in custody or out, Aiden's not the first child that you've worked with that's reported having some issues in terms of hearing voices.
I don't recall any other kids other than Aiden
All right.
reporting. If they did report it, we will make referrals to different providers. But
Go ahead.
That's pretty much the extent of it.
But what I'm getting to is that over the years, and it's been 20 years, you've had to work with children that are having some mental health issues, meaning you're not counseling, but you're working with others that are working with the children on those issues.
Yes.
All right. In terms of you sitting with Aiden one-on-one, so he's less anxious, there's more eye contact. So after a period of time, the two of you are able to work or at least speak to each other? Or is there an improvement in the communications between the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. With your interactions with him, were there any behavioral issues?
No, never.
When he's reporting to you the hearing voices, you don't follow up and ask specifically what he's hearing. Is that fair to say?
No, ma'am.
That's not what you're there for?
No.
Okay. you're aware that, or is it fair to say part of the reason you're doing the wellness check so long is because Aiden was in solitary for a period of time?
I'm not sure if they was solitary. I think they...
Confinement, I'm sorry. The phrase is
isolation. Isolation due to his age.
All right. And have you seen, over your 20 years, children sitting in confinement for that long a period of time?
I haven't.
So
I haven't had any kids that has been in long as Aiden has.
in confinement?
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay. One moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Barton.
Good morning.
So these wellness checks that you were doing with Mr. Fucci, I believe you stated you were doing them, you would make visits to the jail and meet with several kids in the same day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't the only juvenile that you were checking on that was charged as an adult in that jail, right?
No.
Okay. And the point of those checks, it sounds like you kind of summarized it. You were looking for abuse, any signs of injury, general wellness checks, like how they're doing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ever see with him, or were there any complaints about abuse by another inmate, let's say?
No, he did indicate that he was involved in a physical altercation on one occasion.
Okay, so he told you about a fight he had one time, but outside that fight, any abuse by staff or other inmates? He
Not
never
that I'm
complained of
aware
that? Okay. And when you met with these kids, you described, it wasn't like a checklist that you had verbatim, but there were you checked on the same things every time and kind of asked the same questions every time. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you asked that of all the kids you visit, not just Mr. Fucci?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one of the things you talk about or ask is about, are you seeing things or hearing voices, right?
Not necessarily. I would ask, are you currently taking any medications? And, they'll report. I'm taking lithium for, hearing voices or depression or bipolar, things of that nature.
But that's being checked on, a general mental health questions being
Yes.
asked every time. So he's answering you in response to that.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you stated, you have a lot of experience with DJJ, but you're not a psychologist, right?
I'm not.
Okay, so you don't get into the details. You're there basically to document his well-being and then advise him of resources that may be available for him while he's in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And that very first visit you had with him where he was anxious, sort of pacing, was that close in time to his arrest and being moved to that jail?
I believe it was June of 2021.
Okay.
So I'm not really certain if it within that month or, a couple days.
Right, that was the first time. And then his interaction with you got better. He was calmer with you after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. He denied, one of the things you ask about is if they have any suicidal thoughts, and he denied that when you met with him over the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you never saw any proof or evidence that he was trying to harm himself in any way?
No, ma'am.
You would have reported that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified in your deposition that when you met with the juveniles, it's not like you went to their cell. You were put in a room and they were brought to you. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you weren't sure the breakdown of how many days he spent in general population versus administrative confinement versus true isolation, right? You don't know those numbers.
I don't.
Okay. So you wouldn't be viewing him in the setting. He would be brought to you.
He will be brought to me.
Okay. So that information is best to come from the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also had testified when asked about his maturity level that you felt he was pretty mature for his age.
I did.
Okay. And you've been doing this and working with juveniles for 20 years, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right. No further questions.
correct?
No, sir.
All right, this witness be excused. Thank you very much, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
May I see the attorneys at sidebar?
If we could just have a minute and we'll bring in the witness.
Oh. Minute recess. You can, and then you'll call one more witness before lunch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. We'll take 5 minutes, then we'll come back.
Recess. St. Johns County Circuit Court will return to order.
Could all be seated, thank you.
Your Honor, defense calls Deborah SPEVAK.
All right. Is this testimony? So she'll be coming?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward, please. You can come on up. If you'll pause right there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, ma'am, you can come on around here, have a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone if you could scoot forward just a little bit. All right, thank you. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Debbie. Sorry. Debbie.
And your full name?
Deborah SPEVAK.
All right. And where do you live?
Live Oak.
And how many children do you have?
I have 4 children.
And how many grandchildren?
12.
Debbie, how do you know Aiden?
He's my grandson.
And how long have you known him?
Since he was born.
And how often would you see Aiden over the years?
All the time.
And when you say all the time, how is that?
I mean, we're always together. We're a big family. We do everything together. We're always together. I stayed with them too because I work here in Jacksonville, so it saved me a drive to not have to drive home all the time. So I would stay with my daughter and her family.
So a lot of dinners and breakfasts, you would see Aiden?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay. Who did Aiden live with?
Primary with his mom, but his dad and his mom shared, custody.
So how often would he spend days or weekends with his father?
They alternate. I think his dad got him Tuesday and Thursdays and every other weekend, so that's how they worked it. They were really adamant on having their days. Nobody wanted to miss their time.
Okay. Both parents wanted to spend time with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how many brothers, or how many children does, Aiden's your grandson by your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children does she have?
She has 5.
Okay. And where is Aiden in that group of 5 children?
He's in the middle.
Now, did the 5 kids get along?
Yeah, they get along just like normal kids. Yeah, I've never seen any fighting or arguing or any problems at all. It was a pretty happy home.
Okay. How would you describe Aiden in that home with the other 5 kids?
Aiden's always been silly and funny and the jokester of the kids. He was always happy. Every picture I have, he smiles. I don't know what happened.
Now, what's your daughter, Aiden's mother, like?
Oh, she's a good person. She's good-hearted and kind and sweet and, she's my daughter. I love her.
And his father? What's Aiden's father like?
Oh, he's a good man. He's always been in their lives, and you don't see that often. And when people split up, there's always one that stays out of their life, but he's always stayed in his son's life from the beginning.
Now, what holidays would you share with Aiden?
All of them, and especially birthdays, because my youngest daughter, their birthdays were like a few days apart, and so we always celebrate them together.
Meaning Aiden and your daughter?
Yes, my youngest daughter.
All right. And would sometimes those celebrations be at your daughter's home and sometimes in Live
A
Oak?
lot of times on my property because, it's country, they like to ride the four-wheelers and go to Springs and River, and it was just, I have a lot of family out there, and, everybody kind of came together there.
So where did the kids spend the summer?
Well, some in Jacksonville and some out there with me. They like to, like I said, they like the country. They like being out there. It's just more peaceful out there and happy, and just the four-wheelers. Kids love four-wheelers, and we go to Springs a lot in the summer, and cookouts and bonfires, and we hit Itch Tuckney a lot. And what was the other part of that question? Sorry.
So in the summer, now sometimes would Aiden come with you and the family? Was there any other activities, say the Bible
Well, they
camps
like-
in the summer?
Yeah, they like to come. We have vacation Bible school once, every summer. So him and his older sibling would come for that. And they like to go to the church with me. And church always had little events and activities, so they'd come do that with me too.
Now, Tristyn, Aiden's responsible for taking Tristyn's life on Sunday, May 9th. But what was the plan for the night before, that Saturday night for Aiden?
Well, he was supposed to go with his cousins because they were going to spend the night at my other daughter's house. And so the boys were supposed to come pick them up, and they picked up his older brother, but he wasn't there yet. I guess he was still with his friend. So he had called them to please come back and pick me up, but they said they didn't have any gas. So that's why he never made it over there. And then, I guess, this happened.
So that night the plan was for Aiden and his brother to go out with some cousins.
Yeah, they were going to spend the night over there at my other daughter's house.
Okay.
And his oldest brother made it, but he wasn't there yet. They said he was still with his friends, and they didn't want to wait around. So when he had called them to come back and pick him up, they said they didn't have gas money. And so he ended up staying home.
So there wasn't enough gas money to come back and get Aiden.
Right, that's what they said.
Now, what mental illness do you know of in your family?
Well, the only thing I've experienced with any of that was, my son goes through a lot of depression. He still does. He always has, even since he was a teenager. My ex, which is my kid's dad, has a lot of mental issues. He has things going on. He still has things going on. He's in and out of jail, so. But I left him when my kids were real little, so I didn't want to put them through any kind of stuff like that.
So your son, Aiden's uncle, when was he first Baker acted? Or how old was he?
He was like 14.
Right. So his first Baker Act, he was 14.
Right, he started getting a little bit of trouble, but, we pulled through it, counseling and help, he pulled through it. But he's still depressed, he has his moments, he falls.
So you understand what Aiden's here for?
Yes.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Is that the boy you knew?
He's not the boy that I knew. I don't know what happened. He's always been good. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I just don't need my mama to wait. Wow, this is so hard. I'm so sorry. He has a good family, and we don't condone what happened, and we're very sorry for your loss. He's always been such a good kid, and I don't even know where that came from. He doesn't have any bad in his family or around him, or I don't know. I can't explain. I just don't know.
Now, in terms of Aiden around the family, that included hamsters, animals. Was he ever harmful to any of the pets?
No, we all have animals, and no, he's never been mean to any animals.
And then there's younger siblings, so he's got a little sister.
Yeah.
How did he interact with her?
Well, they were very close, especially his little sister. They always played around. He was real close to her, and she still asks for him all the time, and she still doesn't know what's going on, and she wonders why she can't see her brother. So, but they miss him very much. And I think I'm pretty much the voice for the family, and I know I'm probably the first that y'all seen, and probably want to throw darts at me, but I'm sorry. I don't, we have a good family, very good Christian family, and we're loving people, and we just don't know what happened. I think we're all trying to wonder what happened.
Now, you've seen the newsreels with Aiden in the car. Again, is that the boy you knew?
No, when I seen that with him in there, it's like he was on something. I could tell, you just know, because you're around him all the time, and he just looked like he was high on some kind of drugs. I don't know. It wasn't the same person that I know and see every day. So,
How has Aiden's arrest affected your family?
Well, we haven't had a family event since, you know, you,
Relevance, any of the factors?
Overruled.
we're sad all the time, you know, I mean, this is something you don't plan for, it happens and you just don't know why, and I pray every day for both families, and I try to stay strong for my children and my grandchildren, because I'm pretty much been their mother, their father, and their grandmother and grandfather, and she always cries, my daughter always cries, and then I cry, and they all cry, and you know, so I just wish I could have changed how things might have happened if I could have been there, you know.
And what would you like to say to the court?
First I want to say to the family, I'm so sorry. I wish I could change what happened, and we pray for you every day. I pray for you every day. I pray for my family every day. And I just hope that you find peace somewhere, and just know that he has a good family, and we miss him. And we lost a child too, you know. He's I know there's not physically here, but he's here, and we just miss him, and which just didn't happen. I don't know, you know. I had a letter ready because, you know, I knew I wouldn't speak right when I got up here, and I could just leave the letters, or I can read the letters, or, you know. You want me to try to read the letters?
Go ahead.
I had a plan in my mind what I would say, but when you get up here and you're so overwhelmed, you just don't know what to say, because it's just a very tragic situation, you know. It's just tragic. Do you want me to read these? Okay. This is to the family from me. I just wanted to tell you that I'm feeling very deep sadness for the loss of your beautiful daughter, and I know the heartache you must be going through is just terrible. And I will pray for you every day, I promise. And I just hope you find peace, you know, sometime, you know, and closure for what happened. Hang on for you, Your Honor. I can't see real good. I'm sorry. Probably look a mess. I just wanted to tell you, I know he has to be punished, and for his actions, and I love him, and his family love him very much too. And I know we're a very large Christian family, and we pray all the time, and I just hope you consider it a little bit, and please don't take him out of our lives forever. I know that I've died and not be able to spend time with him sometime before I go. I don't know. I am not good at this. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I know there's some good in Aiden. I don't know what happened to him that this caused, but I know there's some good in him, and I think if we find that out, what caused him to do this, you know, maybe we'll have more understanding of what happened. I don't know. I can't think. I just can't think.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, no further questions, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. So sorry. Wow.
Afternoon, I think it is now, Ms. BAUER. Just so the court understands, you live outside of Jacksonville, but you spend like the weekdays, Monday through Friday-ish, in the home of Crystal Smith and her family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've been doing that for a long time, right?
Yes, for years.
You did that when she was with Jason Fucci. You lived with them as a unit, is that right?
Yes.
And then she is now with or married to Michael Akel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also visiting and living at that house on Castledale Drive during the week leading up until when this happened in 21?
Yes, I was there.
Okay, were you even there the week before this happened?
I was there that Thursday.
Okay, and then you kind of go home for the weekends and then come back? Is
That's
that
why
right?
when I had said I wish I was there, I wish I had like stayed and not gone home or something, maybe I could have.
Yes,
changed
ma'am. So you observe this family a lot, correct?
things. Yes, I do.
And you've never seen any, we didn't talk about Mr. Akel a lot, but even from Mr. Akel as a stepfather, treated his family well, no abuse of Aiden that you ever observed?
I've never seen, I've been in the house a long time and I don't never see that now.
Okay. I believe you said that those kids had it all, right?
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
And they were spoiled and never went without, is
They
that
never
fair?
went without.
You didn't see anybody excessively use alcohol or drugs, is that right?
No, they weren't really drinkers in that home, you know, which is a good thing.
Okay. And I believe you said Jason Fucci never missed a weekend. He prioritized Aiden,
No.
even though they were separated, is that fair?
Yeah, no, he's always was there, you know, and pick up the kids.
Those summers that you talked about that he would come, he and some of his brothers would come spend with you and maybe attend VBS, was that when he was younger, like 7, 8?
Yeah, she wouldn't let him come when he was too young because she always worried about him getting hurt, you know. So I think he was like 7, 8 years old when she finally realized, okay, he'll be all right, you know. He's old enough to not get hurt and not have to worry so much. So I was allowed to take him.
Okay. But that stopped in the teenage years, right? VBS is something for like elementary age?
No,
To
it
junior
goes all the
high?
way up to the teenagers. It
All the way
goes-
through
Still
teenagers?
goes on, yeah.
How many summers did he do that with you?
Lots. I don't know. I can't. Well, I mean, it's once a year, so you have to think it was like 7 or 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, all the way up till he was 14. So.
Okay. And you talked about some mental illness in your son and your ex, is that right?
That's correct. They do have
Okay.
some problems.
But you're not aware of any or observe anything in Crystal Smith, your daughter, right?
No, she's a good girl.
Okay. And you never observed anything living with Aiden that caused you concerns?
No.
Never observed, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
Okay. You never observed him like responding to stimuli, hearing voices, anything that you needed to report?
Well, all the kids talked about the house being haunted, and I think I told you that, and I thought myself I would hear things in this house whenever people were gone. It would just be me and one of my older grandsons. And the boys would always say that there was somebody in this house, you know.
But outside of thinking their house was haunted, you didn't see anything that you felt was a mental health concern, Mr. Fucci would need to be Baker acted, anything like that?
Oh, no.
Right. All right. And Mr. Fucci never reported to you, you guys were close, right?
Yeah, we were real close.
Yeah, he never came to you and said, Mr. Akel is doing this, my dad is hurting me, nothing like that.
Well, I mean, when he would get in trouble, he would just say, I'm going to get in trouble with my dad, But, I mean, that's any kid. You're going to get in trouble by your parents.
Right, but nothing above disciplining him if he were to get in trouble at school or something like that.
No. If they got punished, they would pretty much just go to the room, get their phone taken away or whatever. Wouldn't be able to go down to the lunch court, food court that they have down there.
Okay, all right. I appreciate it. Nothing further, Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much. You're free to go or remain if you'd like. All right, it is now 12:15. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. We will come back at 1:30, so that'll give everyone about an hour and 15 minutes, and then we'll continue with the sentencing hearing at that time. We're in recess.
Court is recessed. St. Johns County Circuit Court is out of session. The Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
Good afternoon, all. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, let's go back on the record in case 21 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. I see that the state is present, defense is present. Ms. Peoples, are you ready to proceed, or do you need to wait for Mr. Attic for any reason?
Just a brief moment. If we can just give him 1 minute, he's coming out in a second.
Okay. Are there any matters we need to address before we continue our sentencing hearing from the state?
No.
Any matters from the defense?
No, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, we call Ms. Alice Tumblety, who's in the, who's outside. Is it on the group?
Yep. Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll come on up here.
Stand right there.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. If you'll come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand, make yourself comfortable.
Counsel, you're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, I'm Allison Tumblety. My last name is Tumbelty.
How are you presently employed?
I work for St. John's Schools.
Okay. And can you give a brief summary of what you've done with St. John's, well, what you've done in your career?
Sure, I've been a teacher for 16 years and an administrator for the past year.
Okay. And where were you employed during the time of this incident?
At Patriot Oaks Academy.
Thank you. And what was your title at that time?
An ESC teacher, a special education teacher.
Thank you. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In fact, you did not teach Tristyn Bailey.
I did not.
Okay. But you did attend her vigil at Durban North.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you tell us specifically why you taught Aiden Fucci? Or did you ever teach Aiden Fucci?
I did teach Aiden. He was one of my students, one of my ESC students.
Thank you. And how did you work with Mr. Fucci?
So I worked with him in the classroom, so in his English and in his math classrooms. We worked on writing and reading, math, things like that.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Fucci to have a vape in school?
No.
Did you ever see him with knives?
No.
Did you ever observe him to get sort of down about his schoolwork?
Sometimes, yes. There were days that he didn't want to do work, or he wasn't as receptive to working.
Fair enough. How would you describe how he worked when he was alone?
He worked well in one-on-one or in small groups. He was very receptive to getting additional help.
Okay. And is that what your role was?
Yes.
To provide that additional help?
Yes, it was.
Can you sort of elaborate on that? How did that work in the school?
Sure. We would scaffold the material, so a teacher might give an assignment and then we break it down, or I'll sit with him, give him some guidance, clear up some of the steps.
Okay. And did Aiden's grades improve working with you?
On assignments that we were able to work on together, yes, he would show improvements.
Okay. Can you tell the court what an IEP is?
Yes, an IEP is a document that it's a plan for a student who needs additional help in school, works on specific goals in order to close an achievement gap.
Okay. And did Aiden Fucci have an IEP?
Yes, he did.
And were you the case manager in creating that
I was,
IEP?
yes.
Okay. Did the, was the IEP part of what you did as an ESE teacher?
Yes, so all of the students that I worked with specifically had IEPs.
Okay, and did the IEP help Aiden succeed?
Yes, because it gave accommodations and services that he needed in those additional areas.
And he was receptive to taking advantage of those?
Yes.
That opportunity that you offered?
He was.
Okay, did you, would you say as an adult that Aiden Fucci was respectful to adults?
From what I've seen, yes, he was respectful to adults.
And did you ever see him interacting with other kids at the school?
I saw him daily, so yes.
Yes, ma'am. Did you personally witness any violence from Aiden Fucci while he was at school?
I did not.
Did you see any violence towards women from Aiden Fucci?
No.
Okay. So to summarize, Aiden may work poorly alone, but he was willing to work one-on-one with what was offered
Yes.
to your services.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Well,
Good afternoon, Ms. Tumblety.
Hi.
I want to just have a few follow-up questions for you. Isn't it correct that Aiden Fucci was a capable student, but he lacked motivation?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So he had the ability to succeed, but oftentimes would be less than motivated to do the work that was asked of him.
At times, yes, but he did also need some accommodations and he needed some scaffolding or assistance.
Right. And a lot of times you have students that they don't do well, correct?
Mm-hmm. True.
And that they make poor grades, and these IEPs they're considered ESE students. They're placed and they're given these IEPs, and that's to help motivate them.
To help motivate them can be part of it, but it's also to help teachers understand how to best work with them. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it gives them accommodations, like maybe they might need extra time or small groups, things like that.
And just because somebody's classified as an ESE student doesn't mean that there's any particular cognitive disabilities or anything like that. They just need some extra help.
Not necessarily. IEPs cover a lot of different things. So a cognitive disability would be one, but it was not in Aiden's case, no.
That was not in his case, correct?
Correct.
All right. You were asked some questions about sort of how he treated other individuals. Isn't it true that there were times where he got in trouble for arguing at school?
I don't know any specific instances. I know that there were things that happened. I don't know any specific things.
And do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
On November the 16th of 2022?
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
you may.
I'm looking at page 14, lines 14 through 15. Take a look at that highlighted passage.
Mm-hmm.
Don't read it aloud, but just take a look at it, read it to yourself, and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
That's kind of what we said, that I know he did get in trouble for things, but I don't know a specific incident.
Okay, so it's clear that he did get in trouble at school for arguing.
I mean, he could be argumentative, I would say, yes.
Okay. He was cocky as well, correct?
Yes,
And thought he knew more than others.
I would agree with that, yes.
And he didn't have very good relationships with his teachers, correct?
Some, not so much.
In fact, his relationships with his teachers depended on the demands that they placed on him.
Your Honor, I just object that it calls for speculation.
Do you know the answer to that?
I would be guessing, but probably, yeah.
You remember that, again, the deposition you gave? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Starting with page 35, line 20, going on to page 36, line 2. Complete read from here to line 2, please.
Right.
See that? In your deposition, you weren't speculating at that particular time, correct?
No, can you refresh me with what the question is?
My question was, did his relationships with his teachers depended on the demands that they placed on him?
I would assume at times, yes. I mean,
Okay.
I think that's for all students.
You read your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And you at that time said, you were asked about his performance, and you said it depends. I guess it depends on the demands that were placed on him, correct?
True. Yes.
That's what you said, and you told the truth in your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Now, as his ESC teacher, you spent a good deal of time with him, correct?
I was in several of his classes, yes.
At any point in time, and this was a period of time, obviously, before this murder occurred, correct?
Yes, that year was the first year I knew him.
During the time that you knew Mr. Fucci, did you ever hear him complain of hearing voices?
No.
Did you ever see any signs whatsoever that he suffered from a serious mental illness?
No.
Was not in touch with reality?
No.
If you saw something like that, that would concern you, correct?
Yes.
And you would have brought it to the attention of the administration at the school and
Yes.
perhaps even his parents?
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. He's in the hallway.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're calling Dean WETJEN. Thank you. Last name is WETJEN. W-E-T-J-E. Just walk a little bit up here. The judge is going to address you.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, sir, if you'll come on around here and have a seat in the witness stand up here next to me. You can adjust that microphone. All right, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name, please?
Chris WETJEN, last name is spelled W-E-T-J-E-N.
Thank you. Could you tell us how you're presently employed? How are you presently employed?
Yes, Dean of Students.
Where's that?
Dean of Students.
Where?
Patriots Academy.
Thank you. And can you give the court just a summary of your work experience?
I've been in St. Johns County for 35 years in education.
Okay.
17 of it is in physical education. The other part's been as Dean of Students.
Okay. And can you tell the court what it means to be Dean of Students?
I handle the discipline in the school.
Okay. And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena, is that true?
That's correct.
Thank you. As part of your role at the school, can you kind of elaborate on what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, besides the discipline, what I try to do is
communicate with the kids, going in and out of the classrooms, just trying to be visible as much as possible.
Okay. Is it fair to say there's about 1,600 kids at POA?
That's correct,
And
K through 8.
You don't work with every one of them, right?
No.
You just work with the ones that have discipline issues.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I try to work with all the kids remotely as much as possible. So, but mainly the ones I deal with the mostly are the ones with discipline. That's correct.
Okay. You don't address the academic side of their experience at school. You address the behavioral side.
That's correct.
Okay. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct. I don't need to no education part of it. That's correct.
Do you do this alone, or do you have a partner at the school that you work with?
Paul Beasley, Deputy Beasley, is my YRD. We work together a lot on some things.
And he has a similar role?
His is a little bit different, but we work together. Some things fall over into law enforcement where he'll have to take over.
Okay.
And then the school district would, have enforcement on.
Okay, so you were saying part of your day-to-day thing is to pop into classes a couple days a week.
Yeah, just trying to make myself as visible as possible.
Gotcha. Okay. So specifically talking about why we're here today for Mr. Fucci, were you aware of Aiden Fucci before he even came to POA?
Yes, I was.
And why is that?
Because some discipline issues that he had before he came to me with his prior school.
Okay, so it's no secret there are some discipline behavioral issues coming your way. Okay, did you also know his brother?
I did.
Did you work with his brother?
A little bit, had a good rapport with him.
Okay. All right. So can you tell me specifically, or tell the court, I'm sorry, specifically how you worked with Mr. Fucci, Aiden?
When Aiden came to school, I introduced myself to him and brought him to my office. We talked about some things that perhaps was how he got in trouble before he got to Patriot Academy. And we went over some things and tried to give some guidance and trying to mentor him. And so when he was in the classroom, things that he would get frustrated, because that's what he would get frustrated sometimes, that he had the green light to ask the teacher before something developed, could he come see me? And he was able to do that. He would come down and see me, and we would talk about what's frustrating, what's on his mind, what's making him upset. We'd go through that, I educate him through it, and we get him back in class.
Okay. So the teachers were on board with that. He could say,
That's
look, I'm just going to see Dean WETJEN.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, was this available to Aiden on, say, the circumstance where suddenly there's a pop quiz? Was he allowed to come see you?
No, this is for something if he was frustrated.
This is about
getting upset for a discipline situation. So we went into it, so we would not get into a discipline situation, excuse me.
Could you tell the court about how often Aiden would take advantage of that situation?
There's not a set number.
Opportunity.
On the average, it would, he did take advantage of it and come see me. I would say it was, at first it was a little bit more so because I think he learned from our conversations and things that we did, and it would lessen. And then some days maybe it would spike a week or two, depending on what's going on at home with the kids. You never know.
Okay. Do you keep notes of every time a student comes to your office?
No, I do not.
Okay. Did you also encourage Aiden to meet with you, say, one day a week?
Yeah, we met on Wednesday, which is our early release day.
Uh-huh.
And what we would do on that day is we would work together with any work that he was falling behind on, or make sure we kept his grades up, because our goal was to make sure that he got over to the high school the following year.
And would he participate in
Yes.
that? He would come meet with you on Wednesdays?
Absolutely, yes.
And would he work with you as it was planned to do?
Yes, yeah, I don't think he ever really missed any Wednesdays at all. Actually, he was always there.
Okay. I mean, did he ever come in on a Wednesday and not listen to what you had to say, or did he always kind of
No, he came
do
in
what
and
you
always
asked?
did his work.
Okay. Did Aiden Fucci ever speak with you about personal issues? And we don't have to get into them. I'm just asking if he
Right,
did.
no.
No, okay. So can you tell the court what your discipline process was like? Did you have preventative measures in place?
Yeah, at our school, we have some, we call it a STEP program. And things
What does that mean?
Things are not highly, if somebody got in a fight or something, then of course it's automatic referral, you down, I'm coming to get you or whatever. But the first step would be like a warning, something that doesn't involve that you need to call the dean for. The second step would be the parent would call home and say your child did this the first time and now this is the second time they've done something. So we try to get that communication going.
Okay.
And the third time, and every time after that, the student would meet with me in my office. And I would go over those steps with him. Hey, what did you do? Why did you do it? Sometime there would be a certain time of the day. If a kid's on medication, maybe it's not kicking in. Could be in the afternoon. Could be a subject area. Well, we would try to find that common denominator, and at the same time, we would educate. This is what you're doing. This is what you need to correct.
Okay.
And at some point in time, there would be a consequence that would go with that.
Okay. That's your process. And did you implement that process with Aiden?
Of course.
Okay. Can you tell the court what Aiden Fucci's suspension record was, if you remember?
Yeah, he was only suspended one time.
Okay. And in your experience, is that a lot for a
No.
person? Okay. Now, why do you say no?
Because I've had kids, suspended multiple times. We have in St. Johns County, if you're suspended up to 15 days, which I have had at other schools, you're referred to another school, which is called Gaines Alternative.
Great.
So,
Okay. Have you ever seen Aiden vaping in school?
no,
Have you ever seen him using any drugs in school?
no,
You ever seen him carry a knife in school?
no.
All right. Kind of changing channels a little bit. Did you ever observe him with his sister? Your school is K through 8.
That's correct.
Right. Did you ever observe him with his sister?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the court what you observed?
It's we have two pickups, a red lot and a blue lot. The red lot's for K through 5, and then the blue lot is for middle school. But if you have a sibling and you're in middle school, that is K through 5, that sibling would go with that middle school student to the blue lot.
Okay.
And Aiden would be with his sister a lot, and he would always hold her hand, and I always noticed that he would always be up there holding her hand.
So he's in a category of students that are more like his peers, 5 through 8, right? And in the blue line, you're saying?
The blue lots is for the middle school. The red lot's K through 5.
Right. So where is he? Is he in the
He would be in the blue lot for middle school.
holding the hand of a second grader, you're saying?
Yeah, he would be with his sister because he's the middle school.
Gotcha.
He would the kindergarten, the K through 5 student would follow the middle school person to the blue lot.
Okay.
That makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
All right.
And just to be clear, you never worked with Tristyn Bailey?
No.
Okay. Can you describe to the court how Aiden Fucci responded to you in your work with him?
He was very respectful. He listened to me. He learned a lot. I think his discipline record from where he came to what he ended up doing at our school showed that.
Okay. So what you offer is an opportunity to address his behavior before he gets in trouble.
Correct.
Is that
That's
fair?
how the program is set up, preventative.
Yes, sir. And I keep saying take advantage of. Some people think that's a phrase that's, you're taking advantage of a person. What I'm saying is he takes advantage of that opportunity to avoid getting in trouble.
Yeah, he would come see me when he got frustrated before something happened, because that was the rule. If you got frustrated and got in trouble, then that didn't count. If you feel yourself getting frustrated or upset, ask to see me before a situation occurred.
Yes, sir. And did you notice his behavior improve?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the court how you noticed that? What did you notice?
Well, he didn't have to come see me as often as he did at the very beginning.
Okay. Okay. That's a good way to measure it. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thanks, Judge.
Good afternoon, Dean WETJEN.
Good afternoon.
Dean, you started the beginning of your testimony by explaining when Mr. Attic asked you if you knew of Aiden Fucci before he even came to Patriot Oaks. You indicated you did, correct?
Correct.
And what was the basis of that knowledge?
I was alerted. I had a student coming, I believe it was from Fruit Cove, he came from, that had 17 different incidents, which was a high behavior level. And then with that being happened, I would latch on to a kid. When I say latch on to, mentor that person. And that's how I got alerted.
Okay. And so he has, I believe you said, about 17 prior disciplinary incidents.
If I remember correctly, yes.
At the
Prior.
previous school.
Yes.
And so you pick up with him when? The beginning of the semester in 2021?
As soon as he came to school.
Yeah, so that January, correct?
Yeah, whatever day it was, I don't remember.
Not the exact day, but that
Right, yeah.
beginning of that year.
Yes, that's correct.
And so you knew who he was. do you give him the opportunity to do this STEP program as you described, or are you already plugged in with him and involved from the beginning?
That's for everybody at the school. Everybody had, that's how it's all based. That's how our discipline program is based for everybody.
Okay. Were you fairly quickly then involved, though, through that STEP program? It sounds like you were involved with him from the beginning.
Well, I was involved with him because of the number of discipline he had before he got there. So then that's how I introduced myself to him, talked to him about his challenges that he had previously, let him know what how our program worked, and then give him some opportunities to use, perhaps maybe not to get to the discipline stuff they did before.
Okay, so you did that right off the bat with him. You didn't wait to just see how he acted at
No,
Patriot.
I would do that with any students coming to my school that have some disciplinary problems before they got there.
Okay, and you went through that process that you explained that he would be allowed to ask to come see you if he felt like he was going to get mad or frustrated and maybe act out in a classroom. Is that a fair way to describe it?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You educated him. I think you used that word.
Yes.
I think you said in the past, discipline doesn't work without education.
Yes, that is my phrase.
Right. And he learned from those conversations, right?
That's correct.
So he was able to appreciate the risk of acting out in a classroom and getting in trouble, and instead excuse himself to come find you if he needed to.
That's correct.
Okay. You've described him as more mature than his peers and very mature in the past, correct?
Correct.
You've also said that Aiden had one of those attitudes where everything that happens is someone else's fault, not his own. That was sort of his general attitude when you met him.
Yes, that was a big part of our educational piece, is to look at himself versus everyone else.
Right. Easily frustrated at authority specifically, correct?
Yes, he did not like to be disrespected.
Okay. And you indicated he had a temper, which is why you're working with him, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You stated earlier that he was suspended one time. When you refer to that, is that OSS or out of school suspension?
It was out of school suspension. It was a time where he got in school suspension with one of his friends, and when they were in the in school suspension room, they were rude and disrespectful to the coworker that was in there, and so therefore I suspend both of them.
Okay.
For their behavior for that.
And you kind of oversaw, or are you the one making the decision for ISS in school suspension?
Yes.
Okay. And he had several of those while he was at Patriot Oaks, correct?
No, he only had two.
He had two, okay. Two of those and then one OSS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in the suspension record that you reviewed, and then I think this incident occurred, it definitely occurred in April of 2021. Do you recall an incident wherein he threatened violence against another student?
Yes, I do.
Is that the incident that wound him up in the ISS that you just referred to?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the threat in that incident?
Well, at first, I didn't know if it was him or his friend that was in ISS, and that's why they were in ISS, because one was saying the other one said it.
But the allegation was that Aiden threatened to throw another student out a window.
That's correct.
A female student.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was the last time he ended up in ISS, and then acted out in ISS, and he was suspended.
Yeah, he got OSS for acting out, but he also got it for the threat too. But I found out afterwards because I had to go through some process with both the kids to figure out who said what, and then talk with some kids in the classroom.
Okay. And so it was determined he was the one that made the threat.
That's correct.
To throw the girl out the window. You've stated that, again, he didn't like to be disrespected. He had the temper. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you were never suspicious of any drug use by Aiden, correct?
No, it was not.
You didn't have any problem, other than the fact that you're dealing with a child with behavioral problems, but you didn't have a problem communicating with him communicating with you, and at least attempting to put some of the education you gave him into practice, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
None at all.
And did you ever observe him responding to external stimuli, like he was hearing things, or?
Never.
No observations of suffering from any sort of mental illness that would have caused you concern to report it?
Absolutely not.
All right, no further questions.
Briefly then, briefly. Just quickly, speaking about that incident, do you have a memory of that incident?
Pretty fairly, yes.
Is it fair to say that it was alleged that he was hit with a pencil from another student?
Yeah, it was another student had thrown something at him, and I believe it was a pencil. And then back then we had these COVID shields, and he threw it back at the girl, and so did his friend.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there was some more things that happened too that wasn't totally reported. There was a little bit more back and forth that I didn't get all the information, but there was things thrown back and forth.
Is the friend someone that went by the name Trey?
That's correct.
You're familiar with the windows at the school, right?
Yes.
Are they locked? Is it possible to open them?
Yeah, you can open them.
Okay. And could a person fit through them?
Yes.
You think so? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
All right, defense calls Dr. Bloomfield.
All right. Good afternoon. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right. Dr. Bloomfield, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable.
Just go down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name.
Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Bloomfield, B-L-O-O-M-F-I-E-L-D.
And what is your profession?
I'm a licensed psychologist.
And what is your formal education?
My formal education is a bachelor's degree in psychology from Long Island University, a master's from Springfield College, and a doctorate from the University of Massachusetts.
And your major of study?
Psychology.
And where did you obtain your, well, you just said that. What's your major study in terms of your psychology?
Well, I've been involved in the mental health field for a long time, and then I, after a while, went and got a master's, and then after some years went into a doctoral program and received a doctorate in psychology, all aspects, assessment, evaluation, family therapy, working with different populations. And so it's a broad-based program, generalist program, and then specialties afterwards. I think that's it.
All right. And did you obtain an additional degree?
No, doctorate is a terminal degree. There's no additional degrees after a doctorate.
All right. And so with your doctorate training, though, was there an internship?
There was an internship, there was practicum and internship, postdoctoral internship as well. I completed practicum and internship at the University of Massachusetts Counseling Center and the postdoc at Northampton Area Mental Health Services, which was a community mental health center where I subsequently was hired as executive director.
All right. And then I heard your answer, but what professional services did you provide as a postdoctorate fellow?
Postdoctorate therapy, evaluation, assessment, We did a little work with the courts, not expert work, but work with the courts with some kids who were having particular problems, so I would provide family therapy for those kids. We had a unique program with 2 of the judges in Northampton while I was doing that.
And how long were you doing that? Meaning working with children in a family therapy session?
Right then or in my whole career?
Let's go with right then and then to your whole
That was
career.
about a year.
Okay. And then your whole career?
It's extensive. I started working with juveniles, children who were involved in the legal system in the late 60s and early 70s. My first full-time job was working with the New York City Youth Board, which was directly under the mayor of New York at the time. There were 12 senior street club workers, and we worked with gangs on the street, providing services individually, as well as attempts to rehabilitate gang life on the street. Gangs were different in those days than they are now. It was before the advent of crack and before the advent of high-powered guns. So after that, I did that for a couple of years, and then I became a teacher in Brooklyn, New York. I taught in inner-city schools. I taught kids who, in Bedford-Stuyvesant in East New York. I taught kids who were having troubles. At one point, the city of New York had something called a 600 school system, which was for delinquent kids, but they did away with that. So these were internal classes, and I worked with kids in that regard. I did that for about 5 or 6 years. I relocated to Massachusetts, and I worked. My first position in Massachusetts was working in a residential program for adolescents who had been released from state schools, delinquency schools, delinquency programs. They were all shut in Massachusetts at one fell swoop, and the community created programs to work with those kids. So we worked very closely with the courts, with probation, and did counseling. After that, I became the director of a youth center, which also worked with the design of the youth center was to work with low-income kids and kids who were having problems with the law. After that, I took a position with the state of Massachusetts, Department of Mental Health, and I was the Western Massachusetts Coordinator for Children's and Drug Services. And I did that for a few years, and that led to me becoming the Associate Area Director for the Department of Mental Health, which had not only range over children's services, but adult services as well. So I did some work at the state hospital as well. After that, while I was there, I received my master's and then worked at that position for a few years and was accepted into a doctoral program at UMass. So while I was in a doctoral program, I continued working mostly in higher education. So I completed my doctorate in 1982, became licensed in Massachusetts in 1984. As I said earlier, the agency I did my postdoc at was Northampton Area Mental Health Services. It was a full-service community mental health center, and I was hired as the executive director. So I provided clinical services as well as oversaw all the clinical services that were provided. And then I left that position. I became a consultant for the Center for Human Development in Springfield, Massachusetts, where my task was predominantly to evaluate children, adolescents, which I did. I then moved to a outpatient substance abuse clinic in Northampton, Massachusetts, where I was the clinical director. Did that for a year or two, and then I became one of two psychologists who consulted to the Department of Social Services in Massachusetts, evaluating and providing consultation for high-risk, high-profile kids and their family. Then I left Massachusetts, relocated to Florida in 1993, became licensed in 1993 here. And here I've had a forensic private practice for about 30 years. And that's what I've been doing.
So you have a license from Massachusetts. You're licensed in Massachusetts since '84 and Florida since '93.
93. I gave up my license in Massachusetts a couple of years ago because I realized it was just a personal reason for keeping it. I wasn't practicing in Massachusetts, and so I didn't. I gave it up in Massachusetts, but I've been practicing continually in Florida as in an independent practice. Did a variety of things, do evaluations of children, adolescents, and adults, work in the court system. At one point worked I worked in family court, probate court, criminal court mostly, and juvenile court, dependency court. I at one point had a contract with the United States Probation Office for about 7 years to provide counseling to men and women who were on probation, supervised release after they served their time in the federal prison system. So we did that for a while, and I'd say for the last 8 or 10 years, predominantly working in the criminal arena with people, evaluating people who are involved in the criminal courts, juveniles and adults.
Now, over the years, have you participated in any grant-funded or research programs?
I participated in not in Florida, but in Massachusetts. We had numerous grants at the mental health center and the substance abuse clinic from in those days what was called the DEBORAH, which became the HHS in the government, the Health and Human Services. So I was the primary person on 3 major grants, and in addition was called upon to review grants. So I'd go to Washington for a week every couple of months and review grants that were submitted to, at that time called the DEBORAH, now HHS. So my experience with grants is pretty extensive.
Thank you. Now, have you also given presentations to professional groups concerning psychology?
I do. I give a number of presentations, continuing education, webinars. So I do that pretty regularly. In Florida, done a couple for the American Psychological Association. I just did a presentation on for a lay group as well, just 2 weeks ago. But I try and continue to do presentations. It keeps one current and sharp in the field because you're presenting information and people are asking you questions, so you really want to stay accurate. So I've done numerous continuing education, webinars, professional to professionals, as well as to some lay groups.
And have you received any awards or rewards?
I've received a number of awards. The last award that I received from the Florida Psychological Association was a Lifetime Achievement Award. It's not given often. I think there are 3 or 4 people in the history of the association who received it. On a national level, I received 2 major awards from the American Psychological Association, one called the Presidential Heiser Award, which is contributions to psychology, and the second by the State Leadership Conference. I was chosen as the Psychologist of the Year who provided most services that helped the community and helped psychology and provided consumers and community with an understanding of psychology. So those are the three biggest awards I've received. The Lifetime Achievement Award just last 6 months ago. I've received a number of ethics awards. I was Psychologist of the Year several years. I was president of the Florida Psychological Association. I was appointed to the Board of Psychology by the governor at that time and served on the Board of Psychology. And that the Board of Psychology regulates psychology and the protection of consumers. It's not to regulate it in the protection of psychologists. It's there to regulate the psychologists in the provision of services to consumers. So that was an interesting position I held. I've received a number of leadership awards. In my professional work, I've been recognized by peers, and there were more, but I think that's plenty.
All right. Now, what do you charge per hour on this case?
On this case, $200 an hour.
And how many hours have you worked?
I don't know exactly how many I worked. You contacted me last Thursday, which is like the 16th, and I started working on the 17th, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today. I think it's approaching 40 hours. I couldn't be 100% sure, but lots of hours.
All right.
In a short period of time.
Have you previously been incompetent to testify as an expert in psychology in a court of law?
Yes.
In the past? How many times?
Hundreds of times in Florida and Massachusetts and in the federal system.
All right. Your Honor, defense would offer Dr. Bloomfield as a witness for his expert opinion in psychology.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And you said hundreds of times you've been recognized. That would include Florida courts?
Say again, please.
You've been recognized as an expert hundreds of, or countless times, I think, in Florida courts is included?
Yes, in a number of circuits in Florida, yes.
So let's talk about the adolescent brain for a moment.
Sure.
Why is the young adolescent brain development important in a case like this?
Well, it's important for two reasons, two big reasons. One is legal reason, one is psychological reason. The Supreme Court a number of years ago decided to look into the issues regarding adolescent brain development and determine that children, adolescents in particular, are different than adults and need to be treated differently in the legal system. So every major mental health association in the United States submitted amicus briefs to the Supreme Court. The American Psychological Association, American Psychiatric Association, the National Association of Social Workers, Mental Health Association, NAMI and AMI, and others. And it was a unique experience. All the associations and all the research agreed that adolescent brains are different. And neurologists, psychiatrists, psychologists, all added their expertise to this issue. So the reason it's important is not to excuse offenses or aberrations, but to explain that adolescents, young adults, brains function differently than adults. And because they function differently, they develop differently, and they're not fully developed until middle 20s. Now we think about 25. Research has continued. There are issues of structure of the brain as well as chemicals in the brain. The prefrontal cortex is where decision-making happens. It's not fully developed in adolescents. Adolescents' brains possess more dopamine. It's a chemical. And what dopamine does is it increases, heightens activity, heightens risk-taking. It makes people feel good when they do risky things. So there are a number of issues that that are looked at from a psychological perspective that assist the legal system in issues regarding sentencing, predominantly disposition of adolescents, young adults, And it's widely accepted. The literature is there. It's widely accepted. Most people involved in the legal system know it and know about it. The importance is to provide an understanding of why an adolescent thinks and acts differently than an adult in a variety of areas.
So let me ask you then, in terms of adolescents, why then are they more prone to behave emotionally or impulsively?
They're more prone to behave that way because of the systems that aren't fully developed. Instead of relying on the prefrontal cortex and executive system, they rely on the limbic system and the amygdala, which are more the seats of emotion than of rational thought. Not to say that adolescents are irrational, but their thinking is not the same as adult thinking. And that's true of every adolescent, and it's true of every action. And so one has to look at adolescents and their behavior through that lens. It can't be just, well, that's true for everybody except, but now it's not true. So it's good acts and bad acts, every act and every perception and every relationship has to be viewed through that lens, because that is how the brain is developed. The brain actually develops from the back to the front. Some primitive issues, movement, things like that, balance are in the back, and then there's the parietal lobes on the side, and then the front is the prefrontal cortex, which is the executive functioning system, which is really the system we talk about in terms of brain development.
And that prefrontal cortex with the executive functioning, is that the last to develop?
That's the last to develop, yes.
So what does the research then have to say about brain maturity?
Say again, please.
What does the research support, I should say, about brain maturity?
The brains aren't fully developed, nor are personalities, until much later than we used to think. It's become pretty well accepted that 25 is about the age when a brain is fully developed. Some people argue a little younger. It means that that people with not fully matured brains act differently than people with fully matured brains. And it has to be taken into account when looking at their behavior, their perceptions, their actions, their decision-making, their ability to make decisions, their ability to understand consequences, their impetuousness and impulsivity. And then finally, what's important about adolescent brain development, as well as personality development, but brain development in particular, is as a class of people, adolescents are amenable to reform and rehabilitation. Of course, that has to be looked at individually by the court, but in general, the class of people, adolescents, are amenable to treatment, and amenable to rehabilitation and reform, and to desist from negative behavior. Of course, it all depends on whether there's a program to provide pro-social skills for the adolescent, as well as counseling and therapy and understanding why they behave and think and act like they do.
So as a class on a whole then, children, adolescents, the science is recognizing that they can be rehabilitated, but what you're indicating, is it fair to say that they also need that structure in terms of those skill set or the therapy to help them come along?
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you could identify the several branches of science that actually are in agreement. I think you mentioned Milgram, but...
Yes, the mental health associations that are in agreement. American Psychiatric Association, American Psychological Association, National Association of Social Workers, Mental Health Association, NAMI, N-A-M-I, which is a parent relative group, and the Pediatrics Association. So to get all of these associations to agree, and it's not a matter of getting them to agree, they independently provided amicus briefs that supported and agreed with each other. They didn't sit down together and do it, they did it separately in the structure of their associations. But these are fields that don't agree a lot, that argue a lot, that resent turf issues and resent encroachments into turf. And none of the organizations, none, are free from that. So when you see the kind of work that went into these amicus briefs and the continued research, the cooperation, there's research going on today where different professions work together for this issue because it's such a high priority, important issue. It's an understanding that of a whole group of people, young people, and how they develop and mature. We used to have a lot of theories. We had developmental theories, Piaget and others, Erikson, and they were all based upon hypotheses and theories. This is based upon hard science, brain scans, PET scans, psychological testing that shows how kids react, and then how they change through the developmental period. And so the legal system was kind of a step ahead of the mental health system because we relied on giants in the field, as I said, Piaget, Erikson, others, to provide us with theoretical basis of development until this issue came up in the legal system and the associations were motivated to put together these briefs and discussions about what this all means. And then, of course, to let the courts sort it out.
So in your more than 30 years of practice then, for you, as a psychologist, you're identifying then that it's rare to see psychiatrists, psychologists, sociologists, pediatricians, medical fields, to see all these come together and agree on anything?
Yes.
But they all agree on this issue?
Yes.
All right. So can you explain to the court how then the juveniles are different in terms of risk-taking?
Juveniles take more risks. It's a factor of their age, their maturity, and brain structure, as well as the chemicals acting in their brains. Sometimes that risk when kids are on their own, their risk becomes negative. When young people are guided, risk-taking behavior in adolescence and young adult behavior, young adults becomes proactive and pro-social. I once had a discussion with someone about why the U.S. Army, when they have drafts people between the ages of 18 and 24, because the reason being that they provide supervision, they provide training, they provide mentorship, but they want soldiers to take risks. A young 19-year-old soldier in Iran or Iraq is going to take more risks than me or anybody that's older because they don't see it as risk-taking, they see it as behavior. Police officers have to take risks. They have to go into places, they have to break down doors. So at a certain age, it's not a negative that the brain hasn't developed, it's just true. And then, so what happens is the context around the brain development. Does the adolescent have a network of mentors? I left this out, I once worked at the Job Corps Center here in Jacksonville, and they did research. Kids who go to Job Corps Center have failed in school and have legal problems, not severe legal problems, but legal problems. So these exist across the country, and they did some research, and they said the two most important things for changing a child, an adolescent who's having troubles, is someone to reach out and teach them, and then teaching them pro-social skills, jobs, education, things like that. That those two factors, and that's, this program across the country is based upon those two factors. Big brother, big sister tries to do the same thing. So it depends on what happens to the child. Risk-taking can be good, it could be bad, or it could just be.
All right. So in terms of juveniles and brain development, what are the main classes?
The main class,
Not the main classes, but then the main issues or how the classes are
Okay.
broken down.
I think I understand what you're saying. The things we look at in terms of brain development are really a couple of big things. Decision-making, which includes impulsivity, impetuousness, thoughtfulness. So decision-making is not as good in a young person as it is in an older person. The second is understanding and acceptance of consequences. Many adolescents do things and don't care about the consequences, don't even perceive the consequences. And as they get older, they start understanding consequences, and as their brain develops and as they're mentored. And then, of course, the issue for desisting from negative behavior and the potential for rehabilitation is the third prong. Because if the bad decision making and the inattentiveness to consequences leads to a bad act, then we have to know if the adolescent is rehabilitatable. And so that's another function of brain development, all three. Now, not every adolescent needs rehabilitation, but if the risk-taking behavior, the poor decision-making, and lack of attention to consequences produces bad behavior, then we have to be able to know if the person can be rehabilitated and is amenable to reform.
All right. So looking specifically to Aiden's case, what were you asked to do here?
I was asked to be able to testify and discuss adolescent young adult brain development in general, as we have, and secondarily to rebut, if necessary or if appropriate, things that were brought up by Dr. Pritchard. Usually, in my experience, the defense has an expert that goes, and the state has an expert who tries to rebut what the defense expert said. So this is kind of reverse, but those were the two things you talked to me about when we first talked last Thursday.
All right. And what records did you rely on?
I have to check it. There are a lot. So can I go to my notes? Sure. Apologize for I reviewed numbers of depositions. I reviewed a deposition of Mr. Dutton. I reviewed depositions of Mr. I may pronounce names wrong, WETJEN, of Deborah SPEVAK, of Sophie Baumann, of Dolphy Abser, Senior, of DA, child, of Alexis Zamperi, of Allison Turnberry, of Alicia Gates. I reviewed a depo of Ms. McCullough and also a short audio tape. I reviewed some medical records, about 40 pages. I reviewed a number of photos. I reviewed the medical examiner's report. I reviewed an article called Trends in Youth Arrests. I reviewed incident reports and discovery from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. I reviewed a number of documents from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the jail. I also reviewed the deposition of Dr. Pritchard. I reviewed Dr. Pritchard's report. I reviewed Pediatric Association and trying to see. I reviewed some stuff by Mr. Cox. I reviewed Mr. BARASCO's report and deposition. I reviewed a deposition of Joshua Anderson and one of William Cox. I believe they're both in Jacksonville. And I reviewed several letters just today.
And I believe you also saw the video, or a portion of the video of February 6th when Aiden entered a plea.
Oh, yes, I did. I saw the plea video, yes.
All right. And based on the review of records that you had, or your ability to review, focusing in on the grandmother SPEVAK, did the family, Aiden's family, have a history of mental illness?
She said she did, that the family had some mental illness. Somebody was Baker Acted, I think an uncle, and somebody had depression. So there was some history of mental illness in the family.
And you've also had an opportunity to review the school records?
Say again?
Some of the school records?
I reviewed some school records,
okay.
Yeah.
With that in mind then, if you had seen Aiden before this crime, in your practice, in a clinical practice per se, would you have recommended testing for him or counseling?
Would I have recommended?
Testing or counseling?
You're saying before the crime?
Correct.
Totally. Yeah, I think that he, based upon his school records, I think the school did everything they could, but the school deals with academic issues, and there were some people who in the school who really stood out to try and assist him. But given his difficulties in classes, learning disabilities, etc., I think it would have been very useful for there to be an IQ test, as well as other cognitive tests, an achievement test, a Woodcock-Johnson achievement test, as well as others. If there were concerns about personality issues, then I would certainly have, would have recommended personality issues. But the first thing is to get a handle, this before the offense, to get a handle on why he's doing badly in school. And the way to do that is to, perform a psychoeducational evaluation. Most schools today aren't equipped to do that. Some are, but most aren't. So they go out to private practices and have psychoeducational evaluations conducted. And then they develop interventions and plans. And schools, as it's obvious, deal with academics, they're not trained to deal with cognitive issues or determinations of IQs without the testing. You can't just do that by the seat of your pants. And so he never had that. He also, his medical records said there were problems, there were audiological problems, hearing problems. So that needed some more evaluation because that can affect education, academics, and IQ as well. And so I would have kind of looked in that area. Prior, not evaluating him for this issue, but just in general, his school issues, yeah.
Right, meaning before the arrest, before this event happened.
That's right.
And within the school records, there are several IEP reports.
That's right.
And within those IEP, there's an individual identified as the school psychologist.
Yes.
But she's not a doctor.
I don't think she is a doctor. But she is, that's what she's identified. That's correct.
Meaning she's licensed, but not in the same sense you are. And I'm not talking about years of experience you went through.
She's not a licensed psychologist. She's, I'm trying to remember, schools are the only place that you can legally use the word psychology for someone who's not a licensed psychologist. There are licensed school psychologists as well. But typically the term psychologist or psychology is a protected term. People can't just go out and open a practice and call themselves psychologists or psychological services. Schools can because it's just by history. So, yeah, yes, you can differentiate. She's a school psychologist within the context of a school without being a licensed psychologist.
So the testing that you're discussing, that's not something that she would be able to perform?
I don't know her, and so I don't know, but typically not.
Right.
Typically not. And this is a guess, but if she could have, they probably would have had to do it, or she would have suggested it. But so I don't know what her level of experience or expertise is in the test that I mentioned, but it didn't happen regardless.
Right. Now, what risky behaviors did you see revealed in the records in this case?
Drug use, unsupervised time without an adult around, a group of kids, unprotected and protected sex. This is in Aiden. We're talking about Aiden, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sex, drug use. At one point, he cut himself, apparently to see what it felt like, because one of his friends, a young female, was a cutter. She cut herself. Some thought that there might have been some self-harm. I'm not sure about that. I think those are pretty risky behaviors for young people, and they all engaged. At least all 4 or 5 engaged in similar behavior.
Meaning his immediate friend group was involved in the same type of behavior.
Yes.
All right. Then, what issues did the teachers? Meaning they found academic problems, but should they have found more or recommended more?
Should they have? It would have been, yes, it would have been nice if they did. I can't say.
Let me rephrase the question. The teachers have more of an academic goal, is that fair to say?
Yeah, teachers look at academics. They're, I've worked with lots and lots of teachers. I was a teacher. Teachers are very dedicated people. They wouldn't be doing their jobs if they weren't dedicated, so they also want to go beyond that, but they don't have, there's no funding, there's no resource, there's no capacity. So they try and do what they can. They have big classes, and they spend an inordinate amount of time and their own money and resources to try and make the school situation appropriate to all kids. And so you can't expect a teacher to on their own to start getting kids tested, because it's beyond the scope of their work. They look at the academics. Cognitive ability translates to skills. In adults, we call them ADLs, adult daily living skills. But in adolescents, there are also skills. The predominant skill for an adolescent is academics, and that's what teachers look at. How is the child doing in academics, and why? Do we have any idea why? So there were some people who Aiden related to well, a deputy officer, resource officer at the school, as well as the dean, and he worked well with them. They both thought that he was improving, that he had a lot of potential. He was in a special tutoring program on Wednesdays. You know, I'm not critical of schools. They do what they can because they don't have the resources, and different schools act in different ways. So I can't say that the teachers should have done more. It would have been nice if they could have done more, but the school has to be set up for it. Where the more could have happened is in the IEP and what's it, 504 or 501 evaluations.
Right, so in this particular instance, the teachers they're not doing a lot. They're going above and beyond, so to speak, with Aiden, but it's academic. Did you see anything in there in terms of addressing therapy or behavioral issues?
I don't think anybody provided therapy, but there were some behavioral issues they talked to. He spoke to the dean about behavioral issues. He spoke to the resource officer about behavioral issues. There was concern about some of his behaviors. It didn't raise, my reading of the depositions of numerous school personnel is that it didn't raise to the level where they thought that more was needed. One person, I could look at my notes, one person said he didn't see red flags, which is really the issue. Were there red flags to be seen? I don't know. They're trying to teach. They're trying to teach large groups of kids, and Aiden had specific learning disabilities, and they tried to remediate them, but I'm not sure they had the resources to do it.
Understood. So what is the term impetuous?
Impetuous? It means impulsive, acting without thought. It means not having the capacity to control behavior. That broadly what it means.
And are children impetuous?
Yes.
What about Aiden?
I'm sure he is.
And that's by nature, he's in that class of children that you would also have that title of impetuous.
Yeah.
And Dr. Pritchard testified yesterday that Aiden is mature. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think Aiden's mature, no.
Why not?
Well, because he acts immaturely. First of all, there's a misconception, I think. I watched testimony and I read depositions. I think Dr. Pritchard relied on some other people who said he was mature. There's no, people say kids are mature, immature. They don't measure it. There's no measure of it. So what does maturity mean? He's immature because his brain is not developed. And then you can't take away the fact that his brain's not developed and that he looks mature. Because I don't even know what that means sometimes. I don't think most people do. So you rely, in this particular case, Dr. Pritchard, myself, relied on reading records and what other people said. So we have to weigh how much weight we give to what somebody says offhandedly. So somebody says, the kid looks mature. What does that mean? Neither of us, Dr. Pritchard nor myself, went and interviewed that person who said that. So to say, well, you think he's mature, why? What's he doing that's mature versus immature? All his actions, I think, are under the general immaturity. There's no, he doesn't think things through. He doesn't respect consequences. He's risk-taking, and he engaged in some awful behavior, horrible behavior.
So Dr. Pritchard had also used collateral information to reach his conclusion.
Correct.
And is there an issue with that?
There's some issue with it. His explanation was fine. The issue with collateral sources and forensic psychology is typically you have a primary source of information, the person. And then you use collateral sources to validate or invalidate what the person said. So Dr. Pritchard nor myself interviewed or evaluated Aiden, so he went to collateral sources. So we don't know if those collateral sources either validated or invalidated anything that Aiden himself would have said or would have tested on a battery of tests that we might have given him. In addition, we have to understand the reliability of a collateral source. So several collateral sources that Dr. Pritchard used were several young people. Those young people all had their own problems.
Meaning?
One girl, Zoe, was told, one record talked about her severe anxiety. Another girl talked about that she was a cutter. His best friend was sent to Gaines Alternative School because he was too much of a behavioral problem in the regular school system and was kicked out of Gaines. That's serious to get kicked out of the alternative school. So I'm not saying anything negative about those children, except you have to weigh how much weight you're going to give to someone, A, that age, and B, with their own issues, and C, with their own emotionality. And of course, their brains aren't fully developed. So I think that Dr. Pritchard gave a lot of weight to those young people, the kind of weight he would give if in a different forensic evaluation.
And so you and Pritchard are on equal setting in the sense that neither one of you have evaluated Aiden Fucci.
That's correct.
Okay. So, Dr. Pritchard?
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Dr. Pritchard said that Aiden's actions were premeditated. Do you disagree or agree with that?
I don't see how you can say they were premeditated. We don't know what's inside his head, his state of mind at the time. We just don't know. And so if I say yes or I say no, what am I basing it on? The other thing I want to go back to is I read all the collateral sources that Dr. Pritchard did, and I summarized what they said, and many of them said very positive things about Aiden. So we really have to look at that collateral issue. Premeditated, it's beyond me to try and get inside of his head and to draw together strands of information to say that this was premeditated. I just couldn't do that, and I don't see the evidence for it.
Meaning you wouldn't rely on the police reports alone. You would have an evaluation or at least an interview before you reach that conclusion.
It's such a big thing to say someone premeditatively did this that I think you can say that's my thought, that's my hunch, but to say it, I couldn't say it definitively. I couldn't possibly say it definitively. I didn't have enough information.
And to reach that, Pritchard was in reliance on statements to the girlfriend regarding plans or ideas of what he would do in the future. I believe that's part of what Pritchard's relying on, along with, go ahead.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So the statements of the girlfriend and then the actual scene itself?
I don't know. Dr. Pritchard also talked about fantasies being rehearsals. Fantasies are a lot of things. When I worked in a drug program, as well as when I worked with psychosexual offenders for the Federal Probation Department, we had people keep journals of their fantasies. Not so that they would rehearse doing psychosexual lewd and lascivious acts or relapse into drugs, but so they wouldn't. So lots of people have fantasies and they don't act on them. Also, I just don't see fantasies as rehearsals. And so fantasies can be scary. Talking about it with your girlfriend could be a way to alleviate that fear. I haven't interviewed the girlfriend, so I don't know exactly what he said to her or didn't say to her, or how she perceives it, or any of that. So I just don't think there's enough information to definitively say that it was premeditated.
So part of what Dr. Pritchard's relying on is the actions in terms of 114 stab wounds.
Yes.
And in his opinion, that shows premeditation and a lack of impetuosity.
How?
Or how do you disagree with that?
I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. How does that determine? You mean he?
Meaning the number of stab wounds in itself.
You mean Aiden Fucci sat down someplace and said, "I'm going to stab this girl 114 times"? Is that what's being said? Isn't that
by Pritchard in terms of the premeditation and lacking impetuosity?
I don't see how you can say anything about his impetuosity at the time of the offense without making assumptions about what's going on in his state of mind and his head. So I could say that. Stabbing someone 114 times is a horrendous act. I don't know what happened. Did he dissociate at the time? Did he go away from normal thinking? But I can't believe that someone said, "I'm going to stab a person 114 times." He did it. I understand that. And I'm not condoning it. It's horrible. But how is that premeditated? I mean, I don't get that. I mean, I just don't understand it. So.
And is it in your practice, have you seen examples where individuals, whether it's stabbing or shooting multiple times, where that was an impetuous act, a not planned act?
You know, sometimes people, there's some literature, and it's not negative literature, but it's about police officers. Sometimes when police officers shoot, they shoot more, they shoot more shots than they have to because they get into a headset, not because they're bad police officers and not because they're doing anything wrong, but because it's a dissociation that happens. So, can you say the question again?
An example where there's a large number that's not impetuous, whether it's shooting or stabbing.
A large number that's not in.
Meaning, part of what Pritchard's relying on is the number. That's not the only thing, but it's because it's 114 stabs that it's not impetuous.
We don't know what was going on with Aiden, what his state of mind was. Did he dissociate? Did he stab her and then continue doing it because he just, his mind dissociated and depersonalized? I mean, these are legitimate psychological factors. I don't know what happened.
And fair to say, because you don't know what happened, you can't reach that conclusion.
That's right.
All right. Now, Dr. Pritchard had also said that Aiden lacks remorse, and you saw the video with that short statement. Is that something you agree with in terms of the Dr. Pritchard's reaching that conclusion?
I think that he's showing remorse. He had that short statement. There are a couple of things. There's a short statement. He wrote a letter, and he pled. He accepted responsibility. He didn't say, "I want to go to trial. I didn't do this. I'm plead not guilty. Let's go to trial and drag everybody through this." He pled. So it shows that he, in that short video, in a longer letter and in the acceptance of responsibility for the action. I believe that, remorse is another one of those things that's hard to measure, but I believe it shows that he's likely remorseful. Doesn't excuse the act, but it's remorse.
And one of the last things that Dr. Pritchard had addressed was Aiden's poor prognosis for rehabilitation. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, before the incident, before the murder, I would have said that there was an excellent prognosis for Aiden's rehabilitation, because when people reached out to him, Dean WETJEN and the deputy, they both said that he progressed, that he talked to them about things, that the drugs and alcohol use, he was open with them. One person wrote that they were shocked that he did what he did. And so then we have the whole jail. So now he's in jail, and he's acts differently. And jails are different places. Jails aren't schools, they're not communities. There's a whole issue of how one has to act in jail to survive. There's issue of prey and predator. What are you going to be? Are you going to be, how do I survive in here? So I think that given mentorship programs, counseling, people reaching out to him, that there's a likelihood that he could be rehabilitated. It won't be easy, it won't be quick. He has to talk about what happened, and he has to explore with someone who can explore with him why it happened. And these are not easy things, but they're possible things. And they can happen in the Department of Corrections. But it requires a lot of work on both his part as well as the people providing service. He didn't have any, there's no conduct disorder, there's no history of arrests or anything prior to this. So something happened, and it's mind-boggling what happened.
So in the past, meaning before May 9th, at least within the school records, there's examples of him learning if there's a behavioral issue to go to Dean WETJEN, go to see Officer Beasley. So there's an ability to learn and modify his behavior.
Yes.
And then this event, which is a significant distinction between any infractions that were in school.
Absolutely.
But because there's that, is this fair to say, because there's that history of him learning to go to mentors, so to speak, persons in authority, that he can do that moving forward into the future?
I think so, yes.
And that's possible in custody, provided those programs are provided to him?
Yes.
Right. So if he's just in custody without any of these programs, he's not likely to...
If he's just in custody without any programs, there'll be asocial people who mentor him instead of pro-social people. And that's the scary part of young people in the prison system.
Meaning other criminals?
Other criminals.
But if he's provided with these programs where he's got some decent mentors and ability to learn and grow, he has a good prognosis of rehabilitation?
I think there's a prognosis that's positive, yes.
One moment. This last point then regarding rehabilitation. Independent of Aiden and why he's here today, part of why we have these specialized sentencing hearings, is it fair to say, is that children as a class can be rehabilitated?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Let's take a 10-minute recess. We'll be going for about an hour and 45 minutes. Return for cross.
Court is recess. St. Joseph County Circuit Court will return to order.
You can all be seated, thank you. All right, we're back on the record in case 2021 CF 825. Everyone is present. We're ready to begin our cross-examination. State, you may begin. The witness is seated and still under oath.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bloomfield.
Good afternoon.
I want to start with the testimony that you gave that you and Dr. Pritchard in this case, the fact that you were both doing records reviews and didn't evaluate him, that you were on equal footing. You remember saying that, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. You understand and you're well aware that the decision on whether to evaluate him, and especially with you, lies at this table. The defendant and the defense, that's a decision this table makes, correct?
Yeah, I imagine so, yes.
Right. And you wanted to do that if you were allowed the opportunity.
Well, that's not exactly true. When I was contacted, I was asked to do a very specific, two very specific things. One was to be able to testify about brain development, and two was being able to testify in rebuttal, if it was appropriate, about what Dr. Pritchard said. So I said, well, does that involve an evaluation of Aiden Fucci? And the answer was no, because we're not asking you to evaluate him. We're asking you to do just two things. Talk about brain development in general, which I do often, and two, to talk about any parts of Dr. Pritchard's work that I might disagree with.
Dr. Bloomfield, my question was, considering you were asked to testify in a sentencing of a juvenile with all the factors that you know are into play, you would have liked to evaluate him. That would be the preferred method in order to speak to this court and not be limited in your opinions.
I don't think that I can answer that question. I answer it the way
Well, it's a yes or no. Would you prefer to speak to an individual before providing testimony about them? It actually hasn't been.
I don't know. You asked me to answer something yes or no, but it involves more than yes or no. The preferred way for anybody to do a full forensic evaluation is to see the individual, but that's not what I was asked to do. I was asked to do.
I understand it wasn't what you were asked.
So, in order to do what I was asked to do, I didn't need to see him.
And you also understand that same latitude or decision making is restricted on the state side.
Say again?
The state's hands are tied in a different way than yours and the defense's hands are. You understand that,
yes,
correct?
Sure.
You've been in this system a very, very long time.
Yes, I have, yes.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, you talked in the beginning of your testimony about obviously basically educating the court about adolescent brains, right?
Yes.
We heard about that for a while. Adolescent brains are different. Adolescent brains and adolescents take more risks. And that is well accepted medical and psychological science, correct?
Correct.
And I believe I heard you say you watched the testimony yesterday. Did you watch Dr. Pritchard testify?
Yes.
And he said he agrees with that, 100%,
Yes.
correct?
He said that. Yes, he did.
Okay, so no one here in this courtroom is disagreeing with that fact.
I know Dr. Pritchard's not.
Right. And it's those facts that gave judges in homicide cases committed by juveniles, ultimately after all these cases came out, that's what gave the judges discretion when dealing with juveniles on how to sentence, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. There's no more with a juvenile, they committed first-degree murder, we don't care how, why, or when, life. There's no more of that in Florida for juveniles.
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And so because of all of this medicine and psychological information about juveniles and brains, Florida crafted this statute. Are you aware of the statute and the factors that were here?
Yes.
Okay. And they did that to provide guidance to courts on how to sentence juveniles, correct?
Correct.
So the general information we know about his peer group is accepted, right?
Yes.
Now this court needs guidance on how to sentence this individual, correct?
Yes.
So we should be looking at Aiden Fucci and the crime Aiden Fucci committed, correct?
That's part of what needs to be looked at.
Through the lens of everything else you stated earlier, correct?
Correct.
And we should compare him to his peer group, which is juveniles.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how we compare him to his peer group. I know that people would like to compare him to his peer group, but at this moment, I don't know how we compare him to his peer group. We haven't interviewed his peer group. We haven't interviewed him.
Dr. Bloomfield, his peer group meaning all juveniles and all juveniles that commit crimes.
I thought you meant.
No, I'm in the forensic setting here. In court.
I'm sorry. Ask the question again.
When the court is looking for guidance to help make a decision on how to sentence this juvenile, we need to compare him, everything about him, and the act, everything that the statute prescribes. We need to look at that and compare that to other juveniles that commit crimes and commit violent acts and homicide, correct? Yeah.
Please turn their cell phones off in the courtroom.
Because we're not going to compare him to adults, right?
Right, we're not going to compare him to adults. I think the court needs to do what the court feels it needs to do about how to come to a decision. It's a hard, sentencing's hard, and different judges, different courts, different psychologists look at different things and give weight to different things. And so I'm not going to prescribe to the judge what he should be looking at. He's aware of what he needs to look at.
Right, the statutes tell him what he's to look at.
That's
but
right.
The whole point of this is that we're looking at him individually and his crime because of this lens and brain development and everything we're supposed to look at juveniles through, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you said that all juveniles take more risks. All juveniles are immature. This is this group again. And all juveniles can be impetuous, right?
Can be, yes.
But not all juveniles commit crimes
That's
in general.
correct. Absolutely.
And not all juveniles commit violent crimes.
Absolutely.
And not all juveniles commit murder.
Absolutely.
And you heard Dr. Pritchard talk yesterday about the statistics and trends, not even trends, statistics by the U.S. Department of Justice that indicate that less than 1% of juveniles who commit crimes commit murder.
Right. Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have a problem with that statistic. You're aware of that. You've worked with juveniles your entire career.
And I read the research that he quoted, yeah.
Okay.
He provided it.
And then, based on all of your knowledge, experience, evaluations in the criminal justice system, not all juveniles that commit murders like what occurred to Tristyn Bailey. That's fair, correct?
Yes.
A lot of juveniles may shoot someone one time, may make an impetuous decision, right?
Some do, yes.
Some do, right? Not all murders committed by a juvenile or an adult are as vicious, I think your word was horrific, and awful as that committed to Tristyn Bailey.
That's true. Many are. Many are. It's not unique.
This murder is not unique?
I don't have you know, when we talk about horrific things that juveniles do when they murder someone, it's not the first case I've been involved in where a juvenile has murdered someone and done it in an unusual, horrific manner. And so I don't have a way to weigh that. I'm not condoning it. Please, I don't want that to be heard. But juveniles who commit murders often do horrible things, set people on fire, put people under waterbeds, throw babies against bookshelves, rape, behead. These are all things that people do. I don't have a way to judge how horrific something is. All of them would be horrific if it happened to me or somebody I knew. All of them. There would be. I couldn't understand it. So It's a horrific crime, but so are all the other ones I just mentioned. And so there are some murders where a gun goes off and somebody is murdered. And there are others where there are horrible, horrible things that happen. And so that has to be weighed, of course. And I imagine the court will be able to do that.
Well, and do you see the difference between even the two examples you just gave in a psychological, clinical sense?
Between what?
A juvenile who murders someone by shooting them one time and a juvenile who sets someone on fire
Or does all
or does
Sure, I see.
114.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I see
So
something
you acknowledge
there.
there's differences within the range of murder committed by juveniles.
And adults, yes, absolutely.
And Dr. Pritchard, in his vast experience, described, and it's not just the act, the whole case, all of the records, everything that you and Dr. Pritchard considered about Aiden Fucci and the nature and circumstances of this crime, he described as unique. Do you disagree with him about that? Or do you agree?
I think the actual crime was unique. I don't think everything else is unique. How could you say, it'd be crazy to not say that the crime wasn't unique.
Okay, so you do agree that
I
it was
think
unique.
everybody in the world would agree. It's a tautology. It's of course it was.
Dr. Bloomfield, you went on in kind of explaining juveniles and some things that should be considered when kind of thinking about, could they make better choices? Did they have support and things like that? You would agree that you see some juveniles and probably adults that don't have that in their life, don't have support, mentors, people, which is probably why it's something to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree, though, that, and I think you did at least mention one, Mr. Fucci had, you mentioned the school resource officer, right? You saw that there was a bond or a relationship there.
Correct.
Right? He had Dean WETJEN. Did you read his information?
Yes, I did. I think he provided a great deal of support.
And through the school, he had tutors at least one day a week that he was going to see. Dean WETJEN, I think, was the one talking about that.
I think Dean WETJEN was the one who did that, right? Yeah.
He's had his grandmother, seemed to love him a lot, lived with them a majority of the time, right?
True.
And they were close. He had a mother in the home.
True.
He had a stepfather in the home.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And he had his biological father.
Yes.
And so this adolescent had some of that support, mentors, and things that you would hope one would have to help them through life and make decisions and things like that, correct?
He had some, and he had some where he was totally on his own with his 3 or 4 friends they would do drugs, have sex, do all kinds of things, cut himself. Where no adult was around or any adult intervened. As a matter of fact, I understood that sexual activity was going on where there were adults in the house, in other rooms, in other places. So, yeah, all those things existed, and as well, this incredible, on his, all the kids, on their own behavior, that was pretty, not good behavior.
And you said, as a group, again, juveniles fail to sometimes understand consequences, right?
Yes.
There's a diminished capacity there.
Yes.
But not with everything, isn't that fair?
Probably.
There's juveniles that understand consequences and can behave accordingly generally.
Sure, yeah, sure. In general,
there's straight A students that go through school and never, ever get in trouble disciplinary-wise, things like that. There's juveniles making good decisions, correct?
there are juveniles who make good decisions, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me then that there's a difference between a juvenile, because I think you used the word that all juveniles can't perceive the risk of harm, risk of consequences, but there's a difference between a juvenile who can't perceive them and someone who knows and appreciates the risk and consequences and just chooses to do something different or doesn't care. There's a difference.
In what you framed, of course there's a difference.
Yeah.
You framed it as a difference, yeah.
Right. And you recall when you read through all of the teachers' depositions, I believe you listed a lot of their names.
A lot of them.
Right, a lot of them. And do you recall a theme within all of those teachers that Mr. Fucci's problem was not that he didn't have the ability to do X, Y, and Z. He didn't have the ability to conform behavior. He didn't have the ability to not listen to teachers. His general problem was he just didn't want to.
I didn't read that. I mean, if you did that, you read it. You read something that I didn't read. I read that he was having a tremendous struggle in school. That he, from early on, compounded by audiological problems that were never remediated. He was having trouble in school from 4th grade on. His teachers talked about him struggling academically. His grades were horrible. His testing on standardized tests were the lowest that could be. And it wasn't just choice for him. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do the work. And teachers tried to work with him, but they were unable to remediate those specific learning disabilities.
And I'm not saying he wasn't still having problems, but what I'm saying is
I didn't see the same thing you saw, or if we read the same things.
Did you see that when he applied himself, when he tried, he would actually make some progress? Matter of fact, the last 2 years, his grades were going up, not down.
He was involved with Dean WETJEN and the school resource deputy, who I think had a tremendous impact on him. And I think what that speaks to is the ability for him to reform, rehabilitate, and desist from negative behaviors when there's somebody who puts their hand on his shoulder and treats him individually and respectfully. And so I think that that's what you're seeing when his grades were going up, is that these two people, men, spent time with him and treated him with respect and demanded respect from him. And so I think the intervention, which speaks to everything I said about whether he's rehabilitatable, if there's the appropriate intervention, which there was, he does better. He did somewhat better. It wasn't perfect because these two people can't spend the amount of time that has to be spent to reform, rehabilitate someone. So I think the point you're making is a good point, but I think it speaks not to his conscious decision to do badly, but to how he responds to appropriate intervention in a pro-social manner. And so I think that speaks to the entire issue of, can there be rehabilitation of this young man?
Dr. Bloomfield, along the lines of this academic history, you would agree with me that the SLD designation that he had, that means that the achievement that the professionals and the teachers would expect to see based on his perceived intellect was falling below that. That's what that means, that he's not meeting the standard they would expect to see based on his intellectual capacity versus some sort of cognitive disability or intellectual disability. Those two things are very different. Cognitive disability is the word you've been using.
They didn't know his intellectual or cognitive disability.
They didn't know his IQ score, doctor.
That's what intelligence is. How else do you measure it?
Did you see where in all of the records no one felt the need to have an IQ test done because they didn't perceive an intellectual disability? It was a learning and achievement. He had a learning disability that kept him from achieving to his level. That's SLD, is it not?
I'll tell you what SLD is if you'd like, by the Board of Education in Florida. Specific learning disability is defined as a disorder in one or more basic learning processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may manifest in significant difficulties affecting the ability to listen, speak, read, spell, or do mathematics. Associated conditions may include, but not be limited to, dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, or developmental aphasia. A specific learning disability does not include learning problems that are primarily a result of visual, hearing, motor, intellectual, or emotional, or behavioral disorders, limited English. And then it goes on for several pages to define what a specific learning disability is.
Doctor,
Well, but you're using it, and you're asking me to define it, and I defined it by looking up what the state of Florida says it is,
and
so that I didn't have to guess.
that's exactly how I said it. It has to do with this person has a learning disability that's affecting their ability to learn. It's causing problems at school. It results in poor grades, all of that, everything that you listed, and then it listed examples, dyslexia, and other things that you went down the list, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you note when you were reading it said this does not include intellectual disabilities?
I did.
It did.
I did,
Because
yes.
those are two different things. And a
And-
child,
but
let me finish my question.
Yeah, sure, I'm sorry.
Those are two different things, correct? Someone who would be intellectually disabled, you know what that means under the law. You probably testify about it all the time, correct?
Correct.
ID.
Correct.
What we used to call mentally retarded in
Correct.
the legal system. That is completely different than a child who has been classified as SLD in school. Yes or no? That's my question.
Yes.
Dr. Bloomfield, when you were asked about Aiden Fucci's, Ms. Peoples asked you, did his family have a history of mental health? And I believe you mentioned an uncle. I think that was it, correct?
I think, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see any evidence in the records that you saw that the defendant has a mental health history diagnosed, correct?
That's correct.
His mother has a mental health history, correct?
Not that I know of.
And his biological father. None of that, correct?
Not that I know of.
Nobody living in his home, correct?
Right, that's not what yes.
Okay. And you mentioned it earlier in your testimony, you were asked about risky behaviors. Did you see any evidence of risky behaviors in the records? And you've testified to them. But I just want to ask you about one of them. You mentioned that the risky behavior, one of them that you saw was that he cut himself one time to see what it felt like. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you got that information from Michaela Harris, basically,
Yes.
the friend, right? And the context, though, of that cutting, when she described how that came about, isn't it true that it was because Aiden saw that she was a cutter, saw evidence of that, and he thought that would be cool?
Yes.
So he did it, okay?
Yes.
So it wasn't reported out of a phase of depression or suicides. That wasn't the context.
No, it was risky behavior.
Correct. Do you think the context for that behavior is important?
I think anybody who cuts themselves because someone else cuts themselves is engaging in risky behavior, even if they just want to know how it feels.
Right.
By the way,
Doctor.
people who cut themselves always say they want to know how it feels. That's the nature of cutting. There's a whole process of people who cut themselves to relieve psychic pain and to know what it feels like to not have that. So Aiden looking at her doing that and saying, oh gosh, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna see what it feels like. I wouldn't do that. I don't want to take that risk. He was willing to take that risk. Who knows if he would have bled out, who knows whatever, but so I don't think it was suicidal, no.
Right, and there's no evidence in the records at all of any actual attempt by Aiden Fucci to commit suicide, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, I want to move on to touch on a few things before we end up here. Maturity. I believe your answer to that was you couldn't say, or you think you're just saying he is immature because he's a juvenile?
He does immature things. He does.
Doctor, your testimony earlier was that he's immature because he's a juvenile, correct?
My testimony before, I believe, was that he's immature because he's a juvenile and he does immature things.
Right.
I think that's what my testimony
Right.
was.
And I think that you were drawing a distinction. She was asking you what you differed with, and you said she asked you if you differed from Dr. Pritchard on maturity, because Dr. Pritchard had noted some other people's thoughts on that, correct?
Dr. Pritchard noted some other people saying he was mature, but what I differed about was I wouldn't rely on calling him mature based upon an untrained person saying, well, he looks mature to me. And so Dr. Pritchard was relying on collaterals that I don't think have the weight to say that he's a mature person. The issue of brain development plus his own behavior shows, I think, the maturity.
And you understand that when Dr. Pritchard mentioned some of those persons, it was still in the context, and all of those persons, when they gave an opinion, it was mature for his age.
All of those people? Who said it? I just.
Well, I'm about to go through them, but.
So, my recollection is one person said it.
Okay. Are you aware that the probation officer, Officer Barton, that's been visiting him in the jail since his arrest, are you aware of him from
Yes.
DJJ?
Yes.
He's worked in DJJ for 20 plus years.
Yes.
Supervising juveniles.
Yes.
He made the statement that he was mature for his age. That's all.
That's correct. He's the only one that I
Okay.
read, that I know of.
Are
I
you-
could be wrong, but he
Do
was
you
the only one.
recall
But
Sergeant-
how would you base a decision?
Dr. Bloomfield, I'm not.
Were you asking me?
Answer the question.
He was about to ask me a question, so.
Well, when I said you, I meant me. How would I base a decision on maturity based upon a probation officer's sense of a child? One probation officer's sense of a child. Juvenile probation officers see a lot of kids. Kindergarten teachers see a lot of kids. We're talking about a concept, a factor, maturity. How does it measure? Just by looking at him? Just by seeing how he acts? Or is there some actual measure that I would use to test maturity?
Do you have a test for that in your
Do I have a
psychological
test for that?
battery?
No.
A test?
No.
Okay,
What-
so you have to look to collateral sources for that information, do you not?
No, I could use hypothetical situations with him. I could use other psychological factors on psychological tests. There's no particular scale that measures maturity that I know of.
And all of those things you could have done had you seen him. You could have done that, correct?
If it was appropriate, sure.
You could have administered IQ tests and psychological tests to him if you were permitted to see him.
Yes.
And so beyond the 20-year probation officer, there was also a correction officer, Sergeant Cox with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and Dean WETJEN, who has been in the education system for 35 years. So there's 3 people generally stating Aiden was very mature for his age.
I didn't see Dean WETJEN say that.
You didn't?
I have
Okay.
notes on what Dean WETJEN said. I didn't see, he thought he was a good kid.
Dr. Bloomfield, I didn't ask you what else he said.
No, he didn't say maturity is what I'm saying. I
Okay.
didn't see that. If you saw that, that's something that I didn't see.
I'm just asking you what you remember.
Right. Well, I took notes on what these people said, and I didn't see him saying that he thought Aiden was mature. He said he gave him a threat assessment. He didn't think it was negative.
Dr. Bloomfield, it's okay if you don't remember. It's fine.
I understand it's okay if I don't remember, but I'm not sure he said that.
Okay. Dr. Bloomfield, you explain what impetuosity is.
I tried to. It's hard.
Acting without thought.
Say again?
Acting without thought. That's what I wrote down when you testified. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay. And Ms. Peoples asked you, do you feel that Aiden Fucci, she asked it generally, is impetuous?
I think he's impetuous, yeah.
Well, when you testified on direct, you said, I'm sure he is, in general
What did I
terms.
just say now? I'm sure he is. I think he is. Okay.
Okay. Do you know what the statutes say the court is to consider about impetuosity?
I don't have it memorized.
It's actually whether his impetuosity, not just is Aiden Fucci impetuous. As we stated, all juveniles can be impetuous. what the court's to consider is the crime that was committed, the murder, is that a result of his impetuosity? And I believe you went further and said that you believe it is, correct?
I don't believe that I said those words.
Okay, so was his murder as a result of his youth and impetuousness, or was it something else?
I don't know.
You don't know. You can't look at everything in this case and make a determination.
About his state of mind when he committed this crime? No, I can't.
You can't. And that takes me to the last thing you talked about, premeditation. You said, I don't see how anyone could possibly say this crime was premeditated. Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Doctor, did you read everything in the records about the premeditation? Did you read all the evidence?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Did I read? I read everything that I quoted, that I said I read.
And you saw no evidence of premeditation?
I didn't see evidence that I could say this crime was premeditated, is what I said, and is what I'm saying now.
Do you know what the legal definition of premeditation is?
I have an idea, but I'm sure you know better than I do.
What do you think it means?
What do I think it means?
Yeah.
Pre-planning, specific pre-planning determination. I asked Ms. Peoples, is when we talk about premeditation, or when Dr. Pritchard talked about it, did he mean that Aiden was going to go out and stab Tristyn 114 times? I don't know. Why don't you tell me what it means, and I have a better idea.
So premeditation means, in the state of Florida, killing after consciously deciding to do so. It doesn't have to be, it has to be present at the time of the killing, and there's no time that the law allows or affixes. It doesn't have to be a minute, a month, a week. It has to be time for someone to make a conscious thought about killing someone, and then time to reflect on that decision. That's what premeditation is. And so you read everything that Zophie provided as a background to Aiden Fucci and all of his thoughts about murder, correct?
All of his thoughts, yes.
Okay. You read that he had an obsession or an extreme interest in gore, murder, and specifically real-life gore. Did you read that?
I wouldn't call it an obsession. I don't think anyone could call it an obsession.
An interest, we'll go with that.
Yes.
Did you read that she said he talked about killing people a lot?
That what?
He talked about killing people a lot.
I read that it was reported that he talked about killing people, yes.
And that he had talked about killing her?
Talked about killing Tristyn?
No. Zophie.
Yes, I read that, yes.
And you read, I'm sure, that Zophie said that in very recent time, weeks before this murder, that Aiden Fucci said that he was going to kill someone within a month. You read that?
I read that, yes.
And that how he was going to do it.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
That he was going to be at night, he'd walk up on somebody, he would take them in the woods, and he would stab them to death. You read that, correct?
Yes.
Are you telling this court, saying all of those things and then doing exactly that weeks later is not a premeditated thought to commit murder?
I think premeditated is a legal concept. The court can decide if it's premeditated. I don't know why he said it. I don't know what he was saying. I don't know how reliable Zoe is as a reporter. She's has her own deficits. I don't know the context of how this was talked about. I don't know whether it was egged on. So I don't know a lot of things. You're asking me to make a determination, or Dr. Pritchard, by the way, about premeditation. That's not a psychological term, it's a legal term. And so lawyers and judges can make decisions about premeditation. I don't feel I can based upon what was said, and that's what I've been saying when in direct examination as well as cross-examination, that I don't feel I could make determination that this was premeditated.
Dr. Bloomfield.
If it was premeditated, it could be decided on a legal basis. You read me the law, the legal basis of the law. Nowhere in psychology is there a definition of premeditation. It's a legal definition.
It's not, but when the definition of impetuousness is acting without thought, thoughts matter, premeditation matter in making a decision of whether this act was impetuous. You said this homicide was a result of his impetuosity.
I said everything he does is a result of his impetuosity.
Right, so therefore this homicide is. That means killing without thought. That would be the answer to that.
Without regard to consequences, I said a lot of things about impetuousness when I was asked in direct examination, not just one sentence. I said it's impulsivity. I said it's thoughts about poor decision-making, about lack of thinking about consequences. And I can't tell you what his state of mind was when he was talking to Zoe, or when he was talking Sophie, or when he was or when he committed the act. I can't tell you that.
No, you can't. But
that's right, and I don't think Dr. Pritchett can either.
His friend Trey Apsher also. Let me ask the question.
Go ahead. I didn't say anything.
Did his friend Trey Apsher corroborate what Sophie said? He heard statements by this defendant who he wanted to kill.
He heard some statements. Yes,
okay.
Not exactly.
It's true that this defendant had an interest in knives.
Yeah.
Particularly 2 knives.
He had 2 knives.
That he named.
According to self-report, not self-report, according to report, he had 2 knives that he named. Yes.
Of his 2 best friends in life, right?
Right. Both of whom have their own problems.
Both of who picked the murder weapon, poker, as it was named by this defendant, from a photo that was pulled out of a pond.
They were shown a knife that was pulled out of a pond that they had seen before with him. What? Yes.
Right. So they described a knife that you're saying that they're not necessarily reliable. I'm pointing out they described a knife, very specific details given at 2 different times by 2 different people. It's pulled out of a pond. They're shown several pictures of knives, and they picked that one out.
He pled to the offense.
Right.
We know he did it. I mean, I don't understand what you're asking me. We know he did it. We know he did it with a knife.
You made an incredible statement that this crime was an impetuous act and not premeditated. So I'm asking you about that.
I said that I can't, based upon the evidence, I cannot make a statement that this was premeditated. And I don't think one can do that. That's what I said.
Okay. And you can't do it by the act either, right? 114 stab wounds?
I don't know his state of mind at the time. I don't know whether he dissociated after the first stab wound, whether he was depersonalized after the first stab wound. No, I can't. I can't talk about Aiden Fucci's state of mind at the time of the offense, nor do I think anybody else can at this moment.
Dr. Bloomfield, you're aware we're here because he pled guilty to killing Tristyn Bailey in a premeditated fashion.
I'm aware that we're here because he pled to murdering Tristyn Bailey. I'm not sure it was, I don't know, was it he said.
Okay, well, if you'll take me at my word, he pled guilty. He was required to plead guilty and not plead no contest, okay, to her murder, and he was charged with premeditated murder.
Well, if he pled to premeditated murder, then
right.
he pled to it. There's nothing I can say.
Versus, there's no insanity issue here.
I don't know.
Well, you were just saying, I don't know what happened.
I don't know if there's a sanity issue. What do you want me to say? How do I know if there was a sanity issue?
I'm not asking you if there's a sanity issue.
You did. You said there's no sanity issue here. You asked the question, not me. I don't know if there was a sanity issue. Obviously, the defense didn't raise it, so it didn't get raised.
And they didn't let you talk to him.
Ask and answer.
And I just want to ask you one last question with the example you gave. You gave an example when talking about this. And I think it was along the lines of the questioning under the number of stab wounds and the nature of the crime. You gave an example where you said, you know, police can shoot at someone and keep shooting, and that's not necessarily premeditated, right? Is that what you were saying?
That's correct.
Are you comparing a police officer shooting and what you were referring to has to go with they can't stop and that's reaction time and things like
I
that?
think that question's unfair because I said I wasn't comparing them. And I said that there's nothing wrong with the police officer doing that. And I was very clear about that I wasn't comparing them and that I wasn't saying that the police officer was doing anything aberrant. I said it happens. So if you're going to ask me a question and tell me what I said, let me say what I said.
I understand that,
Okay.
but you brought it up for a reason.
I brought it up as an example. I also brought up other examples of juveniles who have murdered in horrific manners.
You brought it up in the context of sometimes the police do this and there's overshooting, and you were comparing that to the number of stab wounds. I'm just asking if you're
No,
equating those things. You're
I'm
not, right?
I said in direct that I wasn't equating them.
How long do you think it takes someone to stab somebody 114 times?
I have no idea.
No further questions.
Dr. Bloomfield, the school records didn't indicate any mental illness, correct?
Correct.
All right. But you did receive the pediatric records.
Yes.
All right. And the pediatric records, if you have them, if you could take a look at the 25th page of 40 or on the top right-hand corner, let's say 12 of 22.
I think I may have them on my computer. Can you read it to me, or? I may have it.
One second. May I approach your Honor?
What page was it? What page did you say it was?
Maybe 12 of 22.
I think I have it. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder say, oh, I'm sorry. The notes under attention deficit hyperactivity disorder say notes, discuss diagnosis differential, and will follow up Vanderbilt form, mom to bring forms back once it's done.
So at one point, on April 8th of 2015, the pediatrician made a note of that, but there's nothing in the school records indicating that this issue was raised.
Correct.
Why did you describe Aiden's friends as unreliable?
Well, because first of all, they're young, and they each have some of their own problems. I'm not diagnosing them or saying that they're bad or do things wrong, but DA was expelled from school, went to Gaines Alternative, and was expelled from Gaines Alternative. That's pretty drastic problem behavior. Sophia was described as having severe anxiety disorder. The other girl had cuts herself, also a sign of a possible trauma-related issue. I'm not saying it is, because I don't know, or a borderline issue, or something like that. So they're young, they have their own disorders, and what they say has to be weighed, but weight has to be put on it. And we're all used to doing that. How much weight are we going to put on this disclosure or this report? And I'm saying that I can't put full weight on them because I don't know how reliable they are and how valid what they're saying is and what their recollection is and whether they have some other issue that they're trying to get at, even if they agree. And so I think there's a somewhat problematic issue in putting tremendous weight on the report of young people who are also struggling with their own problems.
And then one moment, Your Honor. So looking at his state of mind, fair to say that you cannot provide an opinion at this time about his state of mind at the time of the offense?
That's correct.
All right. So when the state's repeatedly asking you about premeditation, again, your position is that you cannot answer that at this point in time.
That's correct.
Okay. And then whether or not, and it's not to blame the schools.
Say again?
It's not to blame the schools, but looking at the records that you have, there's nothing in the school records indicating that there's any follow-up regarding ADHD, or even that the IEP recognized ADHD.
That's correct.
All right. Or that any continued follow-up was made, whether it's with the pediatrician or the schools, to further investigate if that's the issue or if it's something cognitive.
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. So earlier, or just a moment ago, the state had brought up it's DJJ Officer Barton.
Correct.
All right. Barton had also indicated that Aiden reflected, or Aiden had informed him that he was hearing voices.
Correct.
All right. And Barton also indicated that Aiden stated that he was on lithium, Remeron, and Zyprexa, or lithium and Remeron.
And I think Zyprexa too, yes.
All right. What's the purpose of those medications?
Well, they're psychotropic medications. Lithium's typically used for people who have bipolar disorder. Zyprexa, Remeron are used for some psychotic behaviors and as a calming influence. So those medications are antipsychotics and for bipolar disorder. And they're psychotropic medications. They're heavy-duty medications.
All right. So all of these are psychotropic medications. This isn't for allergies or for acne?
No.
Okay.
Yes, they're all psychotropic medications.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, will this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defense, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense doesn't have any further witnesses at this time.
Okay. Are there any rebuttal witnesses that the state plans to call?
No rebuttal witnesses, Judge. We just have this last set of records that I would...
These are additional letters?
Yes. Or, yes, letters, not records. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other letters or any other evidence that the defense wanted the court to consider?
Yes, Your Honor. We submitted them. We have some additional reports and just a summary of the education records that we'll submit this evening. I'm sorry. Additional summary of the educational records and reports that we'll submit this evening.
Okay. I'll receive those letters at this time. Is there a copy for me, or did you just make one for them? You've already filed them?
No, I can do it that way.
If you could email that, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be fine. All right. So at this point, we would be moving into argument. We'll afford both sides an opportunity to collect their thoughts. Before we recess for that, I do want to address your client for just a moment, Ms. Peoples.
Can we just have one brief?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead. All right, Mr. Fucci, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Fucci, we've been... You can sit down, that's fine. We've been obviously here for the last couple of days conducting a sentencing hearing. You've been present for the entirety of the sentencing hearing. So I have a couple of questions for you. You've heard the witnesses that have been called. You've been present for each of their testimony. Were there any additional witnesses that you had requested or that you requested for your attorneys to call on your behalf during this sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
They have called all witnesses that you wished for them to call, and they've presented, was there any other evidence that you requested that they present on your behalf that they have not presented during the course of the sentencing hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I saw that you had an opportunity to just speak with your attorneys. There was, it appears as though maybe there were some matters that you did wish for them to enter. Ms. Peoples, I see you're nodding your head. Have you addressed this matter with him?
Yes, Your Honor. It's part of the package that I plan to e-file tonight. I've filed the letters already.
Okay.
So those have been e-filed today or just about an hour or two ago. There's some photos, some records, and additional records that we've discussed that he'd like filed, and those will go through tonight, if not first thing in the morning.
Okay. All right. Other than those matters, are there any other matters that you wished your attorneys would have done during your sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation of you throughout this sentencing hearing?
At this time, I am.
Well, when you say at this time, so at this point, as far as what they have done, you are satisfied with their representation, is that correct?
Yes, sir, at this time.
And, okay. So we will revisit this then after they've made closing arguments, as you stated at this time. I want to make sure that you're satisfied throughout. And so, is there anything else at this point, knowing that we're about to close this portion of the sentencing hearing, there will not be any further evidence presented other than the apparently some photographs is going to be submitted later tonight. Is there anything else that you wanted your attorneys to present on your behalf during the sentencing hearing?
No, sir.
All right, do you need any more time to speak with your attorneys about that matter?
No, sir.
All right. All right, it is 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. How much time does each side anticipate requesting for closing arguments? I'll start with the state.
I would think a half hour on the high end, Judge, but probably not that long.
Same.
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 All right, I will give you 20 minutes to prepare your thoughts. So we'll reconvene at 4:40. Madam Clerks, Madam Court Reporter, I do apologize. That means we will be pushing past 5 o'clock. So if you need to make any arrangements, please do so while we're on recess. All right, we'll be in recess until 4:40. It's 20 minutes. Thank you.
Court's in recess. St. Johns County Circuit Court will return to order.
You can all be seated, thank you. All right, we're back on the record in case 2021 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. We are ready to go into arguments for our sentencing hearing. Before we do that, I did receive several items from the defense. I just wanted to make sure that they've been provided to the state and that they are going to be part of the record. The first is Sentencing Memorandum Defense Exhibit Number 1, which is a letter from Aiden Fucci dated March 5th. That's the state in agreement with that. The court can receive that into evidence.
Yes, we received that.
And Sentencing Memorandum Defense Exhibit Number 2, letter by Jason Fucci as well.
Yes, the first four, Your Honor, I've given them a paper copy, but the first four, I've given them a paper copy, but the articles from the milligram articles, all of that would be going in an email, and I don't believe my assistant had sent it.
Okay, well, let me just go through the first four then. Defense Exhibit Number 3, letters by Crystal Smith. You've received those. And then number 4, letters by Deborah SPEVAK. You've received those as well. Okay.
And then number 5 had previously been provided.
Okay. That is
by RAUL,
a report by RAUL BANASCO. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor, I'll follow up and file the report of Dr. Pritchard.
All right.
There's no objection.
Over defense objection.
What is the grounds for the defense objection?
It's the same objection that were previously cited for Dr. Pritchard.
All right, well, let's deal with this first then. Is there an objection to RAUL BANASCO expert witness report being received? He testified. There's also a report that's being offered that the defense is asking the state to consider. Or is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And then Defense Exhibit Number 6 is the case of the state of Miller versus Alabama, and then a brief for the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Have you received this?
I have not. I would be okay with anything that's case law being filed, but articles and whatnot, I have an objection.
All right, let me pass all 3 of these to you.
Yeah,
So
I'll
they're
split
basically the briefs that went with the Miller case.
That were filed in court.
That were filed, yes. And one was from the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. The other was the brief for the American Psychological Association.
That's fine, Your Honor. If they're the briefs that you could access anyways through that court, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so those have been received, and I will review all those prior to imposing sentence. All right, any other matters we need to address at this point from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No, sir.
All right, I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to start this afternoon by first just discussing the framework in which Your Honor is to make your decision before sentencing Aiden Fucci in this matter. When you begin with the Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.781C on the sentencing of juveniles, in this structure, the rule states that the court shall make, when you come back and pronounce sentence, you shall make specific findings on the record that all relevant factors have been reviewed and considered by the court prior to posing a sentence of life or a term of years equal to life. And then you are to make some findings in writing, and just one specifically as to whether the defendant is eligible for a sentence review hearing under Florida statutes, and that's based on whether the defendant killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill the victim. So you have to make a specific finding of fact that he killed Tristyn Bailey and intended to kill her in this case, which would result in his sentencing review after 25 years. And so that has to be writing. Subsection 2 doesn't apply to him because he doesn't have a prior offense enumerated. And 3 just says that a copy of your written findings about his review hearing, judge, have to be made part of the packet that goes to DOC with him ultimately.
Let me just back you up.
Yep.
Go back to that slide. As far as the court's determination that he killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill the victim, is that based on the evidence that you're asking the court to make a factual determination from the evidence, or is it also from his guilty plea, and was that stipulated to prior to this hearing?
That wasn't stipulated to. I mean, he did enter a guilty plea, so I obviously think we're in a much different posture than obviously a jury would be making a pure factual finding. But no, you should make your own factual finding. It's why we presented the evidence we did for the record here now, for you to make that finding and for any future future court. So you do have to make that specific finding.
All right.
And we believe we provided the evidence for you to do that. And then obviously, judge, the factors. We've heard this statute number a lot, obviously, in the last couple of days, and we've all been listening and hearing about the factors. And what I want to do now is talk about those and the evidence related to each factor and why that evidence means that the court should, in this case with Aiden Fucci, impose a life sentence. That based on all of these factors, even after reviewing everything, the appropriate sentence for Aiden Fucci is still life. And so when you review these factors, it starts with A, and right at the top, the nature and circumstances of the offense. You know, everybody knows the saying that pictures are worth 1,000 words, and that's very true. Even without the pictures, the testimony of Dr. Fulcher painted a picture of this crime alone. But I know you will never forget those photos. What those photos factually showed, and through Dr. Fulcher's testimony, is that there were 114 stab wounds. 49 of those were defensive. And then you see, and you've heard the other numbers here, 35 or more to her head and neck, and 29 throughout the rest of her body. When considering the nature of the crime, what was also important from Dr. Fulcher was to know and learn that she was conscious and alive for this attack. We know that obviously from at least 49 defensive wounds. She was fighting. Another important factor about this particular murder is the high degree of force that was used and would have been necessary to cause these wounds, the amount of wounds, and specifically Dr. Fulcher talked about there's a high degree of force that's needed to penetrate someone's head, make slice marks in her skull, chip out bone in her skull, and ultimately break off the tip of a knife. That takes a high amount of force that this defendant used to carry out this crime, and then the pure number of wounds, Your Honor. And 6 fatal wounds. And he described that death and what happens when the lungs collapse. And he also went further when you had to view the photos and some of the internal organ photos. There was a purpose for those. He described to you that those injuries you saw in her lungs and the hemorrhage medical term for the blood pooling, the hemorrhage around those, what that tells him is she was conscious, or excuse me, she was alive and there was a heartbeat throughout that process. And we know she was conscious because she's defending herself. So none of these wounds were post-mortem. That's the nature of the physical crime. The circumstances are even more horrific. And that includes several things, but most importantly, the circumstances that led up to this crime was the defendant's verbalization that he wanted to do it. If he was gonna kill somebody, he would plan it. It's what he told Sophie, his most closest friend and girlfriend in his life. He said it would be at night, he would drag somebody in the woods and he would stab them. And he said it would be soon, within a month. He said he would act innocent, keep killing, and then run away. The nature and circumstances, just factually alone, is horrific and some of the worst that this court could probably imagine. And then you put it in context through this group of juveniles that you're supposed to consider, juveniles that commit murder. And who helps you do that? Dr. Gregory Pritchard. And so he is called in to talk about the nature and circumstances of this offense and how does that compare? Because that's what the court's ultimately being asked to do. You're given discretion now. You can't just hand a life sentence out for first-degree murder to a juvenile. You can't. You're asked to weigh 8 factors about the juvenile and to weigh the offense. And so that's the purpose in this type of testimony. And so Dr. Pritchard told this court, that this act was extremely unique and extremely violent for anyone to commit, let alone a juvenile. And I think Dr. Bloomfield today eventually admitted that. Yes, I think anyone would say this is unique. And of course they would. But it's also statistically unique. It's not just a layperson's view at uniqueness, but Dr. Pritchard, with his vast experience in seeing these types of crimes, and that's backed up by the statistics. The U.S. Department of Justice tracks this information, and only 7% of all the juveniles in the U.S. in crime statistics that were arrested were even arrested for violent offenses, and only 1% of those were homicide. So homicide alone with juveniles is unique. And then you look at the type and nature and circumstance of this crime, which is obviously extremely unique and different to other murders that could be committed and are often committed by juveniles. He described it as an outlier and unusual. And when you read Miller v. Alabama and some of the cases that come after that, Horsley v. State with the Florida Supreme Court, they talk about those, that there will be juveniles that will deserve a life sentence. There will be those cases, which is why it's on the table, Your Honor. There will be outliers. There will be incorrigible juveniles that deserve the worst punishment, and Aiden Fucci is one of those. The second factor, Your Honor, is the effect of the crime on the victim's family and on the community. I know it's been made clear to you from yesterday to today, there's no way to measure the effect. Tristyn Bailey was a daughter, a granddaughter, a sister, a friend. She was a great friend, it sounds like, to many peers. A good student, a good athlete, a leader on her cheer team. And it sounds like she was a positive influence in her school community, would have been in the world. Someone referred to her and said that, we want to go on and be the light. That's what Tristyn was. And so this family has lost something immeasurable. And it's not only the family, and the statutes tell you, you can consider the loss on the community, and you've heard a lot about that, and I'm sure you will and continue to read the letters that came in from local community and beyond, people that were touched by this case one way or the other because they knew the family, knew Tristyn, or knew someone affected. And there was over 100 letters submitted outside of this family. This has been an extremely unique case that's touched this community in a unique way. You heard from Mr. Bailey today about the number of vigils, memorials, the support shown through, ribbons and everything the community did, certain businesses that opened up their place for his family and showed support in various ways. This has obviously had an enormous effect on the family and the community, and I think it really goes without saying, and all the evidence is clear on that. One of the other factors that we spent a lot of time on, Judge, along with another one that'll come later, and these really get to who Aiden Fucci is and who was he, trying to understand the juvenile and trying to understand why he committed this particular crime, what led up to, or just really, was this an impetuous crime or is this different? Again, under that framework of all juveniles are immature, a lot of them will take risks. They will make bad decisions, certainly. But is this murder just that? Or is this something different? And so this is a factor that helps you with that, Your Honor. And we've already gone over some of this already. We know he was young. You've heard the testimony about maturity as compared to his peer group. I want to comment on intellectual capacity. You heard a lot about that through both psychologists in this case, and I just wanted to point out, and I think Dr. Bloomfield finally conceded this point earlier when he just testified, that there's no evidence of a cognitive deficit, aka an intellectual disability, in Aiden Fucci. You heard the testimony through Dr. Pritchard of how the teachers described it. It was more academic and a lack of motivation. That's completely two different things. And Dr. Bloomfield even had to agree to that point today. He was designated SLD, which means his performance was not up to par where they would expect him to be, and that was based on a learning disability. His last IEP was done right before this homicide. He was on track to earn a standard diploma. And then you heard about the behavioral issues in school which start to go to this mental and emotional health at the time. And again, we're comparing him to like peers. We're comparing him to juveniles in general. And this juvenile had overall 22 disciplinary referrals. Testimony in the records showed several suspensions. And again, Dr. Pritchard has information and relies on general information about juveniles when saying this is an outlier. Only 5 to 7% of students, K through 12, in their whole life get suspended one time. And this is obviously a teen who had continuous disciplinary problems, behavioral problems, some of them violent, threatening to throw another student out a window, fighting, disrespect. Dean WETJEN said he definitely didn't like to be disrespected, and he had a huge problem with authority. So that is who Aiden Fucci is at this time. And again, Dean WETJEN commented he's more mature than his peers. He's been in the education system for 35 years. He's clearly comparing him to his peer group. And he said he's mature and he had his problems, but he knew what to do. And what's the point of bringing that up? All of these teachers were asked, and I believe I went through this with Dr. Pritchard, you had all of his 8th grade teachers essentially and the dean interviewed, and they all stated he knew the difference between right and wrong. He knew how to react. Yes, he had a learning disability. We're not talking about that. But he knew and he understood consequences, and he was able to make changes. It's just whether he wanted to or not. And that's the general sense that the teachers and then Dean WETJEN gives about Aiden Fucci. And then you have Mr. Barton from DJJ, obviously another person with experience in talking with juveniles. And he, again, said he's more mature than others, that Aiden Fucci never complained to him about any abuse in his life or abuse at the jail or being beat up by inmates, guards, or otherwise. And he never said that he was suicidal while he was in the jail. And this was somebody who was visiting him regularly to check on him, and it was the same type of well-being check every time. This would have been someone Aiden Fucci could have talked to had that been something of concern with him. And then the statutes ask you to look at his family and his background. And so, you know, Dr. Pritchard commented, it's someone unremarkable and normal. Well, he's looking at that from, you know, his world and criminal persons that end up in the criminal justice system. And he said it's, quote, normal from the perspective of we often see defendants and juveniles specifically that are committed awful crimes and they suffer from poverty and extreme abuse in their life, sexual abuse, neglect, and all of these things, and that's just absent here. It's absent here, and that is consistent with all the family accounts. The grandmother, Miss SPEVAK, she describes him growing up in a loving home, mainly with his mom. His parents were separated, and she said Jason Fucci never missed a weekend with his child. Did he discipline him? Sure. Had Aiden told her about that? Oh, Dad's going to discipline me more than Mom. And he had verbalized a few things to Sophie Bauman about that, but outside of that, outside of being disciplined when he misbehaved, there's no reports, no evidence of any sort of unusual, neglectful, abuseful home. He had it all, according to Grandma. He was spoiled. And the brothers felt the same way about being raised in that house. And so then we get to immaturity, impetuosity, which has obviously been a big thing that we've been talking about the last couple days, and failure to appreciate risks and consequences. Dr. Pritchard doesn't attribute immaturity to the commission of this offense, and that's what's important. It's a fact that Aiden Fucci was 14. It's a fact that he's a juvenile and less mature than adults. What matters was the crime, was the act a result of an immature, impetuous decision or behavior? And no, the evidence is overwhelming that it is just not in this case. And Dr. Pritchard gave good real-life examples where if he was asked as a psychologist, he would have to say, well, yeah, this is different. And he gave a good example of a juvenile who goes into a store to rob it, carrying a gun to scare people, but never intended to kill. And that clerk does something, makes a movement, does something that causes that juvenile to react in that moment and make an impetuous, stupid, horrible decision and kill that clerk, run out of the store. That is a very, very different crime than what we have here. And I'm sure we can all think of similar acts like that by juveniles. Juvenile makes out with their friends and people are drinking and they're partying and a juvenile gets on the hood of a car and someone drives them around, that juvenile falls off and gets killed. I mean, these are the examples of risky behavior, impetuous behavior, juveniles not thinking of consequences. And there's dozens more examples like that that can be contrasted with the homicide of Tristyn Bailey and what Aiden Fucci did in this case. Dr. Pritchard said there is evidence in this case that although there's the general understanding about these juvenile brain developments, that he can generally understand risk. He's not one of those people who just can't grasp it, that they don't understand. There's a difference. We know it because he told Sophie Bauman that when he killed, he would run away, cover it up, and keep killing. We know from other life events in school that when he got in trouble or when he felt he was about to get in trouble in a classroom, he would ask to excuse himself and go to Dean WETJEN. He knew, if I do this, I'm going to get in trouble, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go vent to Dean WETJEN. So Aiden Fucci understands consequences. Generally, it's clear as well as any other juvenile. And then after the murder, Dr. Pritchard attributed his actions into whether this was an impetuous offense by talking about what he did after. No, he knew what consequences were because he immediately hid a murder weapon so he wouldn't be caught with it on his way home. He went right up into his room as evidenced by that video. He hid the shoes and white shirt behind his dresser. He immediately went in a shower, spent a decent amount of time in that shower, washing evidence off his body. He snuck through that house quietly so nobody would find him or hear him coming home. He did things. He knew he had just done something wrong, and he was trying to cover it up. And then he lies. Then he lies. This isn't impetuous behavior. Your Honor, we know that he was the sole participant in this homicide. It's overwhelming, but it explains why we put forth some of the evidence we did, obviously the premeditated statements. The other reason we, large in part, introduced all the video surveillance was just to prove that he is the only person who was walking with Tristyn Bailey. He's the only person. He did this alone, and then we know all of the evidence related to this homicide ended up in his bedroom and in a pond nearby. There's no evidence of any pressure on Mr. Fucci to commit this crime by anybody else. One of the other factors, Judge, is criminal history. He has none. And then the effect of his youth on his judgment. And some of these factors, Judge, overlap, but essentially Dr. Pritchard and Dr. Bloomfield agree. You know, youth affects judgment. Yes, we talked about that. That's the lens you're to look at him through. But what did Dr. Pritchard say about Aiden Fucci? He has personal dynamics, personal features that make him unusual and dangerous. Dr. Pritchard testified that he has clinical concerns that something is seriously wrong with Aiden Fucci, and in a bad way. It goes beyond poor judgment. It goes beyond youth with this individual and this crime. Obviously, that's why he made such a point of the unusual preoccupation with death and killing. That's not youth and poor decision making. Again, it's a preoccupation with death, and unfortunately here he carried that out. And then finally, Judge, the possibility of rehabilitating the defendant. And this is a factor to consider in sentencing him, and when you review some of the case law on these post-milligram sentencings, this is a factor. It's not as weighty as it is in resentencing juveniles 25 years from now. Things sort of flip when they get reviewed. A lot of emphasis is put on rehabilitation, but it is something for the court to consider now based on the information we would have to this point. And so that's all the doctors could speak to. Dr. Pritchard told you that he believes there's a poor prognosis based on what he's seen thus far. And that's all he can say. And he told you why he felt that. He told you, that behavior right after the homicide, his actions in the back of the patrol car and laughing, just the callous behavior that he exhibited when he was the only person in the world who knew where Tristyn was, and that she was laying in the woods, dead from his actions. His demeanor in the interview room, just showing he's calm. He's asking his parents, what does this have to do with me? Why am I here? Not even looking, told his parents he wasn't scared. Not really. And then, of course, his behavior in the jail and all of the extortion and threats to guards and other inmates. So not just the fact that a juvenile inmate gets in a fight. Of course, those things happen. But what Dr. Pritchard found unique and concerning about Aiden Fucci is that he would brag about his crime, the specifics of his crime, in a way to boast him up and get what he wanted. So I don't shoot my victims. I stab them face to face. Using his actual crime to manipulate, fight, scare others, exert dominance is different than just juveniles getting in fights in jail. And so he's done nothing to this point to exhibit any sort of desire, care, remorse to change anything about his future behavior. And so, Your Honor, just going back to what we were talking about in the beginning, the framework, and this is just the statute number. 775.082 1B1 is where it states that when you make the finding that Aiden Fucci was the one who actually killed and intended to kill Tristyn Bailey, he will be entitled to a review hearing in accordance to the statute. And that statute says that he is entitled to review after 25 years. So we've already gone over some of this stuff. You have to make it in writing. He admitted it again, and all of the evidence we've supported and put forward in this case supports that. Your Honor, the decision that you have before you is one of discretion. And like I said earlier, if Aiden Fucci was an adult, there would be no discretion, there would be no conversation. It wouldn't have mattered if he walked in a store and shot a clerk once, or he did what he did to Tristyn Bailey. It would be a life sentence. But because of everything that's happened through our courts and the medically and psychologically accepted science, that gives you discretion. And the state of Florida has laid out those factors, and it now requires you to look. It's stating a fact, and we're legally accepting a fact, and you have to look through that lens and make an individual decision about Aiden Fucci. And so that's why the look that Dr. Pritchard did in this case, not just coming to educate you about the juvenile brain, we understand that, but to actually dig in and look at the evidence and try to apply it and then compare it across his peer group and draw differences and come to a conclusion. Is he unique? Is he an outlier? And does he deserve the harshest punishment out there? And that's why they tell you to do an individualized sentencing. And all the evidence that we brought you, and especially through Dr. Pritchard, should help you do that. And all that evidence has really shown us who Aiden Fucci is. And we all know that juveniles confide more. It's common sense. Juveniles confide more in their friends and their peers than they're going to confide in parents and teachers sometimes, and he did that. Aiden Fucci told his closest friends and his girlfriend his most innermost thoughts and desires. And he told them that real life violence was his interest. He wanted to know. He wanted to kill someone and do it by stabbing them, which is clearly different than shooting someone, and it causes much suffering. He knew how, and he knew when he was going to do it. How he was going to do it is he was going to take someone in the woods, just like that, and he was going to kill them. He was going to stab them until they died. That's what we knew. We knew he knew how. We knew that he knew when, that it would be soon. And unfortunately, Judge, his when ended up being May 9th of 2021. And his who ended up being Tristyn Bailey. And for all of the evidence that we presented in this case, all of the factors, and showing you how those factors show you who Aiden Fucci is, the uniqueness of this crime, all of that shows you that this particular juvenile should be sentenced to the harshest penalty possible, which is life in prison, and he will be entitled to a 25-year review. And he will have a chance to attempt to rehabilitate himself and prove himself at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Sorry, Your Honor. Good afternoon. When this kind of crime visits a family, every word that the defense has to say, every motion, every argument can only seem like minimization of the pain to the family and the survivors. But we can't go backwards in time. We can't undo the action. The only thing that we can do today is answer the question of a sentence. And that's whether Aiden would be sentenced to life in prison with a review in 25 years, or 40 years with a review in 25 years. And with that in mind, what I'm going to do is walk the court through what the court knows already, and that's statute 921.1401. So looking at that first prong, the circumstance of the crime, of the offense. 14 years old, 114 stab wounds. Those are numbers. They're not insignificant, but they're numbers. A child is now before the court for the life that he took of another child. Horrific, heinous, horrible are just some of the words that have floated around regarding this offense. But we still have to look at the circumstances. The state had presented, or had put in the court file, a photo of the scene, of the neighborhood, and the many lakes or retention ponds in the neighborhood, the many homes and residences in the neighborhood. And what did Aiden do before and after? There's the walking past all those Ring cameras, the running back with the bloody shoes before those Ring cameras, all the different retention ponds that he could have thrown the knife, the clothes, the shoes. No. Threw the knife right there in the closest retention pond and took the shoes back home with him. And then the location matters. It's a spot that the kids had gone to before and visited in the past. A spot that wasn't covered in terms of there's a lot of vegetation there, a lot of palm fronds. There's no effort to hide the body in terms of covering it or burying it. There was no effort to conceal the decedent in terms of removing hands, removing head. All the things that could have been done to disfigure and hide the identity was not taken by Aiden Fucci. Was the crime heinous? Yes. Was that a terrible act? Terrible doesn't begin to describe it. But there are other things that he could have done to cover up this offense that he didn't take. (921-1401-2B). The effect on the family and the community. And to this, there's no question. None. Fundraisers, vigils, letters. The court heard from the family and the community this morning. And Aiden's family. His grandmother, who tearfully
expressed the loss to her family and prayers that she and the rest of the family have for the Baileys. But Your Honor, I have to quote Francis Bacon and observe of revenge. Revenge is a kind of wild justice which the more man's nature runs to, the more ought the law to weed out. And looking to the effect of this on the family and the community, revenge and the calls for it are not appropriate. We use the law and we look to the law in how to sentence Aiden Fucci. Whether 25 review after a 40-year sentence or a 25-year review and a life sentence. So subsection C, and there's been a lot of testimony on this regarding the defendant's age, maturity, intellectual capacity. He's 14. Now today he's 16 before the court, but at the time of this offense he was 14. And some say he's mature. And Dr. Bloomfield rightly pointed out, by what measure? Who do you compare him to? How do you measure maturity? Your Honor saw the video clip of him in the back seat of the vehicle throwing up a peace sign. That's not maturity. To his mental health, there can be no question it's an issue. Telling friends that he hears voices, telling the DJJ officer Barton that he hears voices, and the antipsychotic drugs that he is on, lithium, Remron, Cyprexa. Yes, he has issues. But the focus is his age, his maturity at the time of the offense. He was not mentally well. He was not mature for his age. The actions of Aiden and his friends and the risky behavior that these children were involved in points to immaturity. A 14-year-old isn't a late adolescent, but an early adolescent, Your Honor. And you've heard both Pritchard and Bloomfield in agreement about the brain science, that a child that age doesn't have a fully formed brain, that the part of the brain that's involved with risk assessment, the prefrontal cortex, is the last part of the brain to develop. And why is that important? Children do not make sound decisions, reasoned decisions, or wise decisions. Nothing in this offense points to maturity or assessment of the risk, despite what the state would argue to the court. But he will mature, and the brain will form. It's the same with that prefrontal cortex. We're already seeing forms of maturity in Aiden. February 6th, he apologized. That was the first chance that he had that the defense team would allow for him to say something in open court. And members of the family don't accept it. And what apology could he present that would be acceptable? It's understandable why they don't accept the apology, Your Honor. But the child who highest grade level completed is 7th grade, arrested in the 8th grade, not reading at grade level, presented in his own words the best he could. So Dr. Pritchard had much to say about Aiden. And yes, Dr. Bloomfield was contesting certain portions of it. Interesting, though, still, that both of them are in agreement on brain development and that these issues aren't in debate, whether it's psychology or psychiatry or social workers or even pediatricians, that they're all in agreement about children and their brain development and their ability to think through and assess the risk. And I come back to risk while we're talking about this section of the statute of mental health, because the risky behavior that we saw Aiden participate that night was carried through. It didn't start and end with Tristyn's death. There's risky behavior in his out of the home after midnight, which his mother didn't know about. The risky behavior was going to a friend's house and smoking marijuana. The risky behavior continued and continued and continued because he's a child. But Dr. Pritchard argued, or it stated, I should say, before the court, that he's mature. But that's not what the evidence is showing. Dr. Pritchard relied on the collateral information in terms of the other children. The other children who had their own problems of anxiety and depression and their own risky behavior. Dr. Pritchard said that his actions were premeditated based on the conversation with the girlfriend, and that it wasn't impetuous. Tossing the knife into the pond, he didn't think was impetuous. But it was. The pond was right there. Some forethought. He could have taken all of the incriminating evidence and placed it somewhere else, but most of it he brought to his home. And Dr. Pritchard said that he lacked remorse, and on this, above all, I have to disagree. Because Aiden has expressed remorse. The court has the letter. Again, it is not the most articulate letter, but it's his words and his writing. And he did that this year at 16 as his best expression of an apology, which over time will improve. As he matures, as he grows older, he'll be in a position to better express himself. And then Dr. Pritchard said that he had a poor prognosis for rehabilitation, but I'll come back to that one. So turning to subsection D, family background. Now Aiden comes from a fairly large family. He, from his mother's side, is the middle child. He's one of 5. On his father's side is a large number of children there too. So as the middle child, his grandmother described him as silly, happy, fun, and respectful. This is the kid that she would gather with the other children in the summers, take to church, have outings, go fishing. Aiden's family loves him, and they care for him, and they don't understand what happened. Both of his parents have provided letters. But what was his daily life like? And there's conflict. We hear from the same girlfriend that he was neglected emotionally, that his father is physically abusive. And then there's the constant movement. Every Tuesday and Thursday and every other weekend, he was in a different house. And it's born out of love. They loved him and they wanted to spend time with him, so that's why there's so much movement. But a child needs consistency. And he didn't have that with the constant movement between the two different homes. Part of the reason why he's late for school is because of the distances that he had to travel to get to school on time. And it's not a complaint. It's just pointing it out, that his background and the complexity of it. But within that background is mental illness. So his grandmother also testified about his uncle. And the uncle at 14, the same age that Aiden was at the time of this crime, was Baker acted and struggles with depression. That his grandfather had some mental illness issues that were so great that she separated the children, his mother and uncle, from the grandfather. So there is a family history of mental illness. And Your Honor, I point these out because it's within the statute. I'm not pointing these out as excuses. Aiden has entered a guilty plea. So turning to subsection F, Aiden stood alone and entered that guilty plea. And the apology. (921-1401) subsection G. Peer pressure, familiar pressure. We know that he was, again, with the children and the risky behavior. We know that there was drug use that night. That it is reported that he had smoked marijuana that evening before walking down or walking off with Tristyn. So 921-1401, 2H, that there's no criminal history, and there is none. He has no prior arrest, no prior contact with law enforcement, and the minor infractions in the school were resolved with detention or some sort of in-school discipline. But never inside that school setting was it an issue of a red flag is how they were described. Issues where law enforcement is contacted and arrest is made. Any issues that they had with Aiden never rose to criminal conduct or an arrest. But in candor, yes, there's illicit drug use and there are allegations of drinking, not in school, but underage drinking. that are part of who Aiden Fucci is and was. Subsection I is the effect, if any, of characteristics attributable to the defendant's youth or judgment. So here we have a demonstrated lack of judgment that can be completely attributable to his age of 14. A child in middle school who's struggling academically. And his actions are a full demonstration of a lack of judgment in his actions with his peers and the results of his actions. It matters that we're dealing with a 14-year-old, Your Honor. And what do we do with a 14-year-old? He's been direct filed, and he's been brought before the court with these adult charges on an indictment. But the court still has the opportunity to consider his age and give him a term of years. And it does make a difference in terms of the life sentence versus 40 years. Because the court has heard from RAUL BANASCO in terms of what the Florida Department of Corrections and the resources available and the targeting of those resources to inmates that actually have a release date. At 14, he goes to the Department of Corrections without completing the 8th grade, again with a reading level and academic level that was scoring below 8th grade. No skills, no skill set. All of those that he would have to learn in prison. With a term of years, he'd actually be in a position where they could place him into one of those programs. He loves working with cars like his father. And that opportunity to learn a skill so that when he reaches his 25-year review, he would actually have an opportunity to present himself as a skilled or some sort of skilled trade would be another reason why to give him a term of years versus a life sentence. But then there's the other half. It's not just that he has no working skills at this point. If he's given that opportunity of a term of years, he can receive programs for rehabilitation. And this is a child that does listen to authority and respond well, because we saw that in his interactions with Dean WETJEN and Officer Beasley. So this statute does not bind the court. The court can, it is a non-exhaustive list. So there are factors that the court can consider, whether it's his grandmother's discussing his faith or his good behavior in court, or that he's loved by his family and that he loves his family. His little sister who longs to figure out what's going on with him and where he is, shows that he is able and capable of forming loving relationships, that he's able and capable to care for others. The court can look out and not see his father and not see his mother on his request that they don't appear, because he is well aware of all the negative press and harm that his actions have had on his family, on his father's employment, that even his mother and his mother's family had to move, and he didn't want any further harm should they even come to court. The court can consider that he had a diagnosis that was not followed up of ADHD, that the schools that did a phenomenal job weren't in a position to provide him with intellectual testing, to provide him with counseling and therapy that he desperately needed. And how do we know that he desperately needed therapy? Because at 14, his recreational time was spent smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol with friends. And that he started before this offense. That within the school, in the school records, it's identified that there were behavioral issues, and yet no therapy was provided specific to that. So Aiden is presenting as disabled, and the full depth of it, we don't know. It's based on the records. We know that he had issues with auditory and speech that were not fully developed or fully examined in the school, and that he had a language-based learning disability. And that the school psychologist that was within the IEP wasn't a psychologist in the sense of a trained professional. And I don't mean in the sense of 40 years like Dr. Pritchard or in excess of 40 years like Dr. Bloomfield. She had a bachelor's degree, not a master's or a doctorate. Perhaps had she had one, she would have recommended the testing that Aiden didn't receive in the schools. That wasn't followed up on as suggested by his pediatrician. So, Your Honor, turning to 921-1401, subsection J. He's 14 and he's presumed to have a potential for rehabilitation. And I do understand that Dr. Pritchard thinks not, but he does. We have the example that has been testified to by Dean WETJEN, that in the school setting, given an opportunity for the mentoring between Dean WETJEN and Officer Beasley that demanded respect as the officer and the dean, that Aiden responded well. That given an opportunity to express himself or deal with behavioral issues by going to them, he did that, and there was a noticeable difference in terms of the disciplinary issues that they had at the school. In Department of Corrections, can he be rehabilitated? Yes. And the best way for that to happen would be with a term of years. With a term of years, you'd have access to programs for counseling, for mentorship, and for skills. Again, he's going in with nothing. Absolutely nothing. He doesn't know how to fix a car. He doesn't know how to do anything electrical. He has no skill sets. So given that ability to get the term of years and get into one of those programs that would allow him to improve would be a benefit. Not just to Aiden, but to everyone. So what is the court to do with Aiden Fucci? Would sentencing him to 40 years diminish or take away from the 114 stab wounds And I submit no. 40 years is not a light sentence. It is not an easy sentence. It is a 40-year sentence that this child will be placed in the Department of Corrections with grown men who have experience in the Department of Corrections. And RAUL BANASCO had described the need to keep children separated and protected. But that protection only lasts for about a year. Nothing moving forward for Aiden Fucci will be easy, and it shouldn't be. And it shouldn't be. But the 40-year sentence doesn't make light of what happened on Mother's Day in 2021. It still is punishment. That every day that he's in custody, away from his friends, away from his family, is punishment. Every day being told where to go, what to do, and when to do it is punishment. Your Honor, we are talking about a prison sentence for a child and asking for 40 years as punishment. For a child that came before the court and pled guilty, not to a lesser, but pled guilty as charged. The family this morning referred to him as less than human and not human. The court cannot do that. That is not a factor under 921-1401. But the court can punish Aiden Fucci with a prison sentence of 40 years. And that's what we're asking, Your Honor. We're not asking for a release, but the child that is before the court today, that is loved by his family, we're asking for a 40-year sentence with a 25-year review. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Are there any other matters that we need to address before we recess? Mr. Fucci, you've now heard the arguments of your counsel. There was also, as you saw, a lot of photographs that were being shown during the course of her argument. Were those the photographs that you were requesting that the court review when we spoke last?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're going to provide me a copy of those, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, having heard your counsel's argument, once again, Mr. Fucci, is there anything else that you wanted your attorneys to present or argue on your behalf during the sentencing hearing that they have not done so, that they have not already done?
No, sir.
And up until this point, are you satisfied with your attorney's representation of you?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, we will be in recess. I do have a couple of fairly quick matters on Friday that I will take up first, so we'll probably get started on this at about 9:15, perhaps 9:30, but I will start court at 9 a.m. I don't anticipate those other matters taking more than 15 minutes. If the attorneys could be here by 9 o'clock, and then we'll get started as soon as possible. All right, they were in recess.